Chapter 80, Letters. Chapter text Thursday, 25th of January 1996. The first thing Marvolo saw on the dinner table that evening, beside the delicious-smelling stack of waffles waiting for him, were two letters placed near his plate. Normally letters were taken to the study. Seeing that Flim thought these important enough to be placed on top of the evening edition of the newspaper made Marvolo quite curious. He walked over to his place, sat down, and had a look at the letters, while floating tea into his cup with nary a thought. Just seeing his own name on the two envelopes cleared up who had written to him. He would recognize Henry's improved but still unpracticed letters anywhere, and the spiky hand of his potions master was so distinctive there wasn't a shred of doubt of who had sent the letter. Getting out his wand to cast the detection charms that had become second nature quite some time ago by now, Marvolo made sure that no one had tried to tamper with the letters. He had come to rely on Flim and trust the elf, but it always paid to be overly cautious. He didn't really like the man, but Mad Eye Moody had a point with his cries of constant vigilance. Taking a sip from his tea, maybe he should add another spoon of sugar, Marvolo contemplated a few scenarios which could result in him receiving a letter from his son and the boy's head of house at the same time. It couldn't be something too serious, as Severus wouldn't have dared delaying to inform him by Patronus or equally fast means, and Henry had the mirror to communicate much faster than by owl post. So maybe something formal, but not urgent. He decided to read the letter from Severus first, as he was pretty sure that whatever the man had to tell him, he would do in a short and comprehensive manner. Teenagers were prone to rambling and overly emotional displays. At least what he had witnessed in the past and been told since he had adopted his son indicated that was the case. A quick, weak, slicing charm cast without his wand broke the seal, and with a practiced flick of his wrist, the letter was out and unfolded. For a moment, red eyes moved quickly over the letter, the tension slowly seeping out of Marvolo's shoulders. It was indeed nothing serious. The letter had been sent in the morning, just after breakfast ended and before the start of lessons. Severus had thought it soon enough to inform Marvolo. Severus had written in his role as head of house and was using suitable address and wording of a small altercation which had taken place the evening before in the Slytherin common room. It seemed that Henry had handled that rather well. Maybe it wouldn't even be necessary to take action to remind the parents of those careless students what Marvolo was willing to do in defense of his son. But he could maybe arrange for a social event, dinner would be nice, and let a comment drop regarding this. Bragging about the skills of one's child was something accepted and even expected in their social circle, after all. A small smirk danced over Marvolo's face as he imagined the reactions he would get to see if he did that. Surely they would panic for a moment and try to hide it. It would be delicious. He would have to consult with Barty to find a date for that dinner. After this short report from Severus, not actually demanding any action on Marvolo's part, Marvolo expected to find some longer-winded recounting of the same event in Henry's letter. But the letter had quite a different topic, and was written in the flowing script of the almost slithering lines of parcel script. Dear Marvolo, while we have spoken many times about the things happening in our lives from day to day, we seem to avoid some topics quite successfully. I know that this is a rather unslytherin way to go about this, but I feel that there isn't really a good way to express what I feel we need to do while being subtle about it, and making sure that there isn't any way for my words to be misinterpreted. Soon our family will grow to include Marcus, and I feel we need to clear the air between us concerning the past we share, the present and demands and expectations placed on us by others, and the future we wish for. Considering some of the topics, and the possibility of tempers flaring, I think it might be good to have Mrs. Goyle on hand as a kind of mediator and translator. She always has helped me understand how I feel and why that might be the case or what the cause. I hope she'll be able to do something similar for the both of us. It might seem odd that I'm writing a letter for this, but some things have been going around in my head for some time now, and despite the fact we speak each day, I haven't found the courage to bring them up. Writing everything down has some advantages that speaking face-to-face lacks. Hoping to hear from you soon. Henry P.S. Please pass on greetings from me to Nagini Marvolo. Slowly put the letter down onto the table. Oddly enough, the fact that Henry hadn't said anything about the confrontation in the common room stuck out the most to Marvolo. Of course, he couldn't deny that there was a lot Henry and he didn't talk about. The capture, torture, and subsequent captivity of Karkaroff hadn't been discussed, despite the fact that Henry technically had been present as the Carrows had brought him in, and that the man had died just a short time ago hadn't been mentioned either. Marvolo hadn't tried to keep the continued existence of his Death Eaters from Henry. In fact, he had accepted a few calls in the middle of Death Eater meetings and was sure Henry had realized what had been happening at the time. But they never actually had talked about that. Of course, Marvolo had made sure Henry knew which families had strong ties to him, implicitly admitting that they had at least one marked Death Eater in their family, so his son would know who was bound to help him if needed. And Henry had seen more than once how his Death Eaters had greeted him formally when he had called them via their modified mark. But in the end, these observations Marvolo had allowed Henry to make didn't really replace actually talking about it and allowing Henry to ask questions. Was it wise to allow this talk, that had a big potential to turn into a confrontation, to happen? Marvolo wasn't so sure. The escape of the Death Eaters from Azkaban could come up. If Henry asked the right questions, the death of Bellatrix, his decision to sacrifice her, might come up, or that the Lestrange brothers really weren't dead after all. On the other hand, he might have to turn the question around. Would trying to ignore the obvious need Henry had to talk about things be a good idea? It had been the tactic Dumbledore had employed, which had backfired on him spectacularly. So the answer was a resounding no. He couldn't ignore this polite request for a confrontation. But before he went back to his study to write a letter back, it seemed appropriate to use the same line of communication. Marvolo would eat his dinner. No reason to let good food go to waste. While he ate, Marvolo started to compose a letter to Mrs. Goyle to inform her of Henry's wish to have a session with Marvolo present to talk about topics concerning them both. Maybe he should review the secrecy contract he had made her sign. It was best to make extra sure that nothing incriminating talked about between him and his son could make it to the Aura department. It was late into the night when Marvolo finally went to bed, shoving a grumbling Nagini to the end of his bed to make room for himself. Writing such carefully worded letters and reading legalese were time-consuming activities. With a sigh, his familiar wrapped around him, Marvolo slipped into a restful sleep, aided by a small dose of a sleeping draught. Up in the room they shared with two other girls, Noel was braiding the hair of her sister Enora with careful motions and patience, just as their gran had taught them. Most of the time the braids held for more than a week, but they redid them frequently anyway. It was comforting. Enora was holding the latest letter from their mother in her hands, silently contemplating the contents. Beside the fire and the click of beads, nothing disturbed the quiet of their dorm, as the others hadn't made it here yet. They probably still were in the big communal bath enjoying the steam bath or the bubble pool. "How do you think the meeting will go?" Enora asked out of the blue, still fiddling with the letter, making clear what meeting she was referring to. "As I don't truly know anything about that wizard, that isn't rumor. Anyway, I really can't say," Noel answered, giving a shrug with one shoulder, even though her sister couldn't see that she did so. "But I'm sure that Mammon will ask a lot of questions and demand answers." Enora gave a humming sound of agreement as her only answer. They both had been curious who their father was as long as they could remember. Speculating about him, why their Mammon hadn't been able to find him, what he was doing for a living, had been one of their favorite pastimes when they couldn't quite go to sleep in the evenings. Lying in bed and spinning fantastical stories of their father, the superhero, prince or king, wizard, or maybe even spy, just like James Bond, had filled many hours. Now the letters from their mother had given them facts, but the story still was fantastical, just as if it had been plucked right out of one of their favorite fairy tales. A young man at odds with his family, wrongly accused of betraying his friends, imprisoned for a long time, managing to escape, found innocent, and then finally searching for his lost daughters. If they wanted, that could be the plot of a tragic play or a romance novel, but it was hard to believe that it was actually the truth. Finishing another braid with a large bead, Noel tried to formulate what was on her mind. "I remember what those who went to Hogwarts last year told us about the stories told over there, how the Blacks were in league with that Dark Lord, how it just was clear that Sirius Black had to be the same, that it was only natural that he would betray those he called friends. For a moment she struggled with the words. I fear that the British might expect us to be what they think a black witch should be, a family cursed with insanity. Don't, Enora demanded. You know as well as I do that those stories get bigger each time they are told, and these are stories told here for their shock value, right along with the stories about the tasks. Dragons, merpeople, acromantulas, a sphinx, don't borrow trouble. We'll get to meet him and then we'll see. So you want to meet him? Noel wasn't so sure about that. She was curious, there was no doubt about that. But at the same time she feared what she might learn about the man who was her father. What if he only wanted to use them to have an heir? She always had wished for a father who wanted to know her, spend time with her. Therefore those stories making him out to be struggling, fighting, keeping away to keep them safe, had always been the ones she preferred over those he was the powerful hero in. Because if he could be there for them, why wasn't he? I want to meet him. Wouldn't it be terrible to look back, I don't know, 10 years from now, and ask what if? And we still have to make that paternity test. Until now all we have is the word of a wizard we don't know that there is an ancient tapestry claiming we are the daughters of Lord Sirius Orion Black. Enora patiently explained. As always, she simply was the more level-headed of the two of them. Now Noel made the humming sound of agreement before starting on the next braid. First, they would wait for what their mother had to tell them about the man claiming to be their father. Then they would see. Ooh, Friday, 26th of January 1996. It's nice of you to visit Elphia's. Albus greeted his newest guest, doing his best to appear well on the mend, even as walking up from the door to the living room had put a little bit of a strain on his body. He was working on regaining some of his stamina, but it was slow going. Why wouldn't I visit a good friend? Elphias said, in a mock offended tone, playing up the act with a hand placed to his chest, right over his heart. And I hoped we could talk a bit about the gossip making the rounds at the ministry. With a huff, Elphias dropped himself to sit in one of the faded armchairs. Albus really couldn't understand why his brother insisted on keeping the color scheme of the rooms so dull, using mostly variations on brown. Leather, wood, nothing but browns. Rumors? Albus inquired, trying to not sound too eager. Even with all the time he had spent reading current publications and the newspaper each day, nothing could replace what people were talking about in hushed voices and behind closed doors. Yes, somehow it seems as if nobody actually was responsible for pushing forward those uncompleted changes to the adoption procedures once Dolores Umbridge had been sentenced to the kiss. Some speculate that a vengeful spirit was left behind, sabotaging everything with the dark energy generated by her need for revenge. A vengeful spirit. Albus snorted at that thought. Dementors consumed souls in their entirety. There would have been nothing left of Dolores Umbridge after a kiss. So all agree that she is the only one responsible. Truly, what an easy out for all who simply went along with the changes without thinking of the consequences. Of course, Albus knew that most who had been needed to create such a mess probably only had gone along with it to gain the favor of a more influential person, or because they had been gullible enough to fall for some scheme. It still was cowardly to hide behind a dead person. You know how it is, Albus. Elphias waved Albus, concern away. It's easy to claim ignorance, or even to maintain ignorance, if you just go along with the madness that is the bureaucracy of the ministry these days. Nodding to this, it was just too true. Albus expertly shifted the topic of their conversation from one to another until he had heard all that interested him. By then they had consumed an entire pot of tea and a plate of different pastries. They exchanged pleasantries, and then Albus was alone again. So the initial efforts to change the adoptions had been started by Dolores Umbridge using the naive Miss Summers as a tool. But for all Albus knew about those things, the young Muggle-born girl never would have been able to wield the influence necessary to effect all the changes that had occurred. Elphias had said that by now so much time had passed, and everyone had spoken with almost everyone else, airing their different ideas over who had done what for which reasons that it had become impossible to untangle the mess. Albus wasn't so sure about that, and got out a piece of parchment and his quill to start writing a letter to the minister. Maybe he would be able to get to the root of this mystery if he went for the one most interested to get to the bottom of it. The fact that the minister hadn't known, Albus knew that Cornelius wasn't good enough of an actor to pretend otherwise, could harm his standing with the other officials in the ministry, possibly endangering his position. Hopefully Albus would learn who had meddled there, and for what reasons. Whoever it had been could be a threat to his own plans, or an asset, depending on the reasons behind those actions. With quick, big steps Sirius hurried through a cold Paris on the way to the place Olivian had selected for their meeting. He wasn't feeling all that well. In fact, he was decidedly nervous. For one, he was in a suit. Formal muggle clothing never had been something he liked any better than formal wizarding robes. Then there was the fact that he hadn't been able to get a look at the place they were meeting in, because her decision had come via letter practically at the last possible moment. It had been meant as a gesture of goodwill on his part, but it seemed that she had used his willingness to let her pick a meeting spot as a way to unbalance him. Way too Slytherin a tactic for his taste. Anyway, dwelling on what made him feel nervous wouldn't make those things go away. So best he concentrated on what he hoped to gain from this meeting. Some more knowledge about his daughters and their mother, as well as permission to meet the girls and speak with them. That Sirius didn't really know what Olivian might hope to gain from meeting him was only another point adding to his nervousness. Maybe he should have accepted Mooney's offer of coming along. After all, having an ally at hand might have been a good way to keep his nervousness down. Finally, Sirius stood in front of a cafe that matched the address he had been given, and that looked like it was a cozy place. Steeling his nerves, Sirius strode over to the door, opened it, and went in, starting to undo the buttons of his coat. It was a lot warmer in here than outside, where a slow drizzle made the weather rather unfriendly. A short sweep of the place confirmed Sirius' first impression. This was a cozy place. And in a corner, overlooking the whole room, sat a woman who matched the description Sam had given him of Olivian Morrow, stirring some hot beverage in a big cup. Now the game was on. There never was a second chance at a first impression, and Sirius really wanted to make a good first impression now that the circumstances had changed so drastically. In the end, their first meeting had been back then, and the fact that Sirius didn't remember a thing implied that he probably hadn't left a good impression at all. Taking a deep breath, Sirius walked over to where the woman was sitting, a hopefully polite smile on his face. "Olivian Morrow?" Sirius asked, giving a small half-bow in her direction. "We," was her answer, her dark brown eyes wandering up and down over Sirius' figure, assessing him and making him want to squirm as if Professor McGonagall was about to start berating him for a prank. "I assume you are Sirius Black." Even her voice managed to instill the dread that the formidable Transfiguration professor always had managed. Not that Sirius ever had let it show. "I am," he answered with another short bow. His voice was steady, but he was pretty sure the fact that he had bowed twice by now betrayed his nerves. A slim, elegant hand waved towards the bench opposite the one she was sitting on, a clear order only underlined by her demanding, "Please be seated." Placing his coat over a hook on a wall nearby, Sirius opened his suit jacket and slid into the bench. Olivian and he watched each other over the table without words for a moment. She was as striking a figure as Sam had claimed her to be, and she probably would be able to cow any man who dared crossing her, if she had been as commanding when they had met back then in that club. Sirius could clearly see what had attracted his attention that night. "How was your journey? Did you have a pleasant flight?" She clearly wasn't driven by the fear of silences that he had so often seen displayed by the witches clamoring for his attention. They never could stand a silence, starting to talk about something if he just stood there watching but not speaking. Now it was he, unable to stand the silence. The flight was fine, but the difference in temperature was, as it always is, a shock. "Weather in Europe in January is always so unpleasant," Olivian answered, and the two of them fell into meaningless talk about the troubles of long-distance travel, the unpleasant weather, and Paris until the waiter had been by to get Sirius' order, and then deliver the hot milk coffee and the pastry that had been recommended. "Can you do something to keep eavesdroppers away?" Olivian asked, vaguely waving her hand through the air, clearly referencing magic. Sirius nodded. "Of course." He got his wand out, cast a look around to make sure no one was watching, and then cast a spell that had made the rounds among the students at Hogwarts their 7th year. "Now what we speak of will go unheard by others. He didn't even know how to address her. They had children together, so given names seemed appropriate, but he didn't want to appear to assume too much. It was an altogether awkward meeting. Since your investigator came to my mother's house, I have asked different people to tell me what they know about you and your family, she began, sending Sirius' stomach into a plummeting fall. That could have set him up for failure from the start, because why would a decent person want to meet with an ex-convict, however undeserved, and the son of as dark a family as the Blacks always had been known as? If she approved of such a background, he might not want to make one of the twins his heiress after all. The picture they painted was rather checkered, so I decided it would be best to get your story right from the source. Once again her eyes traveled over Sirius. My impression was that of a man trying to live life to its fullest. Now that I know of the war raging in Britain at that time, I believe that I understand why one would adopt such a mindset. But I need to know who you are now. So please, share why you think I should let you be part of my daughter's life. So she was an even better person than he had any right to hope for. Taking a sip from his coffee, Sirius contemplated where to start and what to tell. It was too long a story to include everything. He would need to stick to the highlights. Trying to keep his composure, Sirius started. I guess most of what's said about the Blacks isn't entirely off the mark. All the halfway decent people tended to be thrown out rather quickly in the last decades. One of my cousins was thrown out for falling in love and marrying a muggle-born wizard instead of going along with the marriage arranged for her. They have a lovely daughter who's working as an aura. Sirius stopped himself from telling the story of all those thrown out, but hoped that this one story was enough to show that aside from the official image, there was more diversity in the family. I ran away from all the pressure to comply with the family line, as I was heir, and support the pureblood Rue propaganda, when I was old enough to truly understand the implications. The fact that neither my mother nor father would have won any Parent of the Year awards, especially after I had been sorted contrary to family tradition, only contributed to my wish to be elsewhere. Looking back, the only thing I regret about that is that I left my younger brother behind. Judging by all that I learned since I came back, he wasn't as lost and unredeemable as I had thought at the time. A short and familiar stab of pain reminded Sirius of his guilt in this. Maybe if he had stayed, Regulus wouldn't have joined the Death Eaters, later being killed in an attempt to topple Lord Voldemort. Another sip from the excellent cup of coffee braced him for the next part. I joined a vigilante group fighting against the terrorist group known as the Death Eaters because I felt that my position as an aura would help them and that the corruption inside the ministry was already too widespread for the ministry to be able to do anything about it. Sirius sighed. Many of my closest school friends joined as well, and it soon became evident that our chances were slim at best. People were vanishing, turning up dead, killed in gruesome ways. I think your assessment of my motivation for searching out company in the clubs is spot on. Death was a real possibility at any time. It had been an intense time, filled with excitement, battles, the feeling of doing the right thing, fighting the just fight. Sirius shook his head. The foolhardy recklessness that led me to run away from home, join the Auras, and fight as part of a vigilante group also led to me being arrested and sent to prison. I had a lot time to think in my cell. And since I was freed by the actions of Lord Slytherin, I'm still working on growing up. Sirius dared to look up at Olivian, only now noticing how he had avoided looking at her while talking about his past. She had a mask in place that would easily hold up to any ministry function or Wisengamot meeting. There was nothing to read there but polite interest. The fact that I was still in line for the Black Lordship and all the influence and wealth that comes with that was unexpected. But as my godson, Harry Potter, you may have heard of him by the moniker of the boy who lived, was adopted by Lord Slytherin, and I was confronted with the need to do something to help him, I accepted the responsibilities I once ran from. Sirius sighed again. There was no way Olivian would agree to let him meet the twins. I try to do good with the influence I now have. I want to improve laws governing the rights of children and those affected by lycanthropy, right wrongs done in the past. I'm not sure that it's working, but I try. Sirius fell silent, and after a few moments started to eat his pastry, so he wouldn't get up from his seat and start pacing. Why wasn't she saying anything? Well, This gives me a good overview of what you think about yourself, but not one reason why you think it is a good idea for you to meet my daughters." And still there was the calm and intense tone in her voice. Restraining his errant thoughts, which wanted to run down totally inappropriate pathways. That voice in the bedroom, a shame he couldn't remember, Sirius nodded. She was right. Yes. Now that I know that I'm a father, I feel that it's my responsibility to offer them the possibility to get to know me. They are old enough to decide for themselves if they want to stay in contact with me. I dearly hope that they will allow me to be part of their life. Much too late, I realize, but as neither of us knew where the other was. Sirius trailed off. He would have loved to claim that he would have acted differently that night, not chasing after Peter, had he known about the twins, but he wasn't all that sure, and didn't dare lie. He shifted in his seat, the leather of the bench creaking, and placed his hands flat on the table to stop himself from drumming them nervously. "I see that you are now enough of an adult to dress respectably," Olivian said with a smirk and a wave indicating his suit. Sirius chuckled despite himself. "I have a good friend I can ask for advice if I need to dress for something other than a Quidditch match or a visit to the bars and clubs." Removing a piece of imaginary lint, Sirius smoothed a small fold in the sleeve of his jacket. "Dressing the part of a responsible adult isn't easy, but I'm willing to learn. I fear that will have to be enough," Olivian said, suddenly serious again. "I'll write to the girls and see if they want to meet with you. As they are currently in school, we will have to arrange something with the school if they don't want to wait till the next holidays. Until then," she got out a notepad and a pencil, "I wish to know more about what being an heiress entails, what comes with being part of the Black family, and what other things might impact the girls if they should agree to this." Getting out a few documents Sirius had prepared in advance, he started to answer all that Olivian wanted to know. He had changed the rules regarding the appointment of an heir only slightly to include a clause removing the need to have graduated from Hogwarts. He indeed had been surprised to find that no one could be excluded based on gender or being born outside of a marriage. Paired with the requirement of attending Hogwarts, it had been a curious mix, especially if compared to some of the rules other families had. Slytherin needed a boy speaking to snakes as an heir. The rules were truly absurd in some cases. They spoke for hours before they went their separate ways with the promise to keep in contact. Ooh, Saturday, 27th of January 1996. "Man, why would you stay here? It's a Hogsmeade weekend." Ron complained after Harry had explained to his friends that he was heading up to the hospital wing. "And I thought we could all go together, as a group." Harry rolled his eyes at his friend. "No one keeps you from going as a group when I stay behind, Ron. I have an appointment with Mrs. Goyle and lessons with Professor Snape after that." They had reduced the number of sessions for occlumency lessons as Harry managed better and better. But as he expected the meeting with Marvolo to stir up feelings, generally being unsettling, Harry had asked the professor if he would be willing to help him meditate after the meeting was finished. Surprisingly enough, the potions master had agreed. For all that old resentments between them sometimes flared, they both got along much better now. "Can't you move the appointment?" Ron almost whined, making Harry wonder why it seemed so important that Harry go with them. Waving at where the others slowly were drifting towards the gate, only Neville and Hermione still lagging behind, Harry asked, with more than a little incredulity. "If you want to go as a group, then why are you standing here by me when I'm staying at the castle, and those going to the village are almost out the door?" With a hastily called goodbye, Ron ran after the others, leaving Harry standing in front of the doors to the great hall, shaking his head. Ron was odd sometimes. Harry turned and walked up the big staircase, surrounded by the younger Gryffindors and Ravenclaws on their way back to the tower, excited to have their common rooms mostly to themselves, as the older students were down in the village for at least the morning. When Harry arrived at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey smiled at him, waving in the direction of the room that they typically used for their sessions. "They're both already here. I'll make sure that you're not disturbed." Harry nodded his thanks, walked up to the door, which was closed and probably warded, and knocked on it. "Come in." Harry was called to enter by Mrs. Goyle, and so he did. He felt more nervous than he had in a while. a feeling that was only slightly lessened when he came to see the familiar setup of art supplies, comfortable seating, and beverages to help soothe a dry throat. "Hello, Mrs. Goyle." Harry bowed in her direction, turned after she had returned his greeting so he was looking at Marvolo where he sat with a cup of tea in hand, and hesitated only for a fraction of a second. "Father." "Hello, Henry." Marvolo greeted back, and Harry thought he might have seen a flicker of uncertainty in the other's eyes. Dismissing this as a trick of the light, Harry walked over to the last empty armchair in the triangular arrangement and sat down. For a moment no one said a word, and Harry felt decidedly out of place for all that he had been the one to ask for this opportunity. Finally, Madame Goyle started the conversation for them, filling her role as mediator and moderator. "We are here because Harry has asked for an opportunity to talk about a few things on his mind with Lord Slytherin, face to face. I have signed the contract binding what might be said here today under even more stringent protections than the other agreement of confidentiality I signed the beginning of our sessions. So, if Lord Slytherin is happy with the wards on this room, you can proceed, Harry." Being put on the spot like that wasn't exactly helpful, so Harry jumped to ask the question that came to him at the mentioning of an additional secrecy contract. "You signed another contract, Mrs. Goyle." She nodded with a serious expression. "I did." Before Harry had to ask the obvious follow-up question, the therapist continued of her own volition. "It seemed to be the sensible decision, considering what might come up in this discussion, and that helping you and your father work through this will do our society more good than my responsibility to inform law enforcement of dangerous plans I might get information on could." This statement was delivered in such a calm manner that Harry needed a moment to decipher that she actually had decided to keep crimes secret from the Auras, because she believed that was better for everyone in the long run. Harry blinked slowly, mostly ignoring the smirk on Marvolo's face, preparing a cup of tea to his preferences. Right. That certainly set the stage for what he wanted to talk about. It's actually quite hard to speak about. If something was hard, start by saying it is. This technique had helped getting into a flow a few times already, so Harry used it almost without actually thinking about it. There have been hints, of course. Actually, some of them were pretty obvious. Like when one of my calls interrupted a meeting, or how the healer or the professor bow from time to time when in private. But the fact that the Death Eaters still exist in some capacity I'm not sure about makes it harder for me to accept that. My wishes and feelings regarding how Marvolo and I interact have changed so much. Ignoring, if even only a bit, that Marvolo actually sat right there next to him, helped talking, and Harry felt that he was starting to be carried away by his words, no longer needing to force them out, but actually trying to keep up with them. Harry only registered vaguely that a hand raised by Mrs. Goyle stopped Marvolo from interrupting the flow of words, now easily coming forth. How can I accept and keep silent about a man who tortured others into insanity, getting a second chance to live as a secretary, while my friend is almost an orphan because his parents are in hospital, barely aware? How can it be that I feel worry about the man in whose name all those atrocities were committed? His desperation became pretty obvious in his tone, his pleading for a way to cope with those conflicting feelings. The guilt, the happiness. Because it's great that someone actually cares about my grades, how my day was, what my plans are. But while most of the bad things happened in the past, done by Voldemort, Marvolo isn't the law-abiding man he pretends to be. Or is he? The last was directed with quite a bit of force towards Marvolo, who still held his cup of tea delicately in his hands, his wand nowhere in sight. Harry's green eyes were fixed on Marvolo, tracking every movement the man made. "Not sure if I really understand the divide you're feeling." Marvolo sounded cautious, speaking slowly, as if he was tasting the words, weighing them to see if they matched what he wanted to say. "And I'm not sure I can provide the reassurance you need, but I'm willing to try." Harry sat on the edge of his seat, hands wrapped around the armrests, gripping maybe a tad too hard. He was willing to listen, as Marvolo really was a different man. Voldemort never would have even considered speaking about this. Hell, the man never would have treated Harry with even a shred of the attention or kindness he had been displaying more and more regularly. "As I told you, the Dark Mark was created by my using a bunch of different spells, bindings, and rituals, taking what I wanted and mixing in whatever I found might be useful. At the heart of it all is the old fealty binding spell that was used by our family back in the time when families bound themselves in service to another, more powerful, family to the mutual benefit of them both. Harry nodded, because that was in fact something that Marvolo had told him before, trying to explain why he hadn't handed over the escapees the moment he had found them. Many have been led astray by what I told them while I was Voldemort. I harmed them, erased all the potential good they might have done, because my actions landed them in prison in the end. To take your example, Barty had serious trouble with his father. He never was good enough, didn't get any of the affection and attention he needed. I used that to get him to do my bidding, to warp him and his view of the world to my ends. Shakily setting his cup down, Marvolo folded his hands in his lap, gripping so hard that his knuckles turned white. And he wasn't the only one. Your godfather's younger brother. He had potential. My actions led to his death, led to the deaths of many people, all of whom could have done good, would have done something to influence our society. Marvolo looked up from the floor he had been staring at and locked eyes with Harry. My bond to them as my vassals compels me to right the wrong I have caused them. The vow I made as Lord Slytherin binds me to doing what I think is best for our society. Killing or causing the deaths of even more people isn't what is best. I clearly believe that. Everyone who can have a positive impact on our world should get a chance to do so. He swallowed. I know you have realized how some tactics that the most righteous of people would condemn for being unfair or underhanded or just this side of illegal are needed to get things done. Marvolo paused, and Harry realized after an awkward, tense moment that he was waiting for a confirmation. So Harry nodded. Grandfather Potter has said as much, as has Madame Longbottom. She said that some people are just disagreeable out of spite, disagreeing with everything one person brings before the Wisengamot just because they have brought it forward, and that sometimes it's necessary to outmaneuver them. But that doesn't include murder. Of the last point Harry was certain, even if other stuff he had been sure about in the past had vanished in a confusing mess of grey. Marvolo inclined his head in a contemplating manner. Maybe not. But you need to know that in the times this spell of fealty was created, it fell under the Lord's purview to decide how one of his people should be punished if they broke his law. Now it was Harry who swallowed. He might have known that in an abstract sense. They had talked about early British history in school. But hearing a teacher say something about a regional lord having the jurisdiction under their control was vastly different from a man sitting just a chair over, telling Harry he felt justified deciding if someone had to die because they had committed to being in service to the man. There has to be a better way. Startled by his own outburst, which had made him stand and take a step towards Marvolo, hands balled to fists at his sides, Harry shakingly opened his hands and took a step back, almost falling back into his chair with a huff. A mirthless laugh from Marvolo startled Harry even more. I'm not sure if you'll believe me, but I did try to find another way to cope with Bellatrix and her madness. Harry felt a brow rise in silent query when the old Lord Yaxley wasn't mentioned together with the mad aunt of Draco. So Marvolo had tried to find a way to help Bellatrix Lestrange, but no way to avoid killing Yaxley. And I shall believe that the old Yaxley killed himself out of shame. The skepticism was so thick in his voice that even Ron would have noticed, one of the least Slytherin of all the people Harry knew well in their year. The investigation clearly showed that he was the one handling the file containing the deadly substance. There was no evidence of force found, Marvolo answered, and Harry just knew that other had been there, pressuring the wizard to kill himself. It was in the way he held himself, the way he spoke, the inflection some of the words were spoken with. It wouldn't hold up in court, but Harry was sure nonetheless. Funny how one learned to read people by simply keeping company of people doing the same constantly. We both know that a true Slytherin with enough time would make sure not to be caught. Harry tried for a collected tone, but was pretty sure his effort fell short as he noticed a small, short flicker of amusement on Marvolo's face. Would the other answer truthfully? The fact that Madame Goyle had been asked to sign another contract indicated that he intended to do so, at least. Where is the difference between Bellatrix Lestrange, killing many, torturing two people into madness, escaping from prison, and a man leading a life conforming with society's expectations. At least on the surface, that makes one worth saving and the other not. Harry felt himself breathing faster, as if he had run to make it to a class, while he waited for Marvolo to answer him. A small part of him still expected to be told off for daring to ask questions. Thankfully, that part had gotten smaller since the summer, making him tense and anxious. Well spotted, and a good question. Marvolo's praise came unexpectedly, and Harry hadn't really much time to regain his footing before Marvolo continued to speak, not giving any hints to how he might be feeling about all of this. Nothing Bellatrix did before or shortly after my fall went against the orders she had been given. Once I was back, having regained enough sanity to feel the demands of the bond between her and me, I started to feel pressure to do something about my failing her. He paused just long enough for it to be noticeable. And the others? I tried everything I could come up with to help her, only sacrificing her for the good of the others once there was no avenue left, and she started to go against my newer orders. Once again, Marvolo had his eyes trained on the floor, his hands gripping tensely at each other, the pale wand nowhere in sight. Corbin Yaxley, on the other hand, acted against clear orders more than once. Harry remembered the fact that Septimus had been ordered by his uncle to marry a witch once he had graduated from Hogwarts, even though he knew that Septimus had no interest in women as he was gay, going against an order Marvolo had given out. But what other order had he disobeyed? There had been those witches abducted by a few wizards. One of those wizards had been Corbin's son, if Harry wasn't mistaken. Did the late Lord Yaxley have something to do with that? Nodding, Marvolo confirmed Harry's thoughts, probably following them by reading Harry's facial expressions. A little chagrined, Harry realized that he had let his guard down quite a bit, as he did every time he went to one of the mind-healing sessions. Yaxley seemed to think that the way those young wizards acted was right, and in accordance with my will. I couldn't let that stand, because I do not condone kidnapping, rape, and slavery. In the wake of that forceful declaration, silence settled on the room. Harry tried to sort his thoughts. Would the auras have made the connection between the late Lord Yaxley and his son's actions? The man had managed to evade Azkaban after Voldemort had fallen. He probably would have claimed that his son was a big disappointment and that he had known nothing. One thing about the current system of wizarding Britain was pretty clear to Harry by now. If you had money and a respectable family name, you could get away with a lot. And hadn't he decided to let some things go? Under what circumstances would you consider killing another human? Harry asked the question without really acknowledging the reasons for why he wanted to know. Marvolo thought for a moment, picking his cup back up, which started to steam once again, taking a sip before answering. In a situation where I would be forced to defend myself or others, I might feel that there's no other way. But I have noticed while defending the burrow that it would need to be a really skilled opponent, or many of them, to leave only lethal means as a way to keep those safe who I want to keep safe. Currently I'm just so good that there are few who could pose a challenge to me. A clear smirk graced Marvolo's face. Why deny myself the challenge by using spells that are easy to cast, but lethal, when I can capture and incapacitate aggressors? Was that good enough? Hermione probably would have bristled because Marvolo hadn't simply said killing was wrong and he would avoid it at all costs. But just as only ignoring a bully wouldn't stop them or keep them from bullying a more entertaining or easier target, claiming to never to be able to kill because it was wrong, fell short of the truth, ignoring some important points. Was their situation perfect? Was it easy? How could it have been? But maybe it was good enough. Marvolo was willing to explain himself to Harry, and his reasons seemed sound, more or less at least. I feel that we have become a family since the summer, as much as we probably can at this point. Once again, Harry was picking his path carefully, trying to avoid possible pitfalls and stumbling blocks. And once Marcus comes to be part of that family, his question, why you call me Henry when my name is Harry, got me thinking. I want you to call me Harry. Now it was out. And suddenly, the fear that Marvolo would reject that offer, even when he had said he wanted to be invited to use Harry, overshadowed everything else. It would be horrible to be rejected now. If Marvolo refused to accept their closeness, denied it had been happening, Harry wasn't sure what he would do. That fear vanished as fast as it had materialized when Harry saw the open, blinding smile on Marvolo's face. I thank you, Harry, for granting me this privilege. And I hope you realize that I'm willing to answer all questions you might have, or at least that I'm willing to listen to them all, should you ask something I'm not at liberty to discuss, even regarding those individuals bound to me by the fealty spell. It only recently occurred to me that once I have undone all those rituals keeping me tied to this world, it's quite possible that I might die before all of those bound to me die, which would lead to their bonds falling to you as my heir. Horror at the thought of being the one in charge of Barty Crouch, or the two Lestrange brothers, the Carrows, his potions professor, overshadowed his joy that Marvolo had accepted to use his nickname. Harry later wasn't really sure how he had managed to get to the potions classroom where Professor Snape was already waiting for him, leading him into a deep meditation Harry so desperately needed right now. He only knew for sure that somehow Luna had been waiting for him, being a calming presence at his side the whole way down to the dungeons. Uo, after Marvolo had retrieved his wand from the ornate box Madame Goyle had brought with her, he said goodbye to Harry. It felt so good to be finally able to use the more familiar address, who clearly seemed to be quite distracted and beside himself, and made his way to the edge of the grounds. Instead of going home to Griffin House, Marvolo apparated to headquarters, where he walked into the dueling room. While he had made sure all secrets would be safe, speaking about all of that with Harry, witnessed by the mind healer, had been nerve-wracking. Confronting his own feelings, his errors of the past, was terrifying. Harder than fighting of a letherfold or seeing a boggart take on the form of his own corpse. Would that still happen? Marvolo conjured up a statue made from porcelain in the form of a faceless man, just to let it explode into a cloud of fine, white dust. He needed to get rid of the nervous energy that had built up over the duration of the conversation. Having feelings was so damn hard, but it brought so much good along with it. Ceasing to think for a while, Marvolo just conjured and destroyed one faceless statue after another until he finally was so tired that he felt calm at last. Chapter 81, Bragging Rights. Chapter text Sunday, 28th of January 1996. By the time Olivian had reached the gate to the school grounds, she was already on edge. Since the first time she had had contact with the European magicals, she had felt unhappy with the way they treated her, the magicless muggle. Her taunt, her mother's friend, never had looked down on her like the Europeans did. Trailing behind the teacher who had been waiting for her at the gates, Olivian remembered how the friendly smiles had reassured her at first. But soon, she learned to sort the magicals she met into three categories. The ones that were indifferent to her lack of magic, by far the group she could tolerate the best, those that hated her just for the fact that she had no magic herself, just more of the hate she had experienced during her studies for the color of her skin, and those that were truly curious, but treated her like a small child, unable to make intelligent decisions. Somehow the last group was even worse than those who hated her or displayed disdain. As a black woman studying science, and as a woman and unmarried mother, too often others had taken a position of superiority over her, claimed things simply untrue, ridiculed her for her errors, her lack of common sense. It had left her defensive about herself, her work, her daughters, each and every decision she had ever made. And even now walking through the halls of the spacious and wondrous manor, or maybe a big chateau nestled into a beautiful valley between high mountains, the students, both young and older, whispered behind her back, pointing at the muggle, never letting her forget that this as well was a world she didn't fit in. Just like Paris, her chosen field of science, the church groups for mothers, she never fit. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Olivian stepped into the room reserved for meetings between students and their family members. I will inform your daughters, Dr. Morrow. Please wait here. The teacher nodded in her direction and closed the door. The room was beautifully appointed. Precious woods, carved in delicate patterns, as well as silk covered the walls where they weren't buried behind shelves filled with leather-bound books or moving paintings. Several big and tall glass doors led out to a balcony and revealed the view over a snow-covered park, woods in the distance, and what had to be a vegetable garden. Having grown up in a well-off family, all this grandeur wasn't something truly new. But just by looking at her, people tended to put her into the getting-by box. The fact that her mother had chosen to move into a smaller home, leaving the bigger, more stately house to her daughter and granddaughters, tended to cater to those impressions. In Olivian's opinion, the tendency to judge strangers and place expectations on them was one of humanity's biggest failures. As the door behind her opened and she heard two set of feet coming quickly nearer, she turned away from the windows and greeted her daughters, smiling. "Mammon!" Both of her little girls called out, and only a fraction of a second later they were in each other's arms, relishing the nearness no amount of letters could give them. The door was closed, and the three of them were alone, simply happy to be back together. Because of the costs of international travel and the effects of jet lag, the twins didn't come home for the shorter holidays all that often. When they finally separated again, sitting down on two love seats placed at an angle next to each other, Olivian saw that her little girls were more than eager to learn what she had to say about the meeting between her and the twins' father. "I have met with Lord Sirius Orion Black, and to give you the most important information up front, he has proven to me that he is worthy to make an attempt at being your father," Olivian stated in a factual tone. She felt a little offended when both Enora and Noel looked at each other and started to laugh. They were laughing so hard that they had to cling to each other to prevent falling to the floor. "What's so funny?" Olivian almost flinched when her words came out sharper than she had intended. "Mammon," there was found exasperation in Enora's voice, while Noel still chuckled. "The way you said that, you grilled him. I'm sure the poor man must have been highly uncomfortable." Olivian gave an uncomfortable smile and conceded the point with a nod. She tended to make sure people around her were unsure of themselves, wrong-footed, when she was in a position placing her at a disadvantage or making her feel insecure. In some situations, it worked in her favor quite well. It had cost her a few opportunities when she came off as too antagonistic when applying for positions at universities and for jobs. "Maybe I did," Olivian admitted with an impatient wave of her hand. "But that's not the point right now. What kind of person is he?" The curiosity mixed with equal parts caution and fear in that one, loaded, question reminded Olivian why she had searched for the drunk, charming, polite, but still rebellious young man once she was sure she was pregnant. Each child should have the opportunity to get to know both parents. He's trying hard to grow up. Thinking back to the meeting she had with him, Olivian tried to be factual, not influencing her daughters either way. They would decide for themselves if they wanted to meet the man or not, working to fulfill the responsibilities coming with his place in society, using that influence to do some good. He has a godson around your age, but no other children. She got out the notebook she had used during the meeting with Sirius and parchments he had brought with him. "These are things regarding the expectations of an heiress, rules of the family, and other things along those lines. I'll leave them with you so you can read them." Placing the items on the low table next to the love seats, Olivian fixed her girls with a stern look. "Do you want to meet him? And please be honest. Meeting him one time doesn't mean that you have to accept his offer. And not wanting to meet him right now will not remove the possibility of meeting him later." Olivian watched her daughters look at each other, doing that silent communication thing old couples, best friends and twins seemed able to do before they each took one of the scrolls. So they probably weren't prepared to decide yet. Fine by her. It was Sunday. They had a lot of time still before she had to leave again. Ooh, after a leisurely morning, and sleeping in, Harry's group of friends gathered in one of the unused classrooms to practice. Hermione insisted every day that they needed more practical experience so they would be able to perform the spells during their owl's practical exam. No one had been able to come up with an argument to counter that. Harry wasn't even sure that they had tried to find one, so they all had agreed to meet after lunch. There had been treacle tart for pudding, and Harry felt a little sluggish with all the food he had eaten. It made him slower in casting his shields against Theo and Draco, who cast several of the less dangerous spells they had to practice for defense at him. They had yet to land even one of their spells. "Break," Theo called, letting his arm fall to his side, giving an eye roll and a smirk. Draco shook his arm to loosen the muscles, grimacing. "I have a feeling we might need more people to land a spell on you, Harry. All that teaching for the defense club seems to help with the speed." Theo filled a glass from one of the pitchers they had collected from the kitchen before he sat down on a table next to where Harry was standing. Harry felt a little conflicted over the fact that he seemed that much faster at defensive spells than his friends, or any of their year mates for that matter. It just was another thing to set him apart. Something he still felt bad about, making it something he needed to work on. Standing out had been something almost guaranteed to cause trouble either with his aunt and uncle or Dudley and his friends. While he no longer felt the need to underperform in school, something he had been doing without really noticing, thanks to Madame Goyle's help, standing out in other ways still held a lot of negative memories for Harry. But it felt great to be good at more than Quidditch. Draco got himself something to drink as well and walked over to a basket the elves had pressed on them, filled with a number of snacks, from oranges to different nuts and baked goods, to get himself something to eat. You're using incantations while practicing. Shouldn't you also practice silent casting? Theo was speaking low enough that the others wouldn't hear what they were talking about. Feeling self-conscious, Harry shrugged, taking a sip from his water. Don't want it to get out to the whole school that I cast silently, and I'm not about to try it again without the stress of the situation, but with an audience. That would be a disaster about to happen. Everyone knew that witches and wizards under stress sometimes were capable of casting spells they couldn't manage under any other circumstances. Harry highly suspected that this was such a case, which was the reason he hadn't told Marvolo anything about it, even though he knew that Professor Snape most likely had reported on the incident. Theo nodded, setting the now empty glass down. Silent casting will be required starting next year. Can't hurt to start practicing, can it? Maybe in our dorm this evening. Harry nodded. That sounded like a good idea. No sense ignoring what had happened, or not starting early when he still could vaguely remember how it had felt to cast those spells silently. Help me with my switching spells. Transfiguration was a hard subject, and unlike defense, he had still trouble with quite a few of the things they needed to know for their owls. Theo nodded, and they set up the materials they would need to practice their spells, when on the other end of the classroom they were using a loud argument drew everyone's attention. Ronald. Who do you think you are? Hermione seemed at the end of her patience, not something that Harry had seen happen all that often, and mostly not in such a loud fashion. I thought we were going as a group, and then you vanished. With Crumb. How could you do something like this? Ron was equally as unhappy, his face taking on a terrible shade of red. It clashed with his hair, something terrible. Scolding himself for such an unhelpful thought, Harry cautiously moved over where a circle was quickly cleared around the two friends, shouting at each other. So you have a problem with me meeting up with Victor? Grow up, Ronald. I have the right to choose whom I spend time with. I spent time with my friends from school, including you, and then I spent time with a friend who came all the way here just to meet with me. Hermione's hair was bushier than it had been when they had arrived here, and Harry wondered if it might be reacting to her obvious anger. This was taking on a shape that seemed to be getting clearer. I thought if we went as a group, we would spend all the time together. Ron sounded a little bit desperate, terribly disappointed, trying to cover it up with anger. Harry hadn't seen many of his friends the evening before. After the therapy session, he had worked with Professor Snape, and after that he had slept, skipping dinner only to find a snack at his bedside when he woke later in the evening. We never did that. Hermione threw up her arms, her tone incredulous. Neither you nor Harry ever want to stay that long in the bookshop. Shall I make you stay by my side, looking at books the next time we go as a group? That question had been heavy with sarcasm, raising several brows with surprise. She hadn't given the impression of being one to understand sarcasm to the Slytherins in their group. We spend all our time with books during the week. That one weekend we get to go to the village, why can't you spend that with me? And that was the crux of the matter. Harry was pretty certain about that. Ron had wanted Hermione to go with him, but hadn't asked. But we went as a group, Ronald. Make up your mind, will you? Now Hermione looked tired, and Harry felt with her, keeping up such high levels of emotion was exhausting. From one moment to the next, the tension in the air dropped, the cautionary circle around Ron and Hermione broke, and Harry dared moving a little more in their direction. Ron was rubbing his neck, clearly embarrassed. You're right. Can't read minds, can you? Not looking at Hermione, but the floor near her feet, Ron took a few deep breaths and then blurted a question out, as if he wanted to get it out before his courage would run out. Come with me to Hogsmeade the next time we get to go. Ron didn't see it, because his eyes still were glued to the floor, but Harry had a clear view of Hermione's confusion, morphing into realization, moving quickly from surprise to pity in the time it took her to process that Ron basically had asked her on a date. The next Hogsmeade weekend was planned for February, the first Saturday after Valentine's Day, and therefore the day the village would be crawling with people holding hands and staring into each other's eyes. Idly asking himself if he wanted to go, and who he would ask, Harry watched Hermione searching for words, while Ron got more uncomfortable by the second. He could only wait and see how it would develop. Trying to intervene would probably only make things worse, if he had even known how to intervene. Taking a deep breath, Hermione started to speak. "You're a good friend, and I like spending time with you, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to go on a date together." That had been rather blunt. Harry's eyes moved over to watch Ron's reaction. The redhead first got really pale, only to then flush, before he turned on his heel and fled from the room, leaving his things behind. For a moment, Harry and the others stood there, blinking, unsure what to do. Hermione blushed, turned to Daphne, and started to ask questions about the Blancs' take on a specific set of rules for vampires that one early version of the Wisengamot had tried to get in place. Taking her cue, Harry turned to Theo and Draco, waving at their setup for practicing switching spells, walking over. The rest of the afternoon, Harry tried to concentrate on his spells, watching what the others did, practicing himself, but more than once his mind got distracted with the question if he should have gone after Ron. But what should he say? What could he say? Hermione wasn't interested in Ron, that much was clear, at least to Harry, but there was no tactful way to tell that to Ron. His friend probably would want to talk Hermione down, make her out to be uninteresting. That tactic was something Harry had seen in the past. Boys and girls rebuffed by someone they had been interested in, talking trash about that other person so they could feel better about themselves. When they left for dinner, Harry kept his eyes open to see if Ron would come down to the Great Hall. He rarely missed a meal, but couldn't spot him. When Ron hadn't made an appearance when dinner ended, Harry carefully got the attention of the twins and met them near the Gryffindor table. "Hey there, Harrikins." "What's up?" The twin, walking a step before the other, greeted with a cheerful wave. "What can we do for our favorite Slytherin?" asked the other twin, grinning from ear to ear. His mood lightened by the prankster's antics. Harry smiled despite himself. "Ron got a basket from Hermione this afternoon, in front of an audience. Haven't seen him since then. Maybe you can help him." Harry felt so out of his depth with this situation. He had learned to dance, and had been to a few balls with Daphne as a friend. But she had asked him, so Harry was sure he still was as big an idiot about girls as he had been before the ball. That information dimmed the cheerful aura around Fred and George, while they both nodded. "Thanks, Harry. We'll find him, talk with him." The other twin looked thoughtful for a moment before he asked a question in an almost whisper. "Can we borrow that useful parchment of yours?" Silently calling himself all kinds of fool, Harry nodded. He should have thought of that himself. It wouldn't have solved the problem with what to say to Ron, but he would have been able to find him. Luckily, Harry carried the Marauder's map with him most of the time, especially on weekends, so he was able to get it out and hand it over. "They're both my friends. Please let me know how it goes." "We know how it is. Don't worry too much, Harrikins." Stashing the map in a pocket, the twins winked at Harry and walked away. With a sigh, Harry walked out of the great hall, turning into the corridor leading down to the dungeons. Hopefully his inaction this afternoon wouldn't cost him Ron's friendship. Harry walked down and arrived as the last of the fifth-year boys in the dorm. Practicing silent casting with the others down in the dorms proved to be a good distraction, and a good way to let Harry fall asleep fast. He was so tired by the time he went to bed that he barely managed to brush his teeth and change into his pajamas before he crawled into his comfortable bed. Monday, 29th of January 1996, because he had had trouble getting up. Practicing silent casting after an afternoon reviewing had taken it out of him. Harry and his friends were late to breakfast. Not that anyone would comment on it, as almost everyone was late some days, but it meant that both Ron and Hermione were already in the great hall, eating breakfast. While Harry searched his own place at the Slytherin table, the older years much more accommodating than they had been before he had hexed the upper years. He hadn't thought that was even possible. He flicked his eyes from Hermione to Ron and back. They sat at different ends of the table, studiously ignoring each other. In fact, they almost sat with their backs to each other, quite a feat while sitting at the same table but not sitting sideways. "You can't help them sort that out, Harry," Theo said, tugging on Harry's sleeve, prompting him to sit down. So Harry did. After a rather hasty breakfast of toast with honey, scrambled eggs, an apple, and a goblet of milk, they all got up and moved with the majority of the students to the exit of the great hall. They had to get to classes. Just as Harry and the others passed through the door, someone ran into Harry. For a moment he was confused, then he felt parchment in his hand, heard a whispered greetings from Ron, and then the one who had run into him was gone again. A quick look confirmed that he held the Marauder's map in his hand, so it probably had been one of the twins, giving him back the map, and passing on a greeting from Ron, resigning himself to ask after his two friends in breaks between classes. Harry hurried after Theo and Daphne. An urgent flu call from the minister had ended Marvellow's breakfast earlier than he would have liked. He hadn't flew into the minister's office right away because he had to pick up a questionnaire he had to fill in, and he wanted to get it done. It was high time that Marcus finally could come home. Now he had the thick scroll of parchment in his pocket. He wasn't really sure how many questions there would be to answer, and the elevator he had been in stopped at the right level. Level 1, Minister's Office and Minister Support Staff. Marvolo wondered, not for the first time, who had been the witch speaking those sentences. Or was it a completely artificial recording? Percy Weasley was manning the desk of the secretary in front of the minister's office. The lanky red head stood when Marvolo came through the double-width door separating the corridor from the rooms of the minister's office. "Lord Slytherin, the minister is waiting for you." Marvolo squashed the urge to answer with a flippant "I know," and nodded, quickly walking past the young man towards the door to Cornelius' office. With a little wave of his hand, Marvolo opened the door and stepped in. He walked in on Cornelius sitting behind his desk, drinking something hot from a cup and shaking his head while looking down on something on his desk. "Good morning, Cornelius. You said it was urgent." They had talked at various opportunities, most recently during the coordination of how to overhaul and repair the adoption process. But as much as Marvolo thought it would be helpful to be among the minister's advisors, he wasn't one. "Yes, thanks for coming to the ministry so early on a Monday morning. I got a letter, but please read it first, before my recounting influences your view on what was written." Cornelius really seemed flabbergasted and out of his depth, waving at a letter sitting there in the middle of the desk. Marvolo walked over so he could pick the letter up, and so he could get a good look at what else might be on the desk. It wasn't really anything interesting, but knowing that was worth passing up an opportunity to show off his wandless skills. He picked up the letter and looked for a signature at the end of the second piece of parchment. A brow rose in interest. Dumbledore. How curious. He flipped the page back and began to read, concentrating so he would catch all the layers of meaning he had come to expect from the old wizard. Marvolo felt his brow inch towards the line of his hair a few times while he was reading the letter that had confused Cornelius. When he reached the part where the old wizard complained about the board of governors pressuring him on leaving the school, Marvolo looked up and over to where Cornelius was sitting. "The board is trying to replace him permanently." Of course, he already knew, because Lucius had told him, but Marvolo really wanted to get an impression on how Cornelius took the whole situation. "As far as I know, and I agree with them, at his age, and with the bad health he has been in recently, public opinion is against him, and I think it would be a risk to let him return to the school." Cornelius waved his hand as if he was trying to chase away some annoying fly, clearly thinking the whole issue of the headmaster of Hogwarts was old hat. Marvolo only nodded in confirmation that he had heard and hummed a noncommittal sound. He really wanted to keep out of that mess, at least in ways that could be easily linked back to him. It took a while to get through that letter and read it again 2 more times. It seemed like a riddle, or maybe it only was the sign of a troubled mind. "What do you make of that?" Cornelius asked, waving at the letter, the moment Marvolo set the letter down, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Well, he is better. Otherwise, he probably would have claimed that I was the one making Dolar's umbrage work on throwing the adoption procedures into disarray." Marvolo felt amused by what he had read. Confused, a little puzzled, a smidgen annoyed, curious, but amused above all else. Part of that amusement probably had its roots in the miasma of emotions currently swirling in his mind. Would it get even messier in there when he absorbed another of his Horcruxes? Cornelius looked not any happier, but kept silent as Marvolo continued to speak. I'm having trouble deciding if he wants to get you to tell him what you know of the background of the adoption mess, or if he wants to cast all the blame on me. Marvolo sat down in the chair, richly carved and upholstered with silken velvet, across from Cornelius, straightening his robes as he did so. He started out trying to make you realize that you need to know who started the mess, or more precisely who kept it going once Umbridge was out of the picture. And then he gets on a roll, claiming I was the one, creating the mess so I could sweep in, playing the hero to repair the damage. Marvolo snorted. Even in the past, that wouldn't have been a plan he would have thought to use. Not sure what you think, but I can't really see me in the role of the hero in shining armor. There's simply too much dark in my past for that. Marvolo shook his head and registered an easing of Cornelius' posture. He claims I'm working towards a certain goal, and looking at the claims he made, they don't lack a certain logic, but they aren't founded in reality in any way I can see. He simply doesn't provide any proof beside his claims of knowing my character. Maybe Dumbledore should get into writing fictional books in his old age. He certainly had the imagination needed. So you're not angry. Cornelius seemed equally relieved and puzzled. Dumbledore claims that you're trying to work towards the goal of stealing all magical children from Muggle families. He used quite drastic language, and what he suggests you plan for squibs, I'm not sure. Words failed to come to the minister. Marvolo couldn't blame him. Really, suggesting Marvolo wanted to make slaves out of squibs and use them in some sort of convoluted breeding program. It really made one wonder where Dumbledore got those ideas from. Marvolo shook his head to get rid of the speculating thoughts. Professor Dumbledore was pretty set against me the moment he met me back at the orphanage. I admit that I didn't have the best reputation with the staff there, but I would love to know how he would have coped as the only magical person there, being bullied, suspected at every turn, competing with others for limited supplies. Marvolo trailed off. It would be interesting to see how a young Dumbledore would have developed if thrust into the same circumstances. But the old argument of nurture versus nature wasn't one Marvolo was going to debate now, or any time soon. What should we do about that letter? Cornelius asked. I don't think it would be wise to just ignore this slandering phantasm of a story. Marvolo nodded. I agree. Maybe let someone from the board learn about the letter. You're not a healer bound by a vow, or in any other way obligated to keep the contents of this letter private. In fact, if the minister wanted, he could let the letter be printed in the Daily Prophet if he wanted to. We let the content slip to a few people if you don't want to bring it to the governors directly, but I think it would look better if you did that. Whatever else that letter does, it clearly shows that Albus Dumbledore isn't fit to be in a position of responsibility for children. Now Cornelius' gaze turned calculating. And it won't bother you if what all is hinted at, claimed to be true, and said about you in this letter comes to be wider knowledge, Marvolo. How considerate of the minister. Marvolo smiled and shook his head. Those who will believe ill of me based on the past will do so regardless. Those who judge me on my merits probably won't be bothered by unfounded accusations. And keeping the children safe, among them my son Harry, is more important. It felt good to use Harry's name out in the open, prove that he had managed to get closer to his son, that they had managed to strengthen their family. If you're certain. I am certain, Cornelius. Thank you for your consideration. After that they talked for quite some time more, but none of it was as interesting as the long, detailed letter of wild speculation Marvolo's old Transfiguration professor had written and sent to the minister. On his way to the atrium, from where he planned to apparate back home, Marvolo walked into Madame Bones and was drawn into a long discussion about the requirements in place to apply to the Aura training program. When they parted with polite wishes for a nice day, Marvolo was truly puzzled. Why would the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement want to speak with a former Dark Lord, as far as she knew, about if it was a good idea to lower the needed newt in potions? Marvolo had agreed with her that Severus was a hard taskmaster where potions were concerned, and even an owl in his subject would be enough for entry into the program if there was a more basic brewing segment added to the training. He even had suggested that the program could concentrate on recognizing dangerous brews and forbidden substances, over brewing, as there were dedicated members of the force doing the brewing for the department. Pleasantly confused, Marvolo returned to Griffin House, intending to fill in the questionnaire as the first step in the process of adopting Marcus. Ooh, with a sigh, Sirius placed another letter he had finished off to the side. Managing the family assets was a continuous and boring task. But as he much preferred having money to spend on nice clothes, good food, visits to the clubs of the city, to having to turn over every nut before spending it, there wasn't much Sirius could do. Looking over to the clock on the wall, telling the time, beside a few other things, Sirius sighed again. The time he had promised Remus to spend on the boring, administrative stuff wasn't over yet, and Harry was still in lessons, so he wouldn't be available on the mirror either. Moping wouldn't get the work done, so Sirius reached for the next letter in his in-basket, trying to shore up his work ethic. All weariness was forgotten once he glanced down at the envelope, seeing who had sent the letter to him. It was from Olivian. His wand made quick work of the seal on the back of the envelope, and only seconds later Sirius had unfolded the letter. He snorted. She certainly would have fit right in with his family's Slytherin tendencies. Whole letter was written in French, a language Sirius had told her he wasn't fluent in, neither reading and writing, nor speaking it. For a moment, he searched his brain for the translation spell Lily had all of them learn in their 7th year. She had insisted that they should learn it to get access to a wider variety of spells, suggesting they should each learn a different second language. Remus had managed to convince her that they hadn't enough time to do so, and should use translation spells in the interim. When Sirius was sure he wouldn't remember the spell, he got up from his surprisingly comfortable chair and walked over to the shelf that he stored the more useful charms and spell collections in. A few moments later, Sirius had found the right spell and was wandering back to his desk. The first thing he did was copy the letter over to another piece of parchment, storing the original back into its envelope. It would be a disaster if he miscast the spell and lost the original letter. Checking with the book, Sirius practiced the wand movement a few times, repeating the incantation in his mind, not really casting just yet. Then he placed the copied letter in the middle of his desk, removing all other parchments from the vicinity, so he would be sure to not accidentally translate them, and then cast the spell. A short glance showed that the text was now English, and Sirius set to reading what Olivian had written. Sirius, I talked to the twins. They want to meet you, but the school does not allow visits between students and non-family members during school hours. A direct meeting will have to wait until the break week, but both put the idea at stake, which you could write before. Enora assured me that letters are addressed to her with her name will definitely happen. However, an owl may take some time to fly from southern France to London. Spring break starts in the 2nd week of April. The time should be enough to find a solution that works for all of us. Please make a suggestion when you are available during this time. I will go home on Wednesday. If you want to meet me before, please let me know. Maybe I can find a gap in my schedule. Regards, Olivian. All in all, it looked like a fairly smooth translation, with the exception of a few hiccups in the middle. Maybe it would be wise to let Remus have a look before Sirius wrote an answer and made an attempt to write a letter to his daughters. Of course, he had considered that possibility. In fact, he was relieved that Olivian didn't insist that he send letters to the twins to her first, so she could monitor their conversations. He would feel much better this way. Getting a scrap parchment, one where he had removed more than one draft already, rendering it rather thin, from the pile off to the side, Sirius made notes of what he might write to his daughters. The first letter should be to both of them, offering them separate letters if they wanted them. Once the time had moved on to where Harry's lessons for the day should be over, Sirius took a break from his mad scribbling and got the mirror out of his robe pocket. It took a moment, but then Harry's slightly worried face replaced Sirius' reflection. Sirius, what's the matter? I'm on my way down to the dorm to pack my books away. And true to his word, Sirius saw the walls moving past Harry, or rather Harry moving past the walls. The view through the mirror had a curious effect on perception. I promised Remus that I would finish some of my correspondence and part of the rest of all that boring stuff that you have to look forward to. But I'm bored and thought it would be more fun to speak with you, godson. Harry rolled his eyes, making Sirius smile. It was good to see how well Harry was coping with everything and how happy and healthy he obviously was. That first meeting between them, with Sirius in his other form, near where Lily's sourpuss of a sister was living, still was a dark spot in Sirius' memories and made an appearance in his nightmares from time to time. At the time, he hadn't really understood what he had seen, but since then, he had learned how Harry had been fleeing the house of Petunia to escape verbal abuse, lacking rations, and too many chores, largely heaped on him by the whale's sister Marge, or something. Even with the one facilitating the changes being Lord Slytherin, Sirius was happy that they were taking place. One could think that you still are no older than 15, trying to ignore all the homework. Harry laughed. Someone on Harry's end of the conversation called something that Sirius couldn't properly understand. Go ahead. I'll walk a little slower. We'll meet in the common room. Harry's attention returned to the mirror and therefore Sirius. Beside procrastination, why did you call now? Sirius smiled. I got a letter from Olivian. She wrote in French, so my translation is from a spell. Not sure how good it really is, but the twins want to meet with me. In the spring holidays, which is in April. Until then, I get to write them. But I really don't know what to write. So I thought, why not ask my godson? He's just a year older. He surely knows how to talk to girls his age. Sirius felt himself blush, because he was so aware that he was rambling but couldn't stop himself. Harry laughed. You're confusing me with your younger version, Sirius. I'm a disaster speaking with girls who haven't been my friends for a while, but I guess I can give you some pointers as to what might be useful conversation starters. Sirius nodded enthusiastically. That sounded like a great idea. Ask about school. Their favorite subjects, their least favorite, professors. You can tell them what you liked or disliked at their age, but I guess you should limit the number of stories about pranks to one per letter. Sirius took notes, while Harry talked and portraits, lights, and bare walls moved past his head. You could also ask or talk about Quidditch, offer them to answer question they might have. I guess that might be a good start. Harry shrugged, still walking and hitching his bag back up on his shoulder. Sirius nodded. Thanks, that's helpful. How is your second term starting? Have they put out the information pamphlets yet? They slid into one of their normal conversations after that, until Harry reached the dungeons proper, where he insisted on ending the call, as no one not of Slytherin was to know where exactly the entrance was, or the current password to get in. Sirius played up how wounded he felt to not be trusted, but couldn't stop himself from laughing when Harry pointed out that he was one of the most Gryffindor people Harry had ever met. It simply was the truth. With the new input from Harry, his letter writing got easier, until he suddenly remembered that the twins spoke French. Would they be able to read a letter he had written in English? Certainly, their mother spoke English rather well, but that said nothing about the ability of the girls. Language studies often were less important at magical schools. When Remus came home from his trip to gather some potions ingredients, he preferred to brew his own medical potions, pain relief and the like. He found his friend asleep at his desk, surrounded by many half-finished letters by the look of it. With a chuckle, he prodded Sirius awake, so he would sleep the rest of the night in his own bed. He would be in a bad mood if he slept at the desk the whole night, and Remus wasn't willing to spend a day with a grumpy Sirius. Come, Padfoot, it's time for bed. Guiding his grumbling, only half-awake friend into his room, Remus wondered what had been so important or interesting that Sirius had managed to stay in his study so long that he fell asleep at the desk. He would ask him tomorrow. With great care, Severus helped Sonia in her beautiful woolen robes out of the flue, getting his wand from the holster with a flick of his hand, to cast a spell at them both to get rid of the soot. Traveling such a long distance by flue was a sure way to get your robes covered in soot. The smile she gave him to that was so radiant that Severus stood there a moment, smiling back, ignoring their surrounding. Then a polite little cough drew their attention, and they both turned from smiling at each other to see an elf standing there. Flim is sorry. Master is wanting you to be in dining room. Food is ready to be eaten. A wave of the elf's hand let their warm clothes move over to a clothes rack where other cloaks, scarves, and hats were already sitting. Then he waddled away from them, clearly expecting that they would follow. Sonia gave Severus a shrug with an amused air. Since she had come to Hogwarts, and with the time they had spent with the three elves at Prince Manor, she had relaxed in the presence of house elves, had come to like a few of them quite well, in fact. So they followed the elf through the hall towards the dining room from where animated voices were to be heard. Severus had been here before, delivering potions for his lord's heir, giving lessons in basic brewing techniques and occlumency to the boy, and reporting to his lord. But then he had been either in brewing robes, or even his Death Eater garb, not in one of his best sets of robes that he had acquired since he had taken up the title of Lord Prince. Severus really was curious what the bigger purpose behind this dinner party was. Socializing simply for the sake of spending time with others just didn't match up with his image of the Dark Lord. Ah, Severus, Sanya, welcome to Griffin House. Come in and sit down. For a moment, Severus felt like he had stepped into a warped version of the world he was living in. Then his dark eyes found the blue eyes of his lord, and he felt the well-known presence of the other's mind at the borders of his own. There was the request to go along with this, even without prior warning, and the feeling of acknowledging a service rendered or a task completed dutifully. So Severus smiled, gently squeezed Sanya's hand on his arm to let her know to go along with this, and returned the greeting with as much warmth as he ever had shown someone in a social context. Marvelo, it was a welcome distraction to get the invitation for this evening. Thank you very much. Severus noticed a few startled flinches at this familiar greeting among the others present for this evening. Lucius was here, as was Lord Lestrange, but there also were more Death Eaters and their spouses present, and no one else. Only Death Eaters, their partners, if they had one, so everyone knew that this casual use of given names was much more important than it would have been if even one of them had been someone different. With more pleasantries exchanged, Sanya and Severus found their places at the long table, close to where the Dark Lord was sitting at the head of the table between Lord Lestrange and Lucius, who had his wife sitting at his other side. Once the first course, a warm, hearty soup, was served, Marvelo, getting into a role, helped immensely in playing it, so Severus thought the name he had to use, started idle conversation up again, seemingly not paying attention to the other conversations reluctantly starting up around the table. I'm a little amazed that Minerva McGonagall let the both of you be absent on a school night. Sonia grinned as she answered, because Severus had just taken a spoon of soup. She is clearly indulging us, the newlyweds, with this, and I have to say the support of the whole staff. She smiled winningly and with a mischievous glint in her eyes up to Severus. Phileas even said Severus, and I should get off at least one evening per week. There were a few nervous laughs around the table, and Severus gave his lovely wife a playful glare before turning towards the head of the table. As Aurora was willing to keep an eye on the Slytherins this evening, Minerva was more than willing to allow us the freedom to enjoy an evening away from the castle. During another course of the meal, some sort of risotto artfully arranged on a small plate, the conversation drifted from one inane topic to the other. It was polite enough conversation, as Severus had come to expect at the beginning of most social events, but couldn't quite fit with the fact that this was in some way a meeting of Death Eaters and their lord, even if the addition of the spouses made it a somewhat more socially acceptable version. And then, suddenly, the hints at a pattern Severus had seen the whole evening clicked into place. The topics revolved around the children of those present. Only those that had children at school now at this very moment, and most of them in Slytherin, were here. Lord Lestrange had his heiress, Lucius and Narcissa had their son Draco, Hilo Greengrass had his nieces, Daphne and Astoria, and the others all were parents of students in his house. I started the adoption process for young Marcus today. There are questions in that paperwork that are truly ridiculous. Tell me, could you answer in a short and accurate way what a 5-year-old wished to take up as a career from one day to the other? Marcus has changed his mind at least 3 times since I met him the first time. From dragon tamer, to potions master, to fireman. Whenever I read him the story of the Fountain of Fair Fortune, he insists on becoming a knight when he is grown. The way Marvelo talked clearly invited the others to share a similar anecdote of their own children, or those they knew well. Draco wanted to be a dragon tamer for a while, but professional Quidditch player surely was the favorite for longest. After that, anecdotes of childish antics came flowing easier, and more than once Narcissa and Lucius, as well as Severus and Sanya, were the targets of more or less friendly teasing about young children and the hardships they could bring to their parents. Adopting a teenager probably spared me a lot of those troubles. But I hope to have some of the more rewarding experiences to share with Marcus once he comes to live here, and I hope he'll make me as proud as Harry does. I heard recently that he seems to be easily capable of holding his own even against several more experienced students. Isn't that true, Severus? And there it was, the little evil smirk making it clear to everyone that Marvolo, their lord, was referring to something that hadn't been a training session during the defense club meetings, or a tutoring session sometimes happening between the older and younger students from the House of Slytherin at Hogwarts. Oh, it certainly is true. The wards I have on the rooms only activate if there are spells cast in a rapid succession, normally indicating that several people are ganging up on one or two others. As a professor and head of house, I can't let such things get out of hand. But when I checked, it was pretty obvious that only your son, Marvolo, had been the one casting. And by the looks on the faces of his closest friends, not one of them had been even truly worried, mostly keeping an eye on his back. Out of curiosity, Severus had tried to cast Petrificus Totalis that fast, and often in that shorter time span, and had noticed that he couldn't do it other than silently. The incantation simply was too long to permit anything else. He wasn't quite sure yet if that truly meant that Harry Slytherin had cast those spells silently. Severus thought it possible that the boy had used a different spell with a shorter incantation. After that, all those parents of Slytherin upper ears were on the edge of their seats, clearly wanting to check in with their progeny, demanding to know what had happened and how they could have been so careless. Severus enjoyed himself immensely and gladly helped his lord brag about the advances the young boy had made in all his classes this year, considering the handicap he had had to fight against all his time at Hogwarts. It was a happily humming Severus who crawled into bed that evening, greeted by a chuckling Sonia. I think you truly love to put people on the spot and make them realize their faults and weaknesses, don't you? I might, Severus admitted, drawing her into his arms. But it seems that it's even more fun when aimed at adults. I'll have to keep that in mind and try it at the next Wisengamot session. Cleaning his mind, as he was accustomed to doing, Severus reflected that tag-teaming the parents of those careless students had been great fun, and that he wasn't averse to repeating the exercise. Chapter 82, Conspiracy. Chapter text Tuesday, 30th of January 1996. Idly stirring the spoonful of honey into his coffee, Severus let his gaze wander over the students sitting at the 4 house tables. Sonia and he had been up at an early hour discussing an article that might be useful in their own quest to find a substitute for the ancestry test the goblins had a monopoly on. Maybe the author of that article could help them in performing more thorough tests once they had finished the preliminary tests with humans. To get a scale of colors and how to interpret them consistently, they would need much more than only a handful of examples. Severus let his dark eyes wander over the hall. The students were either lethargic, fighting to wake up enough that they would be able to follow the lectures in the first lesson of their day, or hyperactive. In his years teaching, Severus had watched the transformation from energetic 11-year-old to sleepwalking teenager many times. Over at the Gryffindor table, the older students were annoyed by the younger students and the Weasley twins. At the Slytherin table, the younger students knew better than to disturb the older ones. The do not anger list clearly also included the adopted son of Lord Slytherin, who was eating a balanced meal. He obviously had picked up good habits during the time his meals had been especially catered to his needs during the summer, and talked with the others surrounding him. If someone had told him just a year prior that the son of James Potter and Lily would sit and talk amiably with the children of Lucius Malfoy, Benjamin Nott, and other suspected Death Eaters, he would have called in the healers from St. Mungo's. And now here he was, witnessing that exact scene, and not for the first time either. It seemed that the boy had inherited the big, kind heart of his mother, judging by the way he had let go of the past. In becoming friends, if tentatively, with Draco and accepting the Dark Lord as his guardian, Mr. Slytherin had provided ample proof of his capability of forgiveness. If Severus had to find someone even close to that level of a forgiving nature, Not even Dumbledore would measure up. Old Headmaster had forgiven Severus and given him a second chance, but the fact that Dumbledore had insisted on Severus spying for the Order of the Phoenix, therefore forcing Severus to continue to do things some people would call evil, diminished the level of forgiveness considerably. Redirecting his thoughts to more cheerful topics, Severus took a drink from his coffee and then speared a piece of baked apple from his plate. Sanya was sitting next to him, deep in conversation with Pomona. It seemed as if his wife was haggling to get some cuttings from more rare plants, which were housed in the school's greenhouses, for their own potions, ingredients garden at Prince Manor. Severus emptied his mug of coffee, contemplating a third one, as the morning post arrived with a mass of owls filling the air with the rustling of many feathers. One unremarkable owl landed carefully near Severus among the bowls and platters of food, expertly avoiding tipping over the pitcher of milk. Slipping a nut into the small pouch attached to the owl's leg, Severus took the newspaper from the bird, not paying it that much attention. They never waited for any affection anyway. The first thing capturing his attention, the moment he had unfolded the newspaper, breaking the waterproofing charm cast on it in an effort to shield the ink, was the headline over the article on the front page. Dumbledore believes in conspiracy. With his brows rising steadily up his forehead, Severus speedily read the article, as always littered with more adjectives and exclamations than should be allowed in a publication claiming to inform about news, to a steadily growing backdrop of murmurs and shocked outcries from the students. And the reaction was only too easy to understand. After all, the article claimed that Albus Dumbledore had written a letter to the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, claiming that Lord Slytherin was preparing to abduct all Muggle-born witches and wizards from their families. The article used a more colorful language and stretched the whole affair out over way more paragraphs than were strictly needed, but in essence that was what it said. "Can you believe it? Albus writing such a letter?" Pomona asked in clear distress. Severus rolled his eyes, avoiding making eye contact with anyone lest he be dragged into the surely terribly trying conversation to follow. "Sadly, I can," Phileas spoke up, clearly worried. "I'm curious, though, how the letter came into the hands or to the notice of Miss Skeeter, if the claim is true that it was sent to the minister." That was a good question indeed, but judging by the tone the article was going for, Severus thought it might have been intentional. Painting Albus Dumbledore in such a bad light would aid in removing him from the political picture, which clearly would ease the way for the changes the Dark Lord wanted to make. Sanya reached for the paper Severus still was holding, and with a small smile he let go, so she was able to read the article for herself. Eating his breakfast in silence, Severus listened to the staff's reaction, sure that his lord would be interested to learn what they all had thought, and especially said out loud. He would need to listen in to the chatter of his students to gather a more complete picture, but at the moment, this article seemed to have severely shaken the base some had built their trust for the old wizard on. As the morning meal was coming to a close, Severus wished Sanya a good day with a kiss right there in front of everyone, and was about to turn to walk out of the hall when Minerva spoke up. "We'll have a staff meeting this evening, after dinner." Agreeing murmurs were her only answer as the professors dispersed on the way to their classrooms and the first lesson of the day. Uo Aberforth snorted for the third time in as many minutes. That tickled Albus. Curiosity more than anything had so far this morning. He was waiting for Cornelius to visit, asking for advice, or even help, from Albus on how to act regarding Tom and his plans, which made Albus anxious. He really didn't like waiting, and found that his stint in hospital hadn't heightened his patience any. After all, his letter should have reached the ministry yesterday with the morning mail. There had been plenty of time for Cornelius to react. "What's so funny? Don't make me wait until you have finished the prophet, Aberforth." Mark scowling at his brother, Albus reached for the honey pot, planning to spread it on one of the toast slices. "You did write to Fudge?" Aberforth asked, peering over the top edge of the newspaper. Albus nodded, a little confused. Why was Aberforth asking that? How did he even know? Aberforth snorted again. "I'll bet you a good pint of my finest ale that you'll never guess what happened with your letter." Albus blinked, the knife he was using sliding over the toast with a scratching noise. Cornelius had already given a statement to the press. That was unusually forward of the man. "I think you'll lose that bet, Aberforth." The way you're acting, it's clear that someone wrote an article about what I wrote. Sometimes Aberforth was a little silly. That's true enough, but I don't think you'll like what you're called in here. Aberforth's eyes were hard and quickly moved over the text. Here, that's a really good one. Fearmonger, they call you. And here, that's another good one. Lunatic. Oh, even better. A raving lunatic. I think you might want to go back to the hospital. With widening eyes, Albus waved his hand and ripped the newspaper out of his brother's hands with a silent, wandless summoning charm. That couldn't be. That sounded like Rita Skeeter was once again trying to systematically destroy his reputation. Blue Eyes quickly scanned the article and came to the conclusion that this was an attempt to slander his name. A good attempt, by all that he could see. Was this really what he had written? Albus felt his heart beat faster, his breaths quickening. Miss Skeeter had a tendency to exaggerate. Surely she had done so here. Suddenly, Albus wasn't so sure anymore, and wasn't that one of the more frightening thoughts he had ever had? Take your potion, Albus, Aberforth said, quiet but with authority. A potion phial was placed before Albus on the table with a soft sound. Searching for his brother's eyes, Albus looked up. The mocking and teasing were gone, leaving pity as the only thing Albus could see. Feeling numb, the thought of truly losing his mind was paralyzing. Albus reached for the small phial, removed the small stopper, and swallowed the potion in one go. Maybe he truly needed more help. Aberforth's idea of going back to the hospital might be a good one. Ooh, it had been a great day. A truly wonderful day. Full of delights, as more and more letters had come assuring him that the people didn't believe a word of what Albus Dumbledore claimed of his plans and actions. And he was having a lot of fun right now. Dodging another of the Boyle curses thrown by Benjamin, Marvolo took quick stock of where the others were. The three of them were working together quite well. He had set strict rules for their duels, which were inspired by the rules of the mock battles the children had fought during the Defense Club meetings, aimed at increasing their mobility and accuracy of aim, as well as their ability to use their surroundings. A well-aimed transfiguration from Marvolo's wand changed the upper layer of dust and grime to water, and another spell let that water freeze to ice. With a yelp, Lucius landed on his ass, making an excellent target for Marvolo, who had no trouble landing a spell on the man's arm. To do that, he had to extend his arm out from behind the box he had used as cover, getting struck with a curse himself. Cursing in hissing parcel tongue, Marvolo snatched his arm back, quickly moving to another part of the room, which was filled with conjured and transfigured objects, to get away from where the others thought he was hiding. The boils were spreading quickly, swelling and aching. He was not allowed to cast the counter curse, even though he had specifically selected this curse as the only means of direct attack because it was easy to counter. So the swelling and the increasing pain started to impede his ability to hold his wand in his dominant hand. Switching his wand to his other hand, Marvolo decided to go all out. A quick spell transfigured the all-present dust particles floating through the air into much bigger and a lot less dense balls, which he then sent with a wave of his painfully curled hand towards where the others were trying to organize a concerted effort to subdue him with hurried whispers. The balls were too light to do any harm, but there were so many that they were an effective distraction. It wasn't easy casting with his offhand, but nevertheless, Marvolo was quick enough, and much better with his aim now after countless mock duels, to target each of the three wizards practicing with him, and managing to land a curse, either on their wand arms or faces. Pained hisses, and the sound of heavy bodies colliding with walls, the floor, and the obstacles in the room, filled the sudden silence. Marvolo stepped confidently out of the shadow between two stacks of boxes, a small evil smirk on his lips. Xerxes rolled over into his feet. And the school permits such exercises in that defense club your heir is running, my lord. I have trouble believing that. Marvolo chuckled, holding his arm out so one of the others could cast the counter to remove the now positively virulent-looking boils. Harry lets them use soft balls spelled to stick to whatever they touch, or color-changing spells. I can't see how any professor might object to that version. Benjamin had cast the counter and had freed Marvolo from the nasty consequences of the curse they had been using instead of Harry's more tame version of this same exercise. It certainly changes things when the possible spells to use are limited by more than the ability of the healer at hand. he observed, before rising to his feet carefully, and as if he was in quite a bit of pain. Judging by the way Draco has improved since the summer, it's an effective way of training reflexes, Lucius said, freed of his own share of boils by Xerxes, and preparing to help the other wizard get rid of his own. I have to agree, Xerxes nodded, otherwise holding still and pointing out the places where he had been hit earlier. The stories being told between my acquaintances about what their children are writing from school mostly revolve around another unbelievable feat of magic a lord's heir has performed. The newest one claims he incapacitated between 5 and 15. The numbers vary, older students with silent spells. Flexing his limbs to test if Lucius had gotten all the boils, Xerxes turned to look at Marvolo. I remember that you always were the first to master any new spells silently, my lord. Finishing the last counter for Benjamin with a flick of his wrist, Marvolo smirked over at his old friend. I wouldn't be surprised if my son had a talent for silent casting. Some aspects of our family magic lend themselves to a more instinctive understanding of the requirements to cast silently. He grinned and waved for his dueling partners to follow him. I haven't heard that story yet. Severus could only inform me of what he found in the common room when he went to investigate. Is that story linked to the incident we spoke about yesterday? Marvolo would have bet a lot of galleons on that, but he wanted to know what people were talking about. It was always beneficial to know how the truth was distorted in repeated retellings of an incident. It seems to be, my lord, Lucius finally confirmed. Theo wrote something similar. Said the older students had been resentful of the way your heir just jumped to the top of the hierarchy, challenged him under the influence of some liquid courage. Not that it did them any good. Benjamin snorted, and chuckles from the others made clear they all agreed. Your son didn't tell you, my lord. Marvolo smiled and shook his head. I think he might have anticipated a rather forceful reaction from me. And he isn't the kind of teenager to run to an authority figure to intervene in something as trivial as a small scuffle in the common room. He had said it with only a hint of the pride he felt that Harry wasn't only at the top of Slytherin House because of the fact he was heir, but for his own capability to hold the place, based on both ability and the fact that he was willing to hold himself to the obligations coming with the position. Of course, Marvolo didn't miss the small flicker of Lucius' eyes at the not-so-subtle dig at Lucius, son Draco's tendency to invoke his father's name at every opportunity. They settled in Marvolo's study with a few good cups of warm, strong tea, delicious small cherry-filled pastries, and some of the best chocolate money could buy. Exchanging some inconsequential small talk, they kept an eye on each other to make sure that their earlier activities hadn't affected anyone in a dangerous way. It always had puzzled Marvolo in his youth how so many could try themselves in the dark arts, old rituals, and generally dangerous magics without taking the proper precautions. And he was sure he would have trouble finding someone who would not be surprised to hear him say that he approved of the restricted section in the Hogwarts library. It was a sad truth that the needed precautions often were missing from the texts detailing the dangerous magic, now mostly made illegal and banned. And it was a fact he still struggled with from time to time that his own youthful ignorance had led him to disregard the dangers of Horcruxes. The simple truth was that not everyone was competent to use dark spells or dangerous rituals, but that was no reason to restrict them from being used at all. It just needed much better qualified teachers to make sure that those who learned properly. When the required time had passed, the others left one by one. Xerxes was the last to leave. Happy for you, Marvolo. Marvolo was reasonably sure that Xerxes wasn't congratulating him on his handling of Dumbledore's latest, admittedly weak, attempt to drag his name through the mud. What are you referring to? The fact that your son finally agreed to let you use his nickname. The others might not see it, but the last time I saw you so purely happy, I'm not sure I've ever seen you as happy as you have been today every time you used his name. Marvolo hummed, and then nodded slowly. I hope adopting another child will add to that, but I'm aware that such a young boy will also cause more trouble than Harry has done so far. Xerxes only nodded and returned home, foregoing all the ceremony Marvolo had insisted on in the past. Marvolo himself walked back into his office to retrieve Nagini before he returned home to Griffin House. He had paperwork to go through, building a fortune for the Slytherin family, separate from the money he was managing from the Potter assets, was a lot of work, and a curious letter from Amelia Bones to answer. She had asked him for a meeting in Diagon Alley, not using the official stationery of the DMLE, but her private one. It was all rather curious, but nothing he could get to the bottom of just now. With a complaining Nagini in tow, why hadn't she been allowed to play with them earlier? Marvolo returned home and settled comfortably in an armchair in front of the fire to call Harry and ask him about his day. Getting an account of the reactions to the prophet from his perspective would be a great ending to this day. Ooh, with a weary sigh, Severus sat down in his favoured chair in the staff room. It was time for the meeting Minerva had called, and Severus was pretty sure he knew was the topic would be. We need to decide where we stand in the matter of Albus. Minerva stormed into the room, starting to speak the moment the door had closed behind her. I fear the board will try to remove him from the position of headmaster on a more permanent basis. She made a dramatic pause and sat down in the chair she always used, leaving Albus' chair empty. And as the prophet has shown us this morning, their chances are better than ever. And that started a discussion which probably would last for hours. Severus sat back in his chair, watching the useless theories and plans be constructed, and discarded one after the other. It would be a long evening. Wednesday, 31st of January 1996. The school looked like a great place for children. Anne was pretty sure she would have loved to go to school here, each morning traveling to a magical place, learning all about the ways she was different from the other children in her neighborhood, and returning back home to her family in the evening. Sadly, this school where children from families with the knowledge of magic and those from families where they were the first magical person had only been founded recently. Anne followed the man who had been waiting by the flue to greet her and to observe her conversation with the young boy. He had introduced himself as Mr. London and seemed to be a squib. She wasn't sure what made her think that, but as she hadn't seen a wand on him so far, she wasn't about to disregard her instincts. Puzzling about this helped her keep her nerves. She had started to work at the ministry only a few months back, and this was the first time she was on her own on an assignment, and that on a high-profile case like this. "Here we are, Miss Lucas. The boy should join us shortly," Mr. London said, walking over to a chair standing next to a half-shelf filled with colourful books and a few wooden toys, figurines of dragons, unicorns, and other creatures, to sit down. Anne looked around herself. They now were in a small room with a low table in the middle, surrounded with low chairs, toys for small children in a box at the side, the chair now occupied by Mr. London, and different pictures on the walls. All in all, it was rather cozy, but not like any room Anne could remember from her own schools. She settled down and prepared to wait for a while, when the door she had just closed behind herself was opened again, and a small boy hurried in, almost skipping. He was followed by a young witch. At least the robes over her dress indicated as much, who smiled at Anne. "I'll wait outside. Just tell me when you're finished so I can escort Marcus back to his class. I assume Mr. London has informed you that he will stay to represent Marcus in this." Mr. London hadn't, but Anne had been informed that a representative of the school would stay during their conversation. It seemed a little odd to her. The man's presence might influence Marcus to say something just to please the man, or make him afraid to say the truth. On the other hand, young children could refuse to speak to a stranger if no known person was there with them all. "I have been informed of the process. Thank you." Anne smiled and turned to the boy who already had taken a seat and was getting out the paper and colored pencils to work on some picture. Anne walked over to sit down herself and tried to determine how best to start this. "Hello, Marcus. Do you know who I am?" A bright red pencil was moved over the paper in big circles. "A witch from the ministry. The others say if I say the right things, you'll let Marvolo adopt me." Anne furrowed her brow. Who had said something so wrong to the boy, if he said the right things? Before she could ask another question, Marcus continued to speak, not looking at her. But Marvolo said not to worry. "We're family. It might take some time, but we'll be living together." Letting the comment about others and their claim he needed to say the right things go for the moment, Anne asked her next question. "So you would like to live with Lord Slytherin?" At this, Marcus looked up with a big grin on his face and nodded with enthusiasm. "Very much. Have you met him often?" "He comes to the school when he can." "We have cleaned out. A cold shiver ran down Anne's spine the moment the boy suddenly hissed in the middle of his sentence. Was that Parseltongue? If it was, there clearly was no question that this boy belonged to the Slytherin family. And judging by the way he happily prattled on about what he had experienced with Lord Slytherin and the man's familiar, and even the boy who lived, Marcus knew the family quite well already and looked forward to living with them. Anne kept her script, asking all the questions required of her and noting down all the answers. After the boy hissed a few more times during that, seemingly always when he spoke about a snake that was living at the school in the science classroom, Anne was too happy to leave again. Her report would be in favor of the adoption, but she was pretty certain she never would feel comfortable around people able to speak that language. It was unnatural somehow. Staunchly ignoring the hypocrisy of someone able to cast spells, calling something else unnatural, Anne followed Mr. London back to the flue from where she gladly departed for the Ministry of Magic. She had forms to fill out and another visit to the school to prepare. There was a lot of work to do, now that the process for adoptions had been reworked by the Wisengamot. Uo Harry had gotten a letter from the ministry in the Morning Post. The haughty owl delivering it had left without accepting the piece of bacon Harry had offered her. The letter had been written on low-quality parchment, like many official letters from the ministry, which weren't from a department head. It had announced the arrival of a case worker from the ministry in the adoption process of Marcus Everard, who wanted to ask Harry a few questions. Another letter, this one from Madame Longbottom, had announced that she would stand in for his guardian during this interview, as Lord Slytherin couldn't do it himself this time. Both letters had said that they would meet with him after lessons, and that the meeting would take place in the headmaster's office. When he had told this to his friends, all of them, Gryffindors as well as Slytherins, had voiced their concern over the fact that all the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses would be able to listen in. The reasons they thought that bad had differed, but that wasn't really anything new. Harry had had to concede that it wasn't really what he would prefer for such a meeting, but as he couldn't really say anything that couldn't be said in public anyway, he wanted them to be able to adopt Marcus into their family. The fact that he didn't see any way to change the meeting place wasn't really a problem. With that many witnesses, it might even be better, because no one could claim he had said things that he hadn't. At the moment, Harry was on his way up to the circular office, hoping that someone would open the door for him, as he didn't know what Professor McGonagall used as her password. "There you are, Henry." Madame Longbottom smiled at him. Harry noticed that she had left the hat with the stuffed vulture at home, opting for a less extravagant dark red pointed hat instead. "I had wondered how I would get into the office," Harry said, feeling relieved that at least that little problem had resolved itself. "There's no reason to be nervous. The questions will be easy, and there are no wrong answers. Stick to the truth, and all will be well." Madame Longbottom patted him on the shoulder in an attempt to calm him down, smiling. While they took the last steps to the gargoyle, Harry thought to himself that there were a lot of wrong answers he could give. He needed to be careful, really careful. One wrong step, pretending too hard, or letting something slip that shouldn't be known, could ruin so much more than their chance to adopt Marcus and give him a good home. On top of the revolving stairs, just before Madame Longbottom could knock to announce their presence, Harry took a deep breath and started to clear his mind. The border between Marvolo and the Dark Lord was clear enough. If he kept his wits about him, he should be able to tell only those things belonging to Marvolo, the man who had worked hard to be a good father. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Slytherin, Augusta. Come in and sit down." Professor McGonagall greeted them briskly from behind the desk. Harry realized that she didn't seem too happy and remembered that she was close to Dumbledore and had fought against Voldemort before that night. The room hadn't changed much since Harry had been here last. There were 3 chairs in the room before the desk, where normally only 2 stood, facing the desk, but they fit perfectly into the eccentric style Headmaster Dumbledore favored. The number of people present was another difference. There was an aura present, recognizable because of the robes, and the woman who had also been there at his own adoption. Then there were Professor McGonagall, Madame Longbottom, and Harry himself. It was rather crowded in here. "Hello, Harry. Please have a seat." "Not sure if you remember me. I'm Amanda Wispy, and I'm here to ask you a few questions." She smiled in a friendly manner, and Harry remembered the cluttered office he had seen the day he had been adopted. If he could have, he would have sent to himself a message that day that everything would work out all right. On the other hand, if someone had handed him a piece of parchment claiming just that on his way up to the office of Mrs. Wispy, he would probably have felt more apprehension. "It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Wispy." Harry returned the greeting and sat down, ignoring the aura, following the lead of the others on that one. With great concentration, Harry managed not to fidget or blurt out a question of his own. Hopefully this wouldn't take long. "I guess you're aware that your father has applied to adopt another child." Mrs. Wispy had sat down in another chair directly opposite Harry's, a smile on her face and writing implements in her hand. Harry nodded, trying for a polite, interested but calm expression. "I was there when we learned that he's a Parselmouth just like us, so yes, I know." The aura shifted from one foot to the other, radiating unease, but Harry tried his best to ignore the man. "And what do you think of adding a young boy to your young family?" Her question sounded a little obvious, but maybe that was intentional. Why should she try to trick him anyway? "I've been the one to bring it up." "I'm not sure, but I guess Father was a little surprised. He thought for a long time that he was the last of Slytherin's line. The possibility that the talent might go dormant in squib lines for several generations hadn't really been among the things he had considered. "You haven't been Lord Slytherin's son for all that long. How do you feel about the situation?" Mrs. Wispy wanted to know, making Harry wish he could roll his eyes. The group of questions if Harry was happy with the prospect of a younger brother seemed to be finished. Dismissing his wonder over the number of possible questions she would ask if he had stayed vague with his answers, Harry deliberately waited a moment, pretending to think hard. "It wasn't easy at first, but I think we've both learned a lot, and now it's really good." And it was. It wasn't perfect, but expecting perfection was a sure way to never being happy. And Harry was determined to find happiness in his life. "I'm sure it is." Mrs. Wispy smiled kindly. "But I'm sure there have been reasons for you to disagree with him. I've never heard of a teenager always happy with the decisions of their parents." That almost certainly was a trick question, albeit one easy to spot. If he claimed that there never had been any disagreement, it would look suspicious, as if he were trying to hide something. "Not many." At first, I wasn't happy that he insisted I carry an emergency portkey with a location charm on it at all times. I even once took it off and left it behind somewhere in the garden. But after the Dementors attacked, I saw the value of having a way to escape on hand. I wasn't happy that he made me take an adult along on Hogsmeade weekends while the Death Eaters who escaped from Azkaban were on the run. Harry trailed off, shrugging. Maybe if he hadn't known danger so well firsthand, and hadn't been a little happy to have someone actually care, he would have been inclined to go against those rules. But he did know danger intimately, and enjoyed being cared for despite himself. So he's never had reason to punish you. Mrs. Wispy still smiled with unparalleled kindness, and Harry started to suspect that it might be a mask after all. But he could be wrong. Seeing plots where there were none was a real danger. When I left the portkey behind, he made me answer a kind of quiz. Harry chuckled, remembering the outlandish questions and answer possibilities that had been in that quiz. One with several possible answers given per question. It was fun in a way. While Harry thought back, searching for more situations in which he had been punished, it was silent in the room, only the fire making any sound. "I guess that was the only time," Harry finally said, astonished. Had it really been just that one time? Maybe. He always explains why something is the way it is, or why I can't do something. The Dursleys never did. Harry shrugged again. "I guess it helps that he's so different and knows a bit about how it is, growing up without parents." Harry would have liked to say more, really praise what Marvolo had done that Dumbledore never did, or the Dursleys, or any other adult in the past. But he knew he couldn't do that, and hoped to keep the problems with his aunt and uncle from the public. Marvolo's exposing his past had been a good move politically. Harry wasn't in need of that kind of publicity, so he preferred not to expose his past. Mrs. Wispy asked more questions, all of them clearly intended to get a feeling for Marvolo's competence as a parent. What they ate for meals, who prepared them, and other things like that. Harry told about Flim, who was handling all the housework and was really good with preparing food. The fact that Marvolo made sure that Harry saw a healer and how they had studied together during the summer. It was relatively easy to gloss over things like the fact that the healer had broken several of Harry's bones, or leave out how Marvolo had made an unbreakable vow not to harm or kill Harry. Instead, he concentrated on small, friendly, but largely insignificant anecdotes. Buying clothes, visiting the potter mill, making Harry drop divination. At the end of it all, he felt drained and quickly walked towards the dungeons once he had said his farewells to Neville's Gran and the ministry workers. Not bothering to remember the current password to the common room, Harry hissed the simple parcel-tongue password at the door and stepped in. Most of the others seemed to be still up eating dinner, but Theo got up from one of the love seats by the fireplace the moment he spotted Harry. "How did it go?" Harry smiled, rubbing his hand over his eyes. "I think it went well." Mrs. Wispy was there to ask the questions, not sure why there was an aura present as well, but she clearly is in favor of simply placing kids into families with the same kind of magical talent. Shrugging again, he was doing that rather often today. Harry let himself fall into the armchair he used most of the time, facing towards his friend. Maybe the aura was supposed to ask questions as well, but it looked as if he hadn't been prepared to do so. Anyway, Madame Longbottom had no reason to interfere, and the portraits kept silent, but they seemed to pretend to sleep most of the time anyway. Theo smiled. "Can you imagine that I haven't been up to the headmaster's office even once so far? What do I need to do to get invited up there? Smuggle a dangerous beast into the school and rescue a few first years?" "Don't be silly," Harry chided. "It's a circular office with the walls filled with portraits of stuffy, old, sleeping people. Hardly worth the trouble, believe me." Theo nodded with a clearly exaggerated solemn expression. "I'll have to take your word for it." For a moment they sat in silence, slumped down into their respective seats. "What do you think? Go to the kitchens for some dinner?" "Sounds like a plan," Harry agreed and stood from his place. If he skipped dinner, he wouldn't sleep well. His talk with Marvolo and Sirius could wait until later. Talking about their current herbology assignment, Theo and Harry made their way to the kitchens, where they were served delicious food by the eager-to-please elves. Uwu, a sleeping Nagini weighing down his legs, Marvolo sat on his bed in his bedroom at Griffin House, casting a new log into the fire, using a levitation charm of course, so the room would stay warm until morning. Nagini did like the warmth, and Marvolo certainly had no objections to staying warm during the night. If he got cold in his sleep, he was likely to have nightmares. He hadn't asked Mrs. Goyle, but suspected that it was linked to the many nights he had spent shivering in the cold of his room at Wool's. But right now he felt warm and content. His familiar was curled up on top of him and most of his bed. He had eaten a good dinner, and he had a book close at hand that he would read before going to sleep after he had spoken with his son. Marvolo hissed to the mirror in his hand, settling a little deeper into the cushions stacked behind his back. The mirror flickered, and the reflective surface was replaced with the face of a tired Harry. The boy yawned and mumbled, "Oh, hello, father. How late is it?" "Not all that late. Did I wake you?" Was Harry getting a cold? Why would he sleep so early? The clearly more tangled than usual state of that impassable hair indicated that Harry really had already been asleep. Harry nodded. It was a hard day. He yawned again, placing his hand over his wide-open mouth, just in time not to grant Marvolo a straight look down his gullet. The visit from Mrs. Wispy on top of all the homework was a bit much today. Marvolo nodded. His own memories of Owl Year told basically the same story. Much too much homework, tests and quizzes, lots of revision, and a flourishing black market for stimulating and relaxing substances, or what people tried to pass off for them anyway. How did it go? Harry moved, probably sitting up, and rubbed a hand over his hair, musing it even more. "I think it went well. Mrs. Wispy clearly wants the adoption to go through. She was really happy that you were adopting me back in the summer, wasn't she?" And the aura who was with her didn't say a word. The boy shrugged, his green eyes unfocused in his clear exhaustion. Marvolo hummed. "As far as I heard, the aura had to jump in on rather short notice, because the one who was assigned the task had been called to another urgent task. He wasn't all that sure it had been the best idea, but as the process was so new, it was likely that no one would question the missing questions of the aura. Did you have a hand in that?" Harry suddenly seemed a lot more alert, eyes narrowed a little in suspicion. Shaking his head and laughing in approval, Marvolo denied that accusation. "No. I didn't order any of that, but there was a case of fraud in Diagon Alley today. Someone tried to pass off horse dung as dragon dung to an apothecary. It looked as if a duel would break out. Not something anyone should risk in the middle of an apothecary, believe me. One of mine saw the opportunity and asked for the aura assigned to come question you as a partner for that situation. As they usually work together, someone else needed to take over the assignment at Hogwarts with you today. Marvolo shrugged. I think it was a good idea to use the opportunity. Now Harry hummed and then shrugged. I guess it would have taken longer if the aura had asked question of his own, so there's that. I have no idea how I will survive all the homework. Accepting the change in topic, Marvolo asked for the details of Harry's lessons and where he had trouble. They kept the call short, as Harry really was rather tired and needed to sleep, and Marvolo was looking forward to reading in the comfort of his bed. The book he had found was a collection of wizarding fairy tales from India, only English translations, but interesting nonetheless. Thursday, 1st of February 1996, someone had bespelled a hop to play soft music in the background. Only the fact that most students were not really awake just yet made it possible to hear it with so many people present. Noel was cutting up a few apples to go with her poached egg and bread roll, her sister clutching a cup of black coffee in her hands, sitting next to her, when the letters came in. Some of the students who had been to Hogwarts last year, well, the last school year at least, had told those that had stayed in France in whispers of horror that the owls carrying the post actually had access to the hall where everyone was eating, bringing in water when it was raining, leaving feathers in the food, and generally tracking dirt on to the tables during breakfast. Noel was really happy that the whole thing with letters was organized differently here. Owls would leave their burdens in a room designed for that purpose, and the elves would deliver the post after they had checked it for dangers such as curses or poison. Not that there had been a reason that the security had been necessary in the recent past, but that was the way it was done here. Besides a few packets, sweets, and the like from parents and other relatives, magazines and newspapers, the letters were distributed. While the girls from their dorm, sitting at the same table, quickly bent over a magazine for young witches, Noel turned the letter that had been placed between her and her sister in her hands so she could read the address. She hadn't seen the handwriting before, but the fact that it wasn't one she recognized let her hope that it could be a letter from their father. "Enora, wake up. We have a letter." Noel poked her sister with a finger until she turned with a right glower to glare at her sister. If Enora had been a cat, her fur would have been standing on end, her fangs would be bared, and a hiss would surely disrupt the lovely harp music. "Don't be that way. I think it's from Sirius." Noel managed just in time to switch to using their probable father's given name. They had agreed to not talk about their possible father until they knew for sure. Some of their classmates were terrible gossips, and it could get annoying pretty fast if they got hold of that chance, that possibility in their lives. A letter. Enora still wasn't awake and wouldn't be until she had finished her coffee. Yes, a letter. Noel rolled her eyes and shook her head at her sister. Taking an unused knife from the table, she broke the seal and opened the letter. The letter was pretty long, at least 2 pages, if they weren't used on both sides, and the letter was written in English as a quick first look confirmed. Lucky for them, their mother had insisted that they learn English as a foreign language spoken in many parts of the world, additionally to the Latin and ancient Greek that was offered at Beauxbatons and taken by most students for at least a few years. While the level of noise around them slowly rose with the increased alertness of the students, Noel held the letter reading, while her sister rested her chin on her shoulder, reading the letter at the same time. "Dear Enora Libra and Noel Lyra, I hope you'll take the time to read my letter. As I never learned any French, and translation spells tend to erase the finer details of the written word, not that I would claim to have much talent with expressing myself in any clear way, I have decided to write in English, hoping that you'll be able to read it, either because you're more clever than me and actually know more than one language, or are able to find a much better translation spell, or even someone to translate this for you. Your mother and I have spoken, and she gave me permission to write to you. If you would like to answer me, either in a letter together or in 2 separate ones, I would be really happy. Knowing that I have been a father all those years, unintentionally ignoring your existence weighs heavily on my mind. I know I can't expect you to give me a chance, but I still hope that I will get one. As I'm not sure what to write you and don't want to bore you to death with some old stories, I asked my godson for advice. Before I follow that advice, I would like to ask which name the both of you prefer to be called. The fact that your mother unknowingly continued with an old family tradition by naming you after constellations was a surprise. Maybe she did so because she remembered my name. I guess I'll have to ask her about that. You know that she's scary, don't you? Anyway, before I descend even more into rambling, let me tell you a bit about how I'm trying to become a respectable adult now that I'm out of prison. And he proceeded to do just that. His penmanship, terrible in places, filled all the pages without leaving much room, detailing his current actions to bring order back into the estate he had inherited, alluding to some events in the past. He asked them to inquire about anything they truly wanted to know. He also mentioned his godson a few times, as well as other people he would like them to meet, cousins of his, mostly, and places he wanted to show them. Noel felt he was almost trying too hard. But even thinking about what she would want to write in an answering letter, she felt a nervousness rising that might make her write an equally rambling letter in return. Think he sent that without reading it again because he feared to lose the nerve? Enora asked, all sleepiness gone from her voice. Maybe, Noel answered distractedly, turning the last page to reveal the last sentences of the letter from their father. As I now have managed to be a self-centered git for too many pages, I would like to ask you to write to me. Tell me what your favorite subjects are. Do you like Quidditch? What do you want to know about me? Your mother said we could meet in your spring holidays, and I think one property belonging to our family might be a great meeting place. It's a small home near the place where the Seine meets the Channel. You both wouldn't need to travel far to get there, and we could all get to know each other better. In the hope that you'll grant me the favor of a chance to get to know your father, Lord Sirius Orion Black, that sounded as if Sirius Black truly wished to get to know them. We need to start eating, Noel, or we'll starve till lunchtime. Let's read the letter again in the evening. Noel reluctantly nodded and placed the letter back in its envelope. She felt hopeful. If the man had been a stuffy lord, he would have made sure to send a composed, polite, and interested-sounding letter. Not this unplanned, rambling letter more fitting for a boy their age. She planned to write a letter back that was at least that long. Chapter 83, Relationships. Chapter text Thursday, 1st of February 1996. Father said that our year is hard, but I never thought it would be this hard. Daphne slumped down into her seat, dropping her quill to her parchment, a scowl of frustration on her face. The whole group of fifth-year Slytherins was sitting around one of the bigger tables in the common room, working on various homework assignments or revision. Something Harry had noticed. They did more and more. Between classes, meals, the defense club, and Quidditch training, there wasn't much else but studying. Just yesterday evening Marvolo had laughed when Harry had complained over the workload. But then he had commiserated because he himself was preparing to take several owls, and the transfiguration newt during the testing period in late spring. Dumbledore's move to get Marvolo's records wiped had proven to be an annoyance. I think we all can use a break, Draco declared, setting his own quill down before capping his inkwell. Murmured agreement, the rustling of parchment rolling up, the sound of books being closed, and a few relieved groans echoed around the table. Harry slid a piece of parchment he had used to practice drawing runes into the herbology text he had been reading, closed the book, and slid back onto the love seat until he could rest his head on the backrest, rubbing his nose. All this studying was going to kill him. Harry idly wondered how bad it had to be for Ron staying around Hermione all the time. Do any of you have plans on whom to take on the next Hogsmeade weekend? Pansy wanted to know, bringing back up one of her favorite topics of the last weeks. Thea rolled his eyes behind Pansy's back, and Harry stifled the giggle that wanted to break loose. Especially, the boys in their group were unhappy about Pansy's persistence with the topic. I'm only sure that Hermione and that Weasley boy won't go together, Theo remarked, neatly sidestepping the question Pansy had asked in many variations by now. The public rejection of Ron's question by Hermione had been the talk of the school for a few days. A good reason to ask such a question in a more private setting. Harry himself hadn't yet managed to ask Luna if she wanted to go with him. It truly wasn't an easy task to find the time and the right words to ask. Do you remember the farce that oblivious idiot Lockhart made of Valentine's Day? Those dwarves. One sixth year who had been walking by suddenly asked into the room, drawing the attention of almost everyone present. Dwarves? Little Tabitha Smith asked, abandoning her game of chess to turn in her place on one of the rugs in front of a fireplace. Septimus Yaxley laughed, turning carefully so as not to disturb his boyfriend, who was resting with his head in Septimus' lap, reading in Quidditch through the ages. He had the whole castle decorated with hearts in different shades of pink, and he had paid a bunch of dwarves to dress up as cupids and carry singing messages to students and teachers alike. Harry wondered which professor had received one of those singing valentines, excluding Lockhart, of course, and didn't notice the slight smirk on Draco's face as he started to add his own little tidbit of information for the younger students. I remember that there were quite a few horrible examples among the valentines. Few people would have been better severed if they hadn't written their messages themselves. The moment Draco turned to catch Harry's eye, the green-eyed teen felt himself flush. Please no. Did you ever learn who compared the color of your eyes to that of a pickled toad? Harry groaned and wished he could have just vanished under the table or his cloak. Don't be such a prat, Draco sniggered. I didn't know any professors beside that blonde fraud got any valentines. I heard that Professor Trelawney got a few. But I think that was on a dare, Millicent answered Harry's not really asked question, starting a recounting of different slightly horrifying retellings of dwarves barging into classrooms, waylaying people in the halls. In one case, sitting on the person they had a message for and singing terrible poetry in off-key voices. It was a much-needed and much-appreciated break in the ongoing study frenzy. Ooh, it was the second time that Lucius was on his way to the Hog's Head. Or rather the second time he went there after he had graduated from Hogwarts. It had been a bit of a game among the students of his time to go there and order some hard spirits. To this day, he wasn't sure if Aberforth Dumbledore, not really noticeably younger back then, had given them stuff because he didn't really care or because he deliberately tried to get them in trouble. Anyway, he had been old enough to be beyond such silly games, he hadn't purposefully sought out the lackluster establishment. That is, until the board had sent him as their owl to deliver the warning to Albus Dumbledore. Now the time was up, and they hadn't received a letter of resignation of the former headmaster of Hogwarts. And so it was that Lucius Malfoy, lord and head of house of his family, was walking through the cold February weather, crushing old snow under his boots' heels, once again playing owl. Not that he really minded this duty all that much. Getting to fire the old meddler was something he had tried more than once in the past, but this time his charges were so much better, he was certain that there was nothing the old man could do to dodge this spell as he had dodged so many others. Once again, the owner of the pub greeted him and gruffly led him into the private rooms. Albus, a visitor for you. Lucius stepped in, steeling his mental shields and reminding himself not to meet the eyes of the old man. The tendency of a Legilimens to take a peek was dangerous, especially if the one in question was of questionable sanity. Good day, Mr. Dumbledore. Lucius greeted the old man sitting in an armchair, a book in his lap. It felt good to deny the wizard any kind of title. He waited a moment for a reply, but he wasn't really sure the old man had heard him until he closed his book and raised his head. The odd thought that the once so powerful wizard seemed incredibly old struck Lucius, where he stood in the doorway to the modest living room. Well, modest if he was generous. I had wondered when one of you would show up. Getting the official parchment out of the expanded pocket of his warm, fur-lined winter cloak, Lucius prepared for his little speech. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as a representative of the Board of Governors for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, am here to inform you that you are permanently removed from the position of headmaster. This decision was made after due consideration based on the declining health and lack of judgment on part of the former headmaster observed in the last months. Lucius spoke with the practiced ease he always displayed on such occasions. He practiced such speeches before he had to give them, but felt slightly disappointed by the fact that the old man wasn't reacting as Lucius had thought he would. Have you any counter-arguments to make? The long white beard moved slightly with the shaking of the old wizard's head. No, that's quite all right, Lucius, my boy. Only long practice in not showing his thoughts to those watching kept Lucius from gasping at that calmly presented proclamation. I'm not yet sure where I stepped away from my path, or when, but these last days have shown me that I might be in more need of help than I would have thought when you last were here. A wave from the old hand sent a letter over to Lucius, where it hovered effortlessly. Am I right to assume that you'll go to the school after your visit here? Lucius gave a terse nod. This wasn't going even remotely like he had envisioned it. Then might I impose on your time by asking you to take a letter to Minerva? She'll be offered the position of headmistress, won't she? Lucius nodded again, getting his wand out of his cane, casting a series of strong detection charms at the letter. Only when each of them had come up clean, not detecting any potions, mundane poisons, curses, or charms on it, did he take it with his gloved hand. She'll be offered the position. Lucius wasn't really happy with that, but his old transfiguration professor had always been a stern and capable witch. The sad, sage smile was almost too much for Lucius to tolerate. Thank you for making the effort to deliver the letter in person, my boy. All the best for you and your family, should we not meet again. Some time later, a confused Lucius strode through the early evening up towards the gates of Hogwarts. That had been a strange visit. He had expected a lot more resistance, but maybe he should be happy that the worst scenarios that had been brought up hadn't come to pass. Dueling the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald on his own, as weakened as he might have been, wasn't really something he had wished to do this day. Now to see if Minerva McGonagall would be willing to take over the position of headmistress of Hogwarts. If she declined, a long discussion would follow. Too many candidates had been offered up for the board to be able to decide on one single candidate any time soon. Ooh, Saturday, 3rd of February 1996. After another letter, Amelia Bones and Marvolo had arranged a date and place to meet. And so here he was in a set of his best casual robes, wool with subtle embroidery along the edges, over a suit from equally expensive material, but of a muggle style, walking down Diagon Alley towards the small high-end restaurant they had agreed upon. Marvolo had tried to get a feeling for why the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement wanted to meet with him, and why she had used her private stationery and not the official one, but it hadn't worked. She simply had ignored the subtle hints he had added throughout the letter in an attempt to get more information. And because of that fact, Marvolo felt a little apprehensive about the meeting that was to be happening in a few moments. The question why she wanted to meet with him here just wouldn't let him rest. All the cues given, the stationery, the meeting place, pointed to a private reason for the meeting. But for the love of the gods, Marvolo had no idea why Amelia Bones would want to meet with him privately. Different reasons had come up in his thoughts, running in circles, whenever he hadn't been distracted by the endless administrative tasks required to pursue his political goals, training, research, or talks with his son. The most plausible of the lot was that maybe she was aiming to get a marriage contract set up between her niece, a girl in Hufflepuff and Harry's year as far as he knew, and Harry. But despite it being the most plausible idea, it didn't really feel right either. Why should Madame Bones, who had lost family to the Death Eaters, want to tie her niece to the heir of Slytherin? It just seemed so unlikely. When Marvolo stepped into the restaurant, he didn't need to give his name or ask for Madame Bones. The moment the owner, or at least the witch currently minding the entrance, spotted him, he was greeted with a warm smile. Lord Slytherin, welcome to the Floating Candle. Madame Bones is already here and waiting. If you would follow me, please. And so Marvolo did, getting an impression of the food served here when they walked past the alcoves set into the walls where he could smell what had been served at the respective tables. From the fragrant curries inspired by Indian dishes to more classically English dishes, a range of options was being offered. Speculations over the possibility of getting a chocolate-heavy dessert vanished from Marvolo's mind the moment he followed the witch in her dark blue, silken robes into an alcove where Madame Bones was waiting for him, idly browsing the menu. I'll be back to get your orders in a moment. And with a small courtesy, the witch was gone. It seemed she had perfected the move, maybe taking inspiration from a house elf. Madame Bones, Marvolo greeted with a bow in the woman's direction, feeling a little awkward. Another instance he had to confront feelings he wasn't used to. Normally he knew what he wanted out of a meeting, or knew a probable reason that another wanted to meet him. Going into a meeting with someone as influential as this woman, practically blind, wasn't something he did enjoyed at all. In the past, he always had declined meetings where he either didn't know what he wanted or what the other wanted. But this time, something was different. A mix of his wish to be part of society, his need to appear agreeable, some weird sense of obligation he couldn't place, and simply his curiosity had compelled him to agree to the meeting. Lord Slytherin, please take a seat. Madame Bones waved towards the richly upholstered armchair across the table from her. I can recommend the roast, but the curry is really good as well. Marvolo sat down in the armchair, smoothing down his robes so they wouldn't impede his movement, and using the opportunity to take in Madame Bones. She had selected casual clothes, going for good quality and a more modern style, just as Marvolo had. Her posture belied a little tension, but more of the kind indicating nerves, and not the tension usually hinting at someone being ready to fight at a moment's notice. Is the chef known to make good recommendations? I might just leave the fate of my meal in his hands. Marvolo picked up the topic of meal selection that Madame Bones had selected as their starting point. An obvious choice for a meeting held in a restaurant, which didn't make it any easier for Marvolo to get a feel for what would be the real topic of this meeting. I usually take the roast with vegetables matching the season when I'm here. So I sadly have to say that I don't know if the recommendations from the kitchen are usually well received by the guests. Madame Bones' smile was easy, polite, and maybe a tad warmer than her usual professional smile. Well, maybe I'll take a risk and ask for a recommendation then, Marvolo decided. Not having to search the menu would give him more time to analyze his companion's behavior. Do you come here often? Not really, number from time to time, but there isn't a reason to eat out all that often. Sighing in his head, Marvolo realized that Madame Bones, for all that she hadn't been a Slytherin during school, wasn't going to let him simmer over a small flame. In an attempt to fill the time, until she would tell him why she had wanted to meet with him with something more interesting than the usual stock of small talk, the weather, the food, and Quidditch results, Marvolo seized their one mostly neutral common ground. How does your niece like the current professor for defense against the dark arts? Susan wrote that she fears Professor Slinkard has a much too theory-centered lesson plan. Especially in her owl year, she would love to practice more. But judging by what she wrote, Professor Slinkard is an improvement over Dolar's Umbridge. Something dark entered the eyes of the witch across from Marvolo. He ignored it even as he was fascinated and wanted to see if he might be able to fan that darkness into something more. Instead, he nodded knowingly. Harry has voiced many of the same concerns and the same approval. I think his exact words were, at least he lets us ask questions. It was easy to fill the time with talk about their own experiences with their owls and the respective reports they had received from the children in their care about the defense classes since they had come to Hogwarts, and especially this year. Marvolo felt as if he was dancing at the edge of a volcano. There were some topics he needed the discussion to stay away from, but he couldn't be obvious about it. It was fun, if a little frustrating, because he really wanted to know what Madame Bones wanted to talk about. When their food and wines had been brought to their table, levitated by a young wizard, Madame Bones fixed Marvolo with her gaze. Do you have any objections to raising some privacy charms? None, Marvolo said, picking up his glass of red wine, swirling it around to get a whiff of the scent. It seemed the verbal fencing and evasion of dangerous topics was over. She got her wand out and set up a flurry of different privacy spells, including one to prevent people from reading their lips, with efficient wand movements speaking of extensive practice. Marvolo sat back, watched her spellwork looking for possible weaknesses, and sipped his wine, which truly was excellent and would work quite well with his lamb roast and the side dish of various root vegetables baked in a sauce of cream and excellent spices. The fragrant smells were mouth-watering. Once Madame Bones was finished with her casting, she put her wand away and picked up her knife and fork to take the first bite of her curry with rice. I know that I was rather evasive regarding the reason I wanted to talk with you, Lord Slytherin. She began to talk, rolling her eyes and smirking when Marvolo hummed in confirmation of her admission. She truly had made him wait. She took another bite, and after she had chewed, certainly longer than was necessary. It seemed she was trying to kill him, and swallowed her bite. She took a fortifying breath. What could be so nerve-wracking that she had true trouble talking to him about it? During the Yule season, I happened to be nearby when you, Lord Slytherin, were speaking to a few of your acquaintances. Maybe I should have moved on, or made my presence known, but I stopped to listen. Marvolo's mind was racing. Had he been careless enough to have talked about delicate matters where others could have heard? Where Madame Bones had listened in? But no, that made no sense. If she had heard him talk about something truly incriminating, they wouldn't have met here. In private. She would have had him arrested. Weeks ago. Despite the fact that Marvolo had concluded that whatever she had overheard, it hadn't been related to any of his less legal activities, Marvolo's heart was racing with the adrenaline of fear of discovery. He hadn't felt this way since the first few times he had sneaked a book in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library that he hadn't had explicit permission to read. It was exhilarating. That's the way I learned that you think of yourself as asexual and feel the pressure of society to see a young wizard married and with a few children. She stubbornly was holding his gaze, not looking away but blushing in embarrassment. Marvolo blinked in shock. That was not what he had thought might happen. This possible line of conversation hadn't even crossed his mind once. Madame Bones offering him a position as Aura had been among the ideas his mind had supplied, but his lack of interest in sexual acts never had come to mind. Maybe he needed to remember himself how much importance the different kinds of human relationships he had always regarded as a weakness had to others. Before Marvolo could think on his obvious obliviousness in regards to human attachments and their importance in the eyes of others, Madame Bones got even more uneasy and ploughed on with her confession. I know that it would have been proper to walk on or make my presence known, but I couldn't make myself miss the opportunity to listen in on what looked like it was a private conversation. I want to apologize that I— Marvolo held up one hand to stop her and the unnecessary apology. Please, Madame Bones, there is no need to apologize. Luckily, I no longer suffer under curse-induced paranoia, but I was a Slytherin in school, and am Lord Slytherin now. If I had felt the need to keep this private and a secret, I would have set up wards, or more likely, never spoken at such an event where others might be near enough to overhear. She had asked him to meet her because she wanted to confess that she had eavesdropped on one of his more private conversations. That didn't make much more sense than any other ideas either. Her smile was wry. Maybe I don't need to apologize then, but that's not the main reason I asked for a personal meeting away from the curious eyes of the ministry. Their food stood before them largely ignored, but Marvolo didn't care. The conversation was much more entertaining than the delicious-smelling food. I also wanted to offer you my support. Our society doesn't really acknowledge the existence of those not interested in, well, sex. Marvolo felt a small smirk tug at his mouth over the blunt nature of the witch, even as he had trouble guessing what exactly she was offering. I know how hard a time most have envisioning even the possibility of someone not interested in any sexual acts. I guess it's such an integral part of most people's lives that it's easier to accept that the interest might be aimed at someone other than they would feel attracted to than missing altogether. She took a deep breath and seemed to gather herself. What I'm trying to tell you, Lord Slytherin, was that it took a while before people accepted I wasn't going to marry. But even now, the rumors say that I'm just more interested in my career than in a family, or that my one true love was killed in the war. Tilting his head to the side, Marvolo couldn't resist asking, and who are they claiming was your one true love? It was daring, considering that Death Eaters had killed people of the Bones family, but he was pretending only too gladly pretend to forget the past and his own part in it. The names vary. Madame Bones waved the question away, literally, and gave him a searching look. I thought about your tentative idea of finding someone for a marriage of convenience. Are you still following that plan? Taking a sip from his wine, Marvolo picked up his utensils. They should eat and not just talk. Cutting into his roast, he thought about her question. I have not discarded the plan yet, but considering that I think our inclination isn't all that common, and I can't see myself being happy with just anyone, I think it unlikely that I will find someone willing to marry me and be happy. Added on top of that is the fact I'm older in experience than in looks, but in some ways considered younger than I am, father to a teenager, and soon a child barely of school age. Managing everything is demanding enough. Others tell me a relationship is hard work if one wants it to work well. Marvolo shrugged. I'm not sure I have the energy left to invest in a relationship I can do without. Conceding his point with a nod, Madame Bones picked up her knife and fork as well. Nonetheless, my offer stands. If you need someone to talk to who has had some of the same experiences, I'm willing to lend my ear and give advice as well as I can. The rest of their meal was once again spent in friendly banter and superficial conversations. Topics starting with the newest development of wand holster fashion. Some versions were purely aesthetic and made drawing a wand even harder than keeping it in a simple pocket would be. To the differences in Hogwarts curriculum of the present compared to both Madame Bones and Marvolo's times, and not stopping as the Aura training program was brought up. They took the wards down once they had finished their main course, and then ordered coffee and a dessert apiece. Marvolo still was confused over why exactly Madame Bones had felt the need to offer him support by the time they parted ways, and he returned home. Maybe Harry would be able to shed some light on this strange evening. With the resolve in mind to ask his son if he could figure it out, Marvolo apparated back home. If nothing else, this evening had managed to give him a few new things to ponder while distracting him effectively from his usual worries, currently mostly centered around the adoption and the slow progress on that front, as well as his stagnating search for a way to bind a soul piece to another container once he had removed it from the one he had originally stored it in. Soon, there would be another day suited to powerful rituals, and until then he had to have finished the next iteration of the ritual. Deep in thought, Marvolo walked up the stairs, listening distractedly to Nagini prattling on about the rat she had hunted through the whole house. Ooh-oh, on her way home Amelia thought back over the meeting she had had with Lord Slytherin. It had been strange. But when was anything involving Lord Slytherin not strange? She wasn't really sure if her offer had been appreciated, but she felt better for offering her assistance. At first she had considered giving in to society's demands and help Lord Slytherin do the same. But in the end, that wouldn't change anything. So she had decided to help Lord Slytherin weather the storm that was society's expectations and find his way to a way he could live. She would support him in this, regardless of his choice. If he either found a partner for a marriage of convenience or went down the path she herself had chosen. She would help him, and with a little luck, he would be able to change the way society saw people like them, just as he was currently changing the way their society saw werewolves. Shaking her head at her own foolishness, Amelia apparated home, and once she had arrived there, started to walk towards her own room. All these grand wishes to change what others thought about asexuals. It was a naive teenager's dream, one she had thought to have buried a long time ago. The only thing that really mattered was that she had offered her support and was determined to keep her word, should her support ever be needed. Uo bent over his latest essay for astronomy. Harry tried hard to concentrate, but it wasn't easy with a few first years playing Exploding Snap a few tables over. He had tried to work in the library, but a few furiously studying Ravenclaws had laid claim to each of the tables, so he had come down to the common room. He supposed he could go into his own room to finish his homework, listing all the moons around the planets of the solar system, but sitting with his friends was better and worth the distraction caused by the loud noises of the explosive card game. I can't work here with this racket in the background, Pansy exclaimed, jumped up from the cushion she had placed on the floor and stormed over to the group of first years. Poor little sards, Thea whispered, as they all had to listen to Pansy sending the younger students packing. Before Pansy had made her way back to their table, and before the first years had packed all their stuff and left for their dorm, Harry felt the mirror vibrating. With a nod to his friends, he stood and answered the mirror, walking over to one of the cozy corners to have a little more privacy. Father, the meeting with Madame Bones is already over. Marvolo nodded, sitting in front of a bookcase, probably in his office at Griffin House. It was surprising and short. Not one of my theories was even close to the truth. Harry felt a tension leaving his shoulders he hadn't even known had been there. So the theory with the engagement hadn't been true either. What a relief. So, what was the reason she wanted to meet you? Just this morning Marvolo had contacted Harry to get his opinion about a possible engagement contract and other possible scenarios. And since then, Harry had sat on pins and needles. Marvolo's reassurance that she had asked for a meeting in a private setting and not in her capacity as head of magical law enforcement hadn't really helped matters. I think she just wanted to offer me moral support. Marvolo hissed with surprise clearly written on his face. Moral support. Harry answered, surprised at how well sarcasm translated into Parseltongue. Marvolo laughed and started to recount the meeting while Harry listened attentively. Sunday, 4th of February 1996, the usual din filled the great hall, and the moment the food appeared on the serving plates the big room filled with delicious smells. Only listening with half an ear, Harry picked his favorites, roasted carrots, mashed potatoes, and grilled chicken leg, and filled his plate to a reasonable amount. He would probably never be able to load his plate as high as Ron was wont to do, as a plate piled that way reminded him instantly of Dudley and his disgusting eating habits. That can't be, a girl exclaimed somewhere not too far away, clearly to be heard over the general level of noise. Harry tried to ignore the spreading unrest as a colorful magazine was handed around. What Harry could catch of the cover, he suspected that it was the newest edition of Witch Weekly, which had been delivered this morning. There weren't that many subscribers at the school. It was aimed more at adult witches like Ron's mother. But it seemed they once again had published something scandalous enough to stir true unrest. Remembering the unfortunate article about Hermione and a supposed love triangle, Harry decided to pay more attention. But that was no reason to abandon a perfectly fine dinner. Maybe whatever had been written would kill his appetite. He wasn't about to skip meals now that he finally was rid of the not really pleasant-tasting nutrient potion. The comfortable Sunday evening stupor was broken the moment Susan Bones came to stand beside Harry. He hadn't really noticed her approach. Maybe he was more tired than he had realized, slapping down something just next to Harry's plate, pointing at it, and demanding in a commanding tone. "Did you know about this?" Putting his utensils down, Harry took a closer look at what had been placed so forcefully beside his plate. It was indeed Witch Weekly, open to a page with small snippets of text with various short claims and facts about different celebrities. Harry had seen similar pages in those terrible magazines Aunt Petunia had read, always complaining about them and their tendency to exaggerate, but buying them nonetheless. Susan's finger pointed to one snippet relatively close to the middle, right next to the moving picture of a Quidditch player being walloped by a bludger. And it started with Lord Slytherin courting head of DMLE. Suddenly all his sleepiness was gone, and Harry carefully took the magazine in his hands, sitting up a little bit straighter. Mysterious, handsome Lord Slytherin and tough head witch of the DMLE have been spotted dining together in an intimate booth at the Floating Candle. They were talking behind silencing wards for hours. Is this the start of a most intriguing relationship? For a moment, Harry closed his eyes. It was a wonder this hadn't come up in the gossip sooner than dinner. The magazine had been delivered with the morning mail. Maybe the fact that it was buried between all those other snippets near to the end of the pages had helped prevent it from being spotted sooner. But in the end, that wasn't really all that important. "I take it your aunt didn't tell you she had asked my father for a meeting?" Harry asked, handing the magazine back to Susan. "You knew?" Susan seemed taken aback and truly confused, not all that far from reacting unreasonably as far as Harry was able to guess. "He told me because he suspected she might have an engagement contract between you and me in mind. And he called me again yesterday evening, telling me that Madame Bones had wanted to talk with him about something she overheard at one of the many functions this past season, offering him moral support or some such. Not that I had expected to see their meeting mentioned in this magazine." Harry shrugged. He wasn't really sure what to think of this. The only thing he was certain of right now was that this probably would dominate the rumor mill for at least the next week. Susan had her brow furrowed, gazing questioning down to where Harry was sitting on the bench. Moral support. Why would he need that? Harry sighed. That really wasn't something he felt he could talk about to others. It wasn't his kind of secret to share. Something personal. That's all I'm willing to say. Okay, it's not my place to share. Ask your aunt if you want to know more. Not sure if she'll be more willing to talk about it, though. Once again Harry shrugged, suddenly reminded of Draco's mother berating him for this habit. But of one thing I'm certain. There's no courtship going on, or anything of that kind. Before either of them could talk more about this piece of journalism, Professor McGonagall stood from where she was sitting right next to the empty seat of the headmaster at the head table, and without any serious effort had the attention of most of the students. Susan quickly made her way back to the Hufflepuff table, taking the magazine with her. "Good evening. I have an announcement to make." Those few words were enough to shut the rest of those students up who still had been whispering. "You all have noticed the absence of Headmaster Dumbledore. I have the sad obligation to inform you all that he will not be returning to Hogwarts, as he is retiring." That proclamation had the whole hall filled with distressed voices, mostly from 3 tables in the room. The Slytherins were either not willing to make their opinion heard, or were simply too refined to show their feelings so openly. Harry suspected that most of the Slytherins would have liked to cheer, but were aware how bad that would look, so they had tried for politely blank instead. One of the worst reactions they could have chosen, according to all the lessons he had gotten in negotiations over the summer, both from Marvolo and his grandfather's portrait. If one showed emotions, the sudden absence of them almost always hinted something they wanted to keep hidden. "The Board of Governors has offered me the position of headmistress, and after thinking about it, I have decided to accept." The Gryffindor table drowned out her next words with deafening cheers, whistling, and clapping. The more modest clapping from the other 3 tables didn't make a lot of difference among all that clamor. A stern, yet somehow still amused look. From their transfiguration, Professor managed to calm the Gryffindors down again. "Until we have found another professor for transfiguration, and it has been decided who will be head of Gryffindor from now on. Both Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick will act as deputy, so the burden is distributed over more people." While all around him, the students began speculating who might become the new transfiguration professor, and who the head of Gryffindor. Harry mused that the meeting between his father and Madame Bones might not be interesting enough to be top of the talk after that revelation. Ooh, the wind was howling around the house, the heavy rain against the windows filling the room with a lot of noise, almost drowning out the sounds of the merrily burning fire in the fireplace. The heavy cloud cover prevented the light of the full moon from reaching the ground, which was getting muddier by the minute. Sirius sat on the floor of the south parlor on a thick woolen blanket, a few letters next to him, his back to the fire. "Thanks for translating the parts of the letters for me that were French, Remus," Sirius said, his eyes trained again on one of the 2 letters his daughters had sent him. The werewolf gave a small huff and placed his head down on his front paws, his amber eyes trained on his friend's form. "It's impressive how good their English is." Sirius felt pride for his daughter's academic accomplishments. Going by what they had written about their schoolwork, he had every right to be. That they had learned English as well only added to that. "I'm not sure why their mother still insists on writing in French, though. I know that she can speak more than just French." Remus gave a small whuffing sound that Sirius knew to be one of agreement. Frowning, Sirius looked up from the letter he currently was holding and directed his gaze to where Remus had made himself comfortable on a small mound of blankets and pillows. The reason for his frown wasn't the fact that the blankets and pillows would be covered in wolf fur by the end of the night. No, the reason was the massive cage Remus had insisted on putting into the room. "I think that you are overly dramatic, Remus. And I will repeat this several more times this night." The small sound Remus made clearly was one of resigned frustration with his friend. "You have taken your wolfsbane, and even if it should inexplicably fail all of a sudden, I still could transform into Padfoot and be safe. There is no need to keep you in a cage just because I wanted to write letters to Noll and Enora." Remus had decided to stay indoors because of the terrible weather that had been forecast for the region of Potter Manor, and Sirius had happily agreed. Rain, sleet, and strong winds in February wasn't really fun to run around in. Not if the alternative was a place in front of a warm fire. Remus stood, turned a few tight circles on the blanket, in a move Sirius knew all too well from trying to make himself comfortable on a cold stone floor with only a threadbare blanket, and then let himself fall to the ground with his back turned towards Sirius. Sirius snorted. His friend didn't need words to clearly communicate that Sirius' opinion on this wasn't appreciated. "Sulk all you want, Moony, but you know that I'm right. There is no danger here." The big wolf looking so much healthier with every moon he was in Slytherin's employ, just continued to ignore Sirius, who gave a theatrical sigh, preparing to make a draft for the first letter he wanted to write. Of course, Sirius knew the exact reason Remus had insisted on the cage, which Sirius had to transfigure. The woods outside the manor had been warded to make sure the werewolf could run there in the marked stretch of grounds. Adhering to the law that demanded a werewolf had to make sure he or she was in a secure place during their transformations. Said secure place had been defined as a space, either closed with locks and structures strong enough to hold a rampaging wolf, or wards designed to do the same. The decision to stay indoors had left them without a warded space. Lord Slytherin only had warded the woods, and serious objection to locking Remus in the wine cellar had ruled out the only structure strong enough. This was Remus' attempt to comply with the law, making sure that his actions would never be grounds for overturning all the improvements that had been accomplished. But Sirius still felt it was silly. Do you think I should send Creature over to France and the summer home now? Or should I rather wait a bit, or even arrange for a wizard or witch to clean things up? It has been quite some time since the house was last visited by anyone from the family, as far as I know, Sirius mused. He never had been the most patient and wasn't prepared to outwait his friend. Hearing the rustling of fabric and a big animal moving, Sirius looked up again. He laughed because his friend was wearing his "you know I can't use words in this form" expression. Lily had once argued with James for more than an hour over the fact they all had named a few expressions they knew from Moony, while she claimed a wolf couldn't actually make such an expression. Something about muscles missing that would be needed. The three of them had laughed it off, Remus staying neutral if amused at the whole discussion, and Lily had left with a frustrated huff. Turning his thoughts away from this painful recollections, Sirius repeated the questions in a way that Remus could answer them in their long-established pattern of one small waff for yes and two for no. Sending wizards probably really is better, Sirius mused, having started another parchment to make notes for his preparations. He would have to ask Lord Slytherin if Harry could come visit for a few days during the holidays. Maybe I should hire some curse breakers. If the house is even remotely like Grimmauld Place, maybe Bill has the time. Sirius hadn't seen the Cursebreaker often, but the few times he had been obvious that the oldest Weasley son was planning to propose to his girlfriend. A little extra money to start them out probably would come in handy. Do you think it's too much if I ask them to stay the whole holidays? Remus waffed one time, and Sirius felt frustrated by the lack of words cutting short on what Moony could communicate easily. Maybe I should get you some letter cards or something along those lines for nights with really bad weather, Sirius sort of asked, tilting his head to the side. Moony shook his head, huffed, and curled into a furry mound, clearly ending his participation in the conversation. Laughing, Sirius let the topic drop, instead concentrating on his letters. He needed to write 3, and he'd better hurry up to make sure neither his daughters nor their mother would have to wait long. Chapter 84. Sorting Things Out. Chapter text, Sunday, 4th of February 1996. Severus sat down with a quiet huff in one of the more comfortable armchairs of the staff room. He would have preferred to go home to Sonia over sitting here waiting for a long evening of useless discussions to end. But he was aware that there were things the whole faculty needed to talk about now that Minerva had decided to take the position of headmistress. So he resigned himself to endure what was to come. And if he was rational about it, talking about all the various topics connected to that change on a Sunday evening was better than trying to fit such a meeting in between their lessons during the week. But he wasn't feeling all that rational at the moment. In fact, he really had to work on staying cool and collected and not frowning too much. Hadn't he decided to accept the inevitable? Not having this meeting now only meant that it had to take place later. Severus huffed, folding his hands over his stomach, slumping back into the chair a little. This really was the best way to go about this, and Severus worked hard to let himself actually feel that it was. With someone waiting for him back in their quarters, it was a lot harder than it had been in the past. One after the other, his colleagues walked in, chatting with each other, clearly agitated over the news. Severus wasn't sure why, but most of the professors had been convinced, until quite recently, as recently as this past dinner, that Albus Dumbledore would be back at the school soon. Minerva was the last to arrive, closing the door behind her and flicking her wand at the door, casting a basic privacy charm, probably with the intent either to keep Peeves away or to prevent students from eavesdropping on them. Not that this measure truly would change anything. Whatever they talked about here, any decisions they might come to, all of it probably would be all over the school in a matter of a few days. Experience had taught him that much. Minerva! Pomona started even before Minerva had reached her chair and sat down. That can't be really true, can it? Albus won't be back. What happened? Didn't Poppy say he was better? The head of Hufflepuff turned to where the Mediwitch was sitting between Phileas and Rolanda, clearly asking Poppy for her view on things. Before the Mediwitch could do more than huff, in a manner Severus associated with the expression the witch always sported when he wanted to leave the hospital wing early, Minerva sat down in the headmaster's chair with an air of authority, drawing attention to herself by the simple measure of beginning to speak. Albus informed me himself that he did not feel up to the task of being headmaster of Hogwarts any longer. After that letter that somehow was leaked to the Daily Prophet, Albus said he realized that he needed a lot more help and Hogwarts would be better off without him. The board offered me the position, and I decided just this afternoon to accept. Just as Minerva was able to control a classroom full of teenage dunderheads, she managed easily to control a group of highly curious teachers. You can send him mail if you want to know more. But he asked me to convey his thanks to each of you for all your dedicated work at Hogwarts with him and for the good of our students. He planned to have relocated by now to a specialized clinic somewhere near the Nile Delta, but I don't know if his plans have worked out. While muttering started all around the room, sometimes the resemblance between the teenagers they were teaching and the staff was disconcerting. Minerva got a roll of parchment out of one of her robe pockets and levitated one of the inkwells over so she could use it. Only a sharp look from Minerva was enough to get everyone back to paying attention. Maybe the meeting wouldn't drag on as long as Severus had feared. With me taking up the position as headmistress, we need to fill 3 positions on staff. The position of Transfiguration Professor and that of Head of Gryffindor, as well as the position of Deputy Headmaster or Mistress. I wanted to ask for your input. Minerva let her eyes travel over the gathered staff. Let's start with the easiest position, Deputy Headmaster or Mistress. Severus felt the strong urge to roll his eyes. Easiest position. It was going to be a long night. Traditionally, one of the heads of house fills this position, and someone who already has had a few years of work here at the school in that position. Those requirements leave us with 3 possible candidates. Sounds of agreement were heard all around the room. I would propose to decide between Phileas and Pomona, as Severus already fills the position of Hogwarts Potions Master in addition to being head of Slytherin. That fact alone makes me think that he has already enough work on his hands. Don't you agree, Severus? Kind eyes were directed at him, and Severus had to agree with his friend's assessment. He was potions professor, stand-in parent for all Slytherins at the school, and brewed all potions used in the infirmary. That he also was the Dark Lord's potions master, and going to be a father within a few months' time only added to the long list of responsibilities. And his title of Lord Prince, with all the added responsibilities of that, was still missing from that impressive listing of positions. I agree. There was no need to expand on that. With a smile, apologetic would be the adjective Severus would use to describe it if he was forced to do so. Minerva addressed the head of Hufflepuff. I would like to offer the position to Phileas if he is willing to accept, as that would keep a nice balance. Pomona nodded, and as one both women turned their eyes to the short figure of the head of Ravenclaw, where he was sitting on his usual place, stacked with a high pillow to allow him easy access to the table. I'm honored, Minerva, and gladly accept. Phileas answered with a small bow. Minerva gave the charms professor a nod with a smile and turned back to the others. It will be considerably harder to find someone to take on the position of Transfiguration Professor. Teaching teenagers isn't something most aspire to. While Minerva asked the room if anyone knew what had become of some of the students whom she deemed possibly competent enough to take up the position she was forced to leave as the new headmistress, Severus contemplated her statement that few felt the call to teach young students. It certainly was true. Teaching at a school like Hogwarts was not without prestige, but those who had the skill to be great were more likely to take on apprentices than to commit their time to teenagers who had no talent or interest for their chosen field of study. As Severus knew from his own experience, time for research was limited to almost nothing when one needed to mark homework, set tasks for several classes a day, and worry over how to keep those doing poorly at the subject somehow close to the rest. He himself had quickly decided to weed out the students incapable of learning to brew under pressure. He had no patience for dunderheads, unwilling to put in the work, but he never would claim to be particularly suited to teaching. Finding someone as qualified as Minerva was would be hard. Didn't Miss Switch finish her mastery in Transfiguration a while ago? Charity asked, just as Severus returned his attention back to the staff room and the discussion. She might be interested in teaching. Even if she might not take the position for longer, she could help bridge the time until a new professor can be found. Minerva nodded with a small furrow on her brow. I guess advertising in the Prophet and a few of the subscription magazines is the best way to find people interested in the position. Writing to a few of my acquaintances and past students to find someone to help us in the short term seems like the most sensible thing to do. After that, they moved on to the discussion of who might want to take the position of head of Gryffindor. Traditionally, only someone who had been a member of that house in their own student time could assume that position. Interestingly enough, the number of former Gryffindors among the staff was rather limited, and Severus was determined to argue against appointing Rubeus Hagrid for that position. The half-giant might be skilled with handling the more dangerous and the less dangerous magical creatures, providing the potion stores of Hogwarts with lots of interesting and high-quality animal parts for low costs. But Severus severely doubted the man's competency as a caretaker for a herd of rambunctious teenagers. Rolanda declined because she felt the need to keep impartial in her role as the Quidditch referee, and Charity didn't feel suited to the position. A lot of the remaining evening, consequently, was lost to Pomona's attempts to instill some confidence into the younger Charity, more than once pointing out how well Severus had done in his role despite his youth when starting, and everyone agreed that Hagrid had too many other duties already to add head of house to them. Not even the length of a flobber were nearer to finding a new head of house for Gryffindor. The meeting was postponed well after midnight, leading to Severus returning to his quarters only to find his wife already deeply asleep in their bed. Quickly Severus prepared for bed, and then slipped under the cover right next to Sanya with a small smile on his face. The evening had been boring and tedious, but coming home to his love managed to lighten his spirits considerably. Wednesday, 7th of February 1996, rumors were a funny thing. As he had learned in his past, with the whole Parseltongue reveal or the murderous godfather, and being entered into the tournament, as soon as something more recent or more interesting came along, the old piece of gossip just went forgot. Maybe not for always and ever old stuff was brought up again when something new was discovered, but for long stretches of time. And so it had happened with the small snippet in which, weekly over the last few days, the fact that Albus Dumbledore had resigned from his position of headmaster, as it was reported, had overshadowed everything else the students might have talked about. Speculation on who would become head of house for Gryffindor and who would take over Transfiguration classes had done their part in pushing the life of Lord Slytherin and Amelia Bones, or any other celebrity for that matter, out of topics to talk about. It had been a relief for Harry, as he had feared being questioned by everyone if Amelia Bones was to be his adoptive mother. Instead, he had taken part in discussions among his peers, listing the wishes they had for a new Transfiguration professor and speculating who of the former Gryffindors able to teach would take the position. Hermione had been terrified, as Ron had brought up the possibility of Hagrid's getting the position of head of house. At the moment, Harry was walking down to the greenhouses to pick up Ron and Hermione, as they wanted to go down to the edge of the Forbidden Forest together to gather plant matter they needed for one of Professor Snape's assignments. "Hello, Harry," a dreamy voice said, making Harry spin in place to locate the speaker. His rapidly beating heart didn't really slow down much the moment he realized that it had been Luna calling out to him from where she was poking a stick into the remains of the snow from this past winter. "Hello, Luna," He answered her with a smile, his heart fluttering in what he was sure was nervous happiness. There was no other reasonable explanation for the fact that he always felt like grinning like a fool whenever Luna was anywhere in his vicinity. After the one dream he had had where he had been kissing Luna, Harry had reread the book Marvolo had given him for his birthday, the one with all the useful charms in it. One of them, a really gentle cleaning spell for situations where a Scourgify wasn't really the right choice. Anyway, the book concentrated on the more physical aspects of relationships and stuff one needed to know as an adult caring for themselves. No help there to confirm or refute his suspicions in connection with Luna. Maybe he really should ask Mrs. Gall for help in clearing his mind up about this confusing mix of emotions. Marvolo certainly wasn't one who would have experience, and Sirius was as likely to make fun of him as he was to be a real help. I like this time of year. Luna mused idly, returning to her poking of the snow. Everything is waking up slowly. Remembering long hours cleaning up the gardens at Privet Drive in preparation for the work to be done a little later so it would look better than those of the neighbors, Harry nodded. After all, he relished the days getting longer and lighter just as much as any other student of Hogwarts did. The change of the seasons is always interesting. What an inane answer. The feeling of resembling the fools drooling over the villa at the Quidditch World Cup made Harry blush. He was almost going to turn again, wishing her a good afternoon, when he realized that this might be a good opportunity to ask his question. They were alone, not something that happened often, and it had been a coincidence which somehow managed to calm him somewhat because he didn't want it to look too serious for some reason he hadn't been able to pin down. Do you have any plans for the Hogsmeade weekend after Valentine's? Because I would like to spend the day with you. There. He had done it. He had asked Luna to go to Hogsmeade with him, and he even had managed to do so without stuttering. He held his breath anxiously waiting for her answer. Those wide blue eyes with only a few strands of blonde hair sticking out from under the brim of a knit hat of various blues moved to look at him, and her serene smile was still in place when she answered. That's a lovely idea, Harry. So I guess we both now have plans for that day. See you in Runes then, Luna, Harry said happily. I can't let Ron and Hermione wait much longer. Luna only hummed, turning back to whatever it was she was hoping to gain while making holes in a pile of old snow, while Harry almost skipped down the way to the correct greenhouse, a grin on his face. This year was so much better than previous ones. Ooh, Friday, 9th of February 1996. A few days ago, a letter had reached Bill sent by Lord Black, startling a laugh out of the oldest Weasley child with the formal way of address. When he had opened it and seen that it was an inquiry to hire him for curse-breaking work, the laugh of incredulity had changed into a feeling of genuine interest. The little he had seen of the Black townhouse in London had tickled his interest with all the stuff that his mother had tried to clean out or talk Sirius into getting rid of. So Bill had not hesitated to answer the letter. Now he was on the way to Grimmauld Place to meet with Sirius and speak about the job offer. It sounded interesting enough, checking over a summer home to see if a human could live there safely, and the payment Sirius had offered sounded anything but bad as well. Bill reached the door to the dark house and used the knocker to make his presence known. Moments later, the door opened to reveal the hallway and the small, wrinkly creature that was responsible for keeping the house in good condition, a task that clearly had gotten too hard for it to manage, or at least it seemed that way to Bill. Master is awaiting you in the kitchen, wizard Cursebreaker. The elf spoke without much of the reverence his brethren usually afforded all wizards and witches, and Bill felt reminded of the usual attitude goblins had towards the magic-wielding humans. With a small smirk, Bill stepped into the house, his fine-tuned senses immediately picking up on the different sources of less than friendly magic in the house. The most present magic he could feel were the many layered wards, cautious and waiting, accepting him as a visitor but a possible threat. Bill! Sirius called out the moment the tall red head stepped into the kitchen. Thanks for coming. I really need someone to make sure the summer house in France is safe, and I couldn't think of anyone I would trust more than you to do it. Bill laughed good-naturedly at that obvious display of eagerness from the wizard, who should have presented at least a little bit of decency. He was a lord of the Wisengamot and the head of an old family, after all. Being close to home is well and good, but I have to admit that I'm missing the work in the tombs. Getting to check over and clean an old house might be exactly what I need. Sirius waved at one of the chairs around the heavy table, sporting a set of tea and small cucumber sandwiches. Take a seat. Are you happy with tea, or do you want something stronger? Tea is fine. Bill answered, while sitting down on one of the heavy chairs with their mismatched cushions. Sirius poured them both a cup of tea and sat down himself. So you're willing to take the job? The older man asked, adding lemon and sugar to his tea. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have bothered showing up here, Bill said with a bit of friendly mocking in his voice which made Sirius pull a face on him. Yeah, stupid question. So I need it finished before the spring holidays because I want to invite my daughters. Have you heard that I'm a father to 2 girls? Want to get to know them better, let them get to know me, all that stuff. They're attending Beauxbatons, so meeting up in France during the holidays seems like a good idea. But just as all the other properties, that house hasn't been visited by any human since. Sirius hesitated, stirring his tea while furrowing his brow in contemplation. I don't know, in too long. It's a fact. Bill hummed in agreement. So you expect the usual pests, boggarts, doxies, and the like. And as it's a black property, also some cursed artifacts, books on dangerous and maybe even banned magic. Sirius nodded in response. There wasn't much to explain in that regard anyway. I certainly can clean such stuff out and identify some of the nastier objects for you. As it was a house to live in, there probably weren't any of the dangerous curses there to keep people out completely. Breaking the ancient Egyptian deterrence against human invaders had been his favorite part of opening up tombs for Gringotts. That's probably correct, even if I wouldn't put much past my family in that regard. So I would advise you to be on guard when opening up cupboards, wardrobes, and doors in the cellar. I plan to send Creature along as well. He can do the actual cleaning of dust and other dirt that surely has accumulated with time. Sirius sighed and tucked a strand of his hair back from his face behind his ear. We'll probably should set up some sort of contract if you haven't one for freelance work already. If not, I'll either ask Remus or get my solicitor to write something up. Handling your payment, the expected work, what is to be done if something unexpected comes up, all that stuff. Sirius waved his hand in the air to indicate all the boring stuff he couldn't name in the moment, and Bill nodded. Maybe he should think about getting some sort of template for freelance work, as Sirius had called it. If this endeavor went well, he would like to take on more jobs like this in the future, to add some spice back into his life. Even when his mother and Fleur preferred his new, safer line of work, he himself was missing the thrill and excitement of dismantling volatile curses. I've got here the floor plans. They were stored in one of the family vaults. I'm not sure how accurate they are. We need to decide how long this might take, so I know when you need to start, and when I have to take you there to key you into the wards. Do you need a partner? I remember that there was a good reason why auras tend to work in pairs. I guess that same concern for safety applies to your work as well. It did, and Sirius agreed to go through the house with Bill on their first visit to get a feel for how dangerous the task would be. After that had been sorted, they started to hash out what all needed to be written in the contract and what timelines they had to work with, as Sirius wanted the house finished by the start of the French spring holidays. They worked for well over an hour on planning to then slide into the retelling of some of the more amusing stories from Bill's time in Egypt and Sirius' time as an aura. When Bill finally left for his flat, he felt happy with anticipation of an adventure that was promised to be rewarding in more than money. He really should strive to get more contract work like this in the future, maybe even for the ministry from time to time. Like the cleaning of that fairy-infested cave, they had started on with Lord Slytherin, but finished without the man. It was a solid plan, and made Bill hum a happy little tune under his breath on his way home. Ooh, Wednesday, 14th of February 1996, the morning of Valentine's Day dawned to reveal a day of cold, miserable rain. But that didn't seem to deter any of the older teenagers of being emotional and hyped over the day of romantic love. And for once, Harry felt nervous along with all the others. In a way, it was kind of ridiculous. But on the other hand, it was something so normal that he relished it. Sorting through his feelings, in relation to Luna the previous Saturday with Mrs. Goyle had helped him realize that he at least had a crush on the blonde girl. He still felt like shrinking in his seat every time he remembered the truly embarrassing talk he had had with his mind healer that day. It had been at least as horrible as the talk with Marvolo in the summer. Thea handed him the plate with the scrambled eggs, still too sleepy to talk much. Over at the Ravenclaw table, a girl was getting louder and louder, almost screaming at one of her housemates about a gift that somehow had managed to be insulting. Harry tried to ignore the giggling of the younger witches, the screaming match that had started to attract the teacher's attention, and the nervous whispering among some of the older boys. He had sorted out what he had wanted to give to Luna, asking Darby to make sure an owl would deliver his gift to the girl with the morning post the evening the day before. When the owls started to fly in through the big windows, bringing with them a lot of small rain droplets, Harry had just finished a bowl of porridge with honey, nuts, and small pieces of apple. As he had found where Luna was sitting today prior to sitting down himself, he had a prime view on her greeting the school owl, carrying a small parchment roll charmed to repel water. She smiled her usual serene, slightly absent-minded smile, and gave a bit of her own breakfast as a treat to the messenger. Remembering Luna's comment over spring and the slow awakening of all things in that time, Harry had drawn pictures of some of the early blooming plants, those that were out as the first, sometimes even before all the snow was gone, using the lack of leaves in the forests to get enough sunlight to flourish. He just noticed her smiling more happy than before when the loud crash of a large metal platter falling to the floor drew his attention, as well as that of almost all people in the great hall, to the Gryffindor table. "Can't you see he is using you?" Ron was screaming, his head almost purple, the color clashing horribly with his hair. "He's a professional, famous Quidditch player, the best seeker in the world." Harry felt his stomach clench. He didn't know all that much about romantic relationships, but there was no way Ron could turn that beginning into anything that would be well received by Hermione. The fact that they both had totally overlooked the fact their friend was a girl, and Ron even had managed to put his foot into his mouth when asking her out to the ball, clearly seeing her as a last resort, wasn't going to work in Ron's favor either. Harry never got to hear what Ron had wanted to say, because Hermione suddenly was standing as well, her hand curled into a fist, shaking and screaming at the other Gryffindor with the same amount of fury as Ron. "Are you doubting my intelligence? Or do you think I'm just not worth the attention of someone as famous as Victor Crumb?" Daphne, sitting near enough that Harry could hear her, commented with something close to awe. "The venom, can't you hear it? She's going to cut him into ribbons with her tongue." Astoria agreed with an obvious glee that was a little surprising to Harry. He himself wanted to vanish into the ground, embarrassed beyond belief on account of his friend's actions. They had grown apart since the summer, all the changes in Harry's situation driving a wedge between them, but Harry still wished his friend well. But at the moment, Ron's impulsiveness was digging him a hole deeper than he could hope to get out of any time soon. "Let me be clear, Ronald Weasley. I'm not interested in you in any romantic sense. You just are too immature. Grow up. I'll decide for myself who I go on a date with. It's not your place to even think about such things. Leave me be." And with that last declaration, Hermione stormed off from the Great Hall, a late Ravenclaw jumping out of her way near the doors to the Great Hall. The picture was eerily similar to one Harry had witnessed back in their first year. Hermione storming away because Ron had been an insensitive prat. "I'll better go look for her," Harry muttered to his friends, already getting up from his place, grabbing his bag. "Please excuse my absence to Professor Slinkard." "Will do," Theo answered, while the others from his year muttered some words along the same line. Quick strides allowed Harry to quickly leave the great hall without compromising his dignity. When had he come to always think about how the way he acted might influence the opinion of him in the eyes of others? But that wasn't important right now. Getting out the Marauder's map from his book bag, the moment he noticed that he couldn't see Hermione anywhere, Harry quickly checked where she had gone to, finding her name next to a dart in one of the unused classrooms on the ground floor. It wasn't hard to follow her there. One of the bathrooms might have been a problem. He could hear her muffled sobs through the not quite closed door, and before he knocked on it, one didn't simply walk in on an upset witch if one didn't want to be hexed. He took a few calming breaths, raising his occlumency shields to hopefully better be able to help his friend. "May I come in?" Harry asked, when Hermione didn't react for quite some time. She didn't tell him to go away, which he chose to interpret as an invitation to join her in the classroom. So he went in. Hermione was sitting in a window to one of the smaller courtyards. Harry wasn't even sure this one could be reached by any other means than climbing out of one of the windows. On the window seat, her legs pulled up and her head resting on her knees, face turned away from the door and towards the window. Watching the raindrops run down the window pane, Harry tried to come up with a good way to help Hermione. Being supportive wasn't something he had much experience with. Neither watching others doing something like this, nor getting help in such a situation. Mrs. Goyle had an analytical way of doing things, getting him to come to conclusions on his own. Harry felt that wasn't what was needed right now. Marvolo tried, but having next to no experience himself, wasn't really that good at comforting another. Yet, Mrs. Weasley was too oppressive for Harry's tastes, and not someone he thought he would be able to emulate. With a shake of his head, Harry cleared away all the distractions. He was making the whole situation more awkward by just standing here. Just go for it would probably be best here. He hadn't been a Gryffindor for nothing. He could wing it if needed. Ron is a prat, and has no real filter between his brain and his mouth. That was nothing but the truth, and got something almost like a chuckle out of Hermione. Harry slowly walked over to sit at the other end of the window seat, avoiding the chairs and tables covered in dust, all the while sorting through his thoughts. I'm not sure what Ron is thinking that made him react the way he did, but I know that he isn't the most mature of our year, and he hasn't got a mind healer to talk to for help on sorting out all those. Harry floundered for a moment, playing with the hem of his robes. Feelings. I at least find them terribly confusing. That got a real chuckle out of Hermione, making Harry send a mock glare her way, which made her chuckle more, settling back to sit a little less hunched over. But despite the fact that I understand being confused about feelings, I agree with you. It's your decision who you go out with on a date and spend time with, and I can totally see what Victor sees in you. Harry felt out of his depth, but the small, trembling smile Hermione sent his way let him think that he hadn't done too bad. So you had confusing feelings to sort out? Hermione asked, a dangerous twinkle in her eyes, effectively deflecting the conversation onto another topic. Harry sighed. I had, but I have a feeling that you noticed long before I did, didn't you? She nodded. I think that I did, yes. She grinned and moved one of her feet to nudge one of his. You and Luna. He didn't even try to keep the stupid grin from his face. She just sees me. Harry, you know, not sure where this will lead, but I'm willing to see for myself what it can be. Hermione's tear-streaked face was brightened by a soft smile at Harry, admitting to his developing feelings for the younger Ravenclaw girl. Yes, I think I see. Now more clearly than ever. Before Uncle Xerxes made me, his heiress I was the clever muggle-born for many. After, I suddenly became the heiress to an important and infamous family. It wasn't that big of a deal. You and Ron mostly treated me just the same. As does Victor. The younger and older students, those I never interacted with that much, changed their behavior, though. The bell announcing the start of the first lesson sounded. Suddenly Hermione was on her feet. We'll be late for our first lesson. Harry, how can you let me mope here? Get up. Hurry, we can't be late. Now it was Harry's turn to chuckle, getting up from his perch much slower than his friend. This was such typical Hermione behavior that he was pretty sure that for the moment at least Ron's blunder was gone from the forefront of her mind. Maybe he could get the twins on their brother's case. They both certainly had a better hand at interacting with the witches in Gryffindor than Ron ever had managed so far. They might be able to help their younger brother see what he had been doing wrong. They parted ways soon after reaching the entrance hall, and Harry managed to only be about 10 minutes late to defense. Professor Slinkard simply waved at Harry to take a seat, once more deep in a lecture over the value of de-escalation and the duty of friends to intervene before an actual fight could start. The rest of the day passed by in a blur that seemed all too familiar by now. Only the constant whispers over the drama they all had witnessed were a difference to any other day since the winter holidays had been over. By the end, after dinner and another study session in the Slytherin common room, spend patiently explaining the differences between different flicks of the wand in charms to Vincent and Gregory, Harry wished the others pleasant dreams and walked into his own room. Careless, trusting in the charms on his bag, Harry let it fall next to his desk, getting rid of his shoes on his way to his bed, where he sat down and let himself fall back to lie on it, staring at the canopy. He was in need of holidays. For a moment, he wondered what this year as Harry Potter, boy who lived, would have been like if Marvolo hadn't chosen this way, the less violent way. He was pretty sure he wouldn't be a Slytherin now, and probably he wouldn't have all the time he was investing into his studies. He would still be stuck in divination, and seeing as he had needed Mrs. Goyle's help, who was his mind healer only because Marvolo had insisted. He wouldn't have a date with Luna this coming Saturday. Sighing deeply, Harry sat back up and went to retrieve the mirror Marvolo had created for him. The adoption of Marcus had been stalled, and Harry wanted to know what was happening on that front and if Marvolo had made any progress. Harry! Marvolo greeted only moments after Harry had spoken the man's name to the reflective surface, which now no longer was showing Harry's face, but the sweaty one of Marvolo. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, feeling curious. There wasn't much that could get a wizard to sweat if he was able to use magic. And Marvolo certainly had no reason to not use magic to get his menial tasks done. Conjuring pottery. Marvolo gave a deadpan answer. "I'm frustrated, and there's no one with time for dueling practice. So I'm conjuring pottery just to blast it apart in the next moment. One could say that it's cathartic." It looked like the man was shrugging, and then the background moved, indicating that Marvolo had changed his position. So, it didn't go well. Why else should Marvolo be frustrated? "I wouldn't necessarily say that. All the stuff about whether I'm a good guardian and if Marcus would be happy with us. That is done with and went well. But they want to verify that Marcus really is a Parselmouth, and now they are uncertain how to prove it. Obviously, they can't take my word for it, or yours." Marvolo was shaking his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, probably cussing up a storm in his head. Harry himself made a face because it sounded so stupid. What do they want to do instead? Have him order a snake around. In essence, but they say it can't be one he already is familiar with. One of the simpletons from the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures said they simply could conjure one. I was this close. He held up two fingers almost touching each other, to conjuring one myself to show them what a monumental stupid idea that would be. I advised them to get in a snake from a Muggle zoo, a constrictor of some kind. One of them said they had thought something smaller would be less intimidating for a young boy. I truly hope they will talk with the expert I recommended to them. He works with snakes regularly, as he collects their venom for potions ingredients. They talked for a while longer, Harry retelling Ron's blunder from this morning, and Marvolo complaining about all the paperwork he had to finish, and how Nagini had knocked over his inkwell over and over again because she had been bored. He was looking forward to summer and even warmer spring days, so she could go out onto the grounds of Potter Manor. That possibility would cure her of her boredom better than anything else. When Harry's yawn lasted for several seconds, Marvolo laughed loudly. "Go to bed, Harry. You need your sleep." Harry nodded, yawning again. "I guess you're right, Father. Pleasant dreams." For the first time, they both realized in the same moment that Harry had called Marvolo father where no one else could hear them. They froze, unsure how to process or react to this, not even sure if this was the first time that this had happened. In the end, Marvolo was the first one to recover, ignoring the doubtlessly important moment. "I wish you pleasant dreams as well, Harry. I'll keep you up to date on the adoption." "Thanks." Harry answered, still unsettled over the fact he had become so accustomed to calling Marvolo father that he hadn't noticed he was doing it when it was only the two of them. Later, as he was buried under the covers and almost asleep, Harry realized that he didn't feel bad about the development. Since the day Marvolo had adopted Harry, the man had done everything in his power to be a good father. And as far as Harry could say at the moment, he had managed to do a good job. Feeling content and not unhappy with the way things were at the moment, Harry drifted off to sleep. Thursday, 15th of February 1996, sitting in a comfortable rocking chair on the balcony which belonged to his apartment. Albus enjoyed the book he was currently reading, the nice weather, and the view. The Satchmet Clinic was a most convenient mixture of specialized hospital for aging wizards and witches and hotel, or better yet, apartment complex. It wasn't exactly cheap to get treatment and housing here, but the long-standing tradition of this place to accept unusual cases for lower fees made them the absolute experts in the field. In getting a place, so fast Albus, Celebrity status may have eased the way. But in the end, the unusual circumstances of his mental health had been the deciding factor, as he had since learned from one of the healers in charge of his care. After only a few days spent here, all of the reservations Albus had had about leaving his brother's place had vanished. He now was sure he gladly would spend the rest of his life here, secure in the knowledge that he would find peace here and never would harm anyone ever again. He still felt greatly unsettled over how far his mind had slipped. His decision had been right. His midday meal popped into existence right next to Albus, breaking his musings, on the small table he had used for his meals whenever the weather was favorable. Like today. With a smile on his face, Albus moved to a wicker chair. It simply was easier to eat while not rocking back and forth, and picked up the utensils to start on his meal of rice, stuffed vine leaves, and hummus. Once he was finished eating, the plate vanished, and Albus rose. Maybe he should go out and take a stroll through the gardens, which were littered with wells and fountains, the sculptures of noteworthy healers and guards and goddesses, as well as boards for various games. He had seen chess and nine men's Morris, but also a few he hadn't seen before. Maybe one of the other residents would be able to explain the rules of how to play them to Albus. Before he could make up his mind, the chime sounded, drawing his attention to the slate next to his door, where names of people showing up with the wish to visit him were displayed. When he had been shown his rooms, he had been given an explanation on how the slate worked, and he had spent most of the first day examining the intricate charm's work. The name stated on the slate now was that of Amos Diggory. What did the man want here? Albus picked up the charmed piece of chalk and made a check mark next to the name, indicating his willingness to accept the visitor. If he didn't want to see someone, he simply would cross out the name. Not that he had had that many visitors up till this moment. Curious why Amos Diggory, who had lost his son not even a year ago, was now visiting him here in Egypt, Albus moved into his sitting room and ordered a tea set to share with his guest via another slate mounted to a wall there. Amos, come in, come in. Albus greeted his guest a few minutes later when the tall man appeared at his door. I just ordered some tea. Why don't you come in, sit down and have some? It was clear to Albus the moment he had opened the door that Amos wasn't happy. But why he looked so out of sorts wasn't really as clear. They sat down and Amos started the conversation with small talk, the usual stuff, whether the hospital and the gardens it was situated in. But curiously enough, the goings-on of politics back home, a staple of small talk and gossip, was suspiciously absent. After almost 3/4 of an hour in the same range of topics, Albus had enough. Amos, you haven't come here to speak with me about the differences in weather between London and Alexandria. As I have seen only recently, the prices for international portkeys are too steep to contemplate buying one just to visit a casual acquaintance for a cup of tea. What are you here to speak about? Because Albus was certain that Amos wanted to talk about something. The way he had hesitated several times, searching for words, but in the end clearly selecting a different topic had been an obvious giveaway. For a moment, it looked like Mr. Diggory's face was filled with loathing. But quick as a blink, the man looked more like one who had lost all hope than one preparing to murder another human being. Why have you given up, headmaster? Why did you stop fighting? How shall I manage to oppose evil if you are not there? With each word, Amos' voice had risen in volume, going from a resigned, hopeless, almost whisper to a beseeching shout. Albus was stunned. I have given up. What evil should I be fighting in your eyes? Albus had a feeling he already knew what evil Amos was speaking about. But that certainly wasn't true, was it? Had his delusions dragged others down with him? He who must not be named, of course. He's corrupting the children with his so-called school and that adoption program. But with your sudden, unwarranted retreat, he'll find much less resistance. There was a glint in the man's eyes that looked a lot like a need for revenge. With carefully chosen words, Albus tried to relax the situation while also gauging how far Amos would go in his chosen mission. Lord Slytherin's actions have been all within the boundaries of the laws as far as I can judge. In what way do you think he is corrupting the children? But the wizard wasn't inclined to answer any questions. Why, headmaster? Why have you run? Why did you leave the floor to the man who murdered my son? Aware of the quite real possibility that this confrontation might turn violent, Albus tried to look calm and collected while he answered. My health is no longer what it used to be, Amos. I'm told about things others witnessed me doing, but don't remember them happening. You certainly can see how that can unsettle a person. The healers in this place are the best in treating ailments of the mind caused by old age and certain magics. It simply was my best option to search treatment here. He was exaggerating, of course. The letter he had written to the minister, which then had somehow found its way into the Daily Prophet, was the only thing he had no clear recollection of writing. But overstating his health problem might work in his favor here, giving Amos a way to rationalize Albus, retreat from the political stage that wouldn't result in immediate violence. Have you gotten help to cope with your grief? Outliving a child was said to be one of the greatest hardships that could happen to parents. Maybe that possibility for violence Albus could so clearly feel from the other wizard was caused by the trauma and grief caused by his son's death. One again ignoring the question, Amos stood, leaving his one cup of tea only half finished. So once you're better, you'll return. Trying for a casual stance, Albus stood as well, smiling his best grandfatherly smile. I try to abide by my healer's advice not to let myself be distracted from my current main focus by planning too far into the future. That answer, while totally untrue and much too vague to hold any valuable information, seemed to be what Amos had been wanting to hear. He smiled and gave a small bow. Then I'll return back home with the hope that you'll be back in top form soon, able to rejoin our efforts to rid the world of one of its larger evils. Have a nice day. And he was gone, out of the door and probably halfway to the apparition area just outside the clinic's wards. Feeling weak in his knees, Albus slowly sank back down onto the divan he favored in his sitting room. The vibrant colors just suited his tastes the most, and took a deep breath. What a strange encounter. Could it be that the true figure behind the changes in the policies in the adoption process had just revealed himself to Albus? And were there more? The way Amos had talked, it did seem likely that he had been at least involved in that somehow. But all that aside, the much bigger question was if Albus needed to do something, and if he chose to take action, what should he do? Albus managed to go into the gardens that afternoon and wandered among hedges and under palms, pondering what he had learned. He really hadn't decided by the time he went back to his rooms for dinner and a quiet evening meditating. He needed more time to come to a conclusion. Chapter 85, Norms. Chapter text, Friday, 16th of February 1996, sitting behind his desk, going over possible investments for the money Marvolo had managed to accumulate by carefully investing the loan Lucius had given to him at really generous conditions. The sound of a house elf popping into the room drew Marvolo's attention. Flim was standing there in his snow-white linen towel, proud and without fear, waiting to be acknowledged to deliver whatever information he had come to impart. Yes, Flim. The elf came to attention and spoke in its slightly squeaky voice. Blonde wizard Lucius waiting in Flu room, here to speak with Master Marvolo. Flim said he would deliver message. Even if Miss Granger was mistaken about freeing all the elves, she seemed to have a point about treating them with some respect. Flim was a lot more pleasant to be around than many elves Marvolo had had contact with in the past. I'll be there in a moment. Set up tea for two in the drawing room and bring my guest there. Marvolo didn't know why Lucius was here, as he hadn't called for him, and there had been no prearranged meeting this day, so it probably was something important. A few minutes later, Marvolo walked into the drawing room, and Lucius rose from his armchair, only to sink down to one knee and bow his head. My lord. Not willing to lose time over some silly formalities, Marvolo waved his hand somewhat impatiently and walked straight to his own favored armchair. Rise and sit down, Lucius. I gather you have something important to report. Short flicks of his fingers had cream and sugar float into his cup, which then filled with hot tea, courtesy of the floating teapot operated by Flim. That's correct, my lord. By chance, I overheard a few wizards from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures talking about their decision to set up a test for the ability of Parseltongue with a conjured snake. They seemed convinced it was the most hassle-free way to go about things. I clearly remember the description of the conjured snake as confused and dangerous. In the text, I learned that particular spell from when I was a teenager. I thought it best to make sure you knew of this as soon as possible, my lord. Closing his eyes and counting backwards in increasing steps, Marvolo automatically fell into a relaxing breathing pattern. Those absolute, ignorant, and dangerous idiots. He opened his eyes once he felt that he had calmed down enough. Then he took a few minutes to drink his tea before looking back at Lucius, who seemed paler than usual. "Thank you for informing me, Lucius. I fear I'll have to influence the process more than I had planned to in the end, but I can't simply allow them to set a conjured snake loose near a child that young." He stood. "Flim will see you out. Have a good day." Not waiting for Lucius to leave, Marvolo called his cheapest and most unremarkable cloak down from his room with an Akio. Where he was planning to go now, standing out wasn't something most should do. Not that it would be a problem for him, but today he really would prefer not to draw attention. In less than 5 minutes, Marvolo had apparated to a spot in Nocturne Alley that was used by all those who preferred not to be seen in the more socially acceptable places around here. And most of the time, the upstanding witches and wizards totally agreed, preferring not to see the less friendly and beautiful. With decisive strides, Marvolo made his way over to the specialized apothecary he had visited before. It had been around back when he had finished school, and once or twice he had helped out with their animals for some extra money. They didn't make enough to hire someone to help, and in the end, the place hadn't offered the opportunities Marvolo had been after, even if his unique skills had been, and still were, an exceptionally good fit. Now he came here to hopefully get the owner, the son of the man he had worked for back then, and an expert on snakes to accompany him to the ministry. A small bell rang as Marvolo stepped through the door and into the slightly musty and darkened interior of the specialized apothecary, the place where everyone bought snake venom who needed the best ingredients. "One moment." A call came from the back, from the door behind the counter covered with a tattered curtain. So Marvolo waited a moment, listening in to the idle, sleepy chattering of the snakes all around in the different enclosures. They all were as close to the snake's natural habitats as magic could make them. Marvolo nodded in approval. That snakes were treated well always had been something that had been of great interest to him. "How may I help?" the owner, Martin Singer, asked while stepping through the door and up to the counter. When Marvolo turned around to answer, he saw the wizard's eyes widen in surprise. But the man kept standing. Neither his father nor he ever had been associated with the Death Eaters. "I'm here to ask for your input as an expert on snakes. The ministry needs one, but the people in charge of the situation are stubborn and insist that conjuring a snake is just as good." "No way," Mr. Singer interrupted, wide eyes even wider in surprise. Marvolo nodded grim. "I hope taking care of some of the work they seem to think is too much will help them be more reasonable. Do you have time?" He had time, and so they moved quickly to get to the ministry as fast as humanly possible. Marvolo didn't explain why exactly the ministry needed an expert on snakes. Better to keep his involvement as small as possible. He was so frustrated with the stubborn, short-sighted people working on this. He wanted to get Marcus home. It all really was taking too long. Marvolo worked on his patients while they arrived at the ministry, waited in line at the security desk, waited for an elevator with enough space for 2 people, waited in the elevator on their way to the right floor, and then walked down said corridor dodging people who wanted to talk with Lord Slytherin. At first, Marvolo had planned to go directly to the department responsible for getting the test with the snake sorted out. But that would make it obvious that he had involved himself with acquiring an expert for them. So they went to the office of Mrs. Wispy instead. Lord Slytherin, what a surprise! They were greeted with her usual cheeriness, while she hurried through her stacks of parchment and books like she didn't care she might topple one of them. For a short moment, Marvolo wondered if she had this skill of avoiding toppling them because she knew the layout of her office so well, or if she would be able to do that in any room filled with random, unstable stacks of objects. Shoving that idle thought aside, even though it was a puzzle he would love to solve, Marvolo brought a strained smile to his face. No need to hide his waning patience with the proceedings from the woman so intent to get families united. "Mrs. Wispy, a small owl told me that you are in need of an expert on snakes, and as I feel the process shouldn't be delayed any longer, I thought I'd bring someone I know to be competent and independent." He turned halfway back to the wizard behind him, waving to point the witch's attention towards him for an introduction. "This is Mr. Singer. owner of an apothecary specializing in snake parts, and more specifically, venom. The two exchanged polite greetings, and then Mrs. Wispy turned towards Marvolo. I knew you would be able to point us in the direction of an actual expert. I tried to talk sense into them, but they brushed me off, claiming they were the experts on all things creature. I tried to tell them that they're not experts on all things animal just because they can spot a neasel among a litter of kittens, but they were stubborn. A hint of a mischievous smile and a wink was sent from Mrs. Wispy to both wizards. I'll just claim that they were being slow, and I managed to find an expert they'll have to work with now. Come, I want to inform them. Amused by her obvious glee to rub the noses of her colleagues in their incompetence, Marvolo followed without fuss, thinking he could claim to have visited to inquire into the progress, and tagged along because he had been asked to. Easily enough done. It didn't take long until they came near the doors to the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, and slowed down when they heard loud voices from a cubicle near the main entrance to the department. We need to make an appointment with the school, a deep voice said. Can't we just send a summons to a test here at the ministry? The answering voice almost whined. No. Because the one being tested is a small kid, there seemed to be a silent idiot tacked on there, and Mrs. Wispy insists we need to be cautious, take measures to make the child feel safe. There was a derisive snort, probably from the person being talked to. But I think if the kid can talk to snakes, it's not really worth the hassle. It'll turn dark anyway. Just look at that Potter boy. Resorted into Slytherin, he held on pretty long, but now he's on the slippery slope into darkness. Friends with a werewolf, I heard. Marvolo clenched his hands, taking deep, even breaths. Maybe he should get some auras down here to keep himself from attacking those people. Instead, he strengthened his occlumency shields and made himself a promise to memorize everything he could about those people and wait for an opportunity to ruin their lives. Before the two men, judging by their voices, could say any more infuriating and incriminating stuff, Mrs. Wispy decided she'd had enough and walked around the corner huffing like an enraged hippogriff. I'll let you know that I'll handle the matter from here on out. Really, what has the kid done to you? She waved Mr. Singer forward, while Marvolo took a step back so he could observe from the shadows. This is Mr. Singer. He owns an apothecary and trades in snake parts. He's an expert in how to handle snakes and will be the one arranging and conducting the test. Your department won't be needed any longer. Now see here, you can't do that. We're the experts, and the process demands that the test for family magic is to be done by an expert prior to the adoption being concluded. And we are the experts on creatures in the ministry. So you can't toss us out, the wizard with the darker voice, the one proclaiming Marcus a lost cause to the dark because of his ability, concluded smugly. Marvolo committed his face to memory and paid attention so as not to miss the moment Mrs. Wispy or one of the others would finally name some names. All would be so much easier if he didn't have to search for them before deciding what to do. Nowhere is it stated that the expert needs to be from the ministry. Amos Diggory declared your department the experts, but the fact it took you this long, and you still haven't decided what form a test needs to take to verify the existence of the gift of Parseltongue in a child, suggests otherwise. Huffing in obvious frustration, Mrs. Wispy gave both wizards a disapproving glare, which reminded Marvolo of the face some of the caretakers at Wool's had down to perfection. He had perfected not showing his reaction to it pretty early on, but it never had changed the fact that such glares had sent cold shivers of dread down his spine. Not being the one the glare was aimed at, in contrast, had some kind of reassuring quality. How odd. I had thought better of you, Neil, and you too, Albert. Dismissing the two angry and flummoxed-looking wizards, Mrs. Wispy turned to Mr. Singer. Have you got some time so we can discuss how you would set up a test for the ability to speak with snakes for a child? With a clear grin on his face, it seemed as if the man had enjoyed the show. Mr. Singer nodded. I came with time to spare. One thing I can say for sure now, we should get a non-venomous snake for this. Oh, and Lord Slytherin shouldn't be there. The look Marvolo got was apologetic, but he only shrugged. I always knew that I can't be there. It was added to the procedures when they were reworked. That's not a problem. I'm just glad that now an actual expert will design and oversee the whole thing. And he honestly was. The thought of Marcus having to converse with an angry, conjured snake, probably a venomous one, it simply was too much. Mrs. Wispy took Mr. Singer to her office to discuss the test setup, and Marvolo slowly made his way back to the entrance hall to flew back home. And while he was on the way, ignoring the curious looks he still was getting, his thoughts started to circle again. They still hadn't found the individual or individuals behind the disastrous changes in the adoption policies. And here he stumbled over two people in the ministry obviously still harboring animosity against him, willing to condemn a child as young as Marcus as being dark, which practically was synonymous with evil in their books, just because of an ability he had been born with. Neither seemed to be important enough to have the influence needed to affect the changes they had discovered, remove roadblocks for Miss Summers, or keep out of the limelight while doing those things. But Mrs. Wispy had brought up Amos Diggory, a man who was all around well known and well liked, and who had a very good reason to be against everything that Marvolo might want to pass. Only now that Marvolo had been a father for a while and looked into growing their family, did he understand what it must be like to lose a child. He always had known the devastating effect something like this could have on a person, a weakness he had seen and used back then. But only now did he feel that he might actually understand why. Maybe he should set a few of his people to looking into Diggory and his two friends in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. Thinking about the possible after effects of his offhand order to Pettigrew to kill the Diggory boy, Marvolo had started to pace, berating himself once again for his stupid error back when he had been a teenager. Maybe he needed to find a way to make sure the book he was writing, gathering all the information on Horcruxes there was, would be available to anyone considering such a foolish move. He had forgotten where he was and how long he had been pacing here when a woman suddenly spoke to him. "Why are you pacing here?" One of the Auras saw and informed Rufus, and he sent me because he was worried. "What's on your mind, Lord Slytherin?" Marvolo turned to the voice and saw a contemplative Madame Bones standing there. "I guess I got sucked into fruitlessly contemplating the long-term effects of tragic events." Because even as the official story said, he had been pressured into going along with the resurrection ritual and had watched helplessly while the young man had been killed. The fact that all that had been supposedly caused by a curse he had come in contact with decades earlier made it somehow his responsibility. Madame Bones probably had seen his confusion over the whole mess he had created in a bid to start fresh, smiled a friendly smile. "I offered you moral support. I guess listening to whatever had you pacing here for over an hour, scowling so darkly that a seasoned aura was frightened enough to go to his superior instead of taking the situation in hand, is the least I can do." Smiling despite himself, Marvolo nodded his assent. "I guess sitting down, a cup of tea, and another point of view might actually be of help." If he was careful to stick to his story, which he should be able to do easily, Madame Bones' insight into the workings of the ministry might actually be helpful to unravel his vague impression of the whole situation. They retreated into Madame Bones' office, where they drank tea and spoke for over 2 hours. Ron knew that he had once again managed to screw up completely. The reactions of everyone around him for the last few days would have made it more than clear if he hadn't noticed the moment Harry followed Hermione out of the Great Hall Wednesday morning anyway. All the girls in Gryffindor had started to glare at him, Hermione had avoided him, and Dean and Seamus had acted as if they pitied him. Ron wasn't so sure that they weren't joking behind his back. Neville had sided with the girls. It was so unfair. Everyone was on Hermione's side. Ron just knew how they all said that he had hurt her, but not one of them even stopped for one moment to see that she had hurt him too. And so he walked here, down one of the less often used corridors, while dinner was still going on, brooding. Why didn't one of his friends see how Hermione was ignoring him? They had been friends for so long, and still it seemed as if he didn't even register as a possible boyfriend for her. She even had said as much. Balling his hands into fists, Ron made a tight circle in the hall to avoid punching the wall. Even in his frustration, he knew that punching a wall of solid stone wouldn't end well for him. Life was unfair. Why had Crumb snatched Hermione up just before Ron himself had noticed that she was a girl? He had known her longer. Scowling at nothing, Ron was so distracted by his thoughts running in circles that he didn't notice the moment someone stepped out of an empty classroom behind him, following him with steps so quiet a silencing spell must have been applied. But he couldn't miss another figure stepping out of a door a little further ahead. He stopped, looked up, and scowled at his older brother Fred instead of the floor. "What do you want?" "Eichel Ronikins. Why so aggressive?" asked the twin who had followed the younger brother. "We want to talk, nothing more." Ron turned around so his back was to the wall and he could see both twins. It always was a good idea not to have the twins at behind you. The fact that neither held his wand helped only marginally with Ron's nervousness. What were the twins planning? "Let's talk in there," Fred said, waving a hand towards the room he had just stepped out of. Suspicious about the whole situation, Ron followed his brother, one hand sliding into his pocket to grab his wand. Were the twins on his side or on Hermione's? The rooms was like so many other empty classrooms all around the castle. A few tables, a handful of chairs, a blackboard and a teacher's desk, with dust everywhere. George walked up to the teacher's desk, sitting down casually on top of it, swinging his legs. The other twin stayed by the door, leaning against the wall, probably to make sure Ron couldn't run. Unable to relax, Ron took to pacing between the haphazardly arranged furniture. "Harry made us aware that you could use the advice of an older brother, and we have to admit that we have been remiss in our duties." The seriousness both of his brothers were maintaining made Ron even more worried. They never were like this. They always joked whatever the situation. They always found something to make fun about. And in a pinch they would poke fun at each other. "And why doesn't he speak with me himself?" Another thing that had irked Ron since Wednesday. Harry had followed Hermione out of the hall but hadn't talked to his oldest friend. The twin on the table looked a little surprised by that. "Ron, you've been avoiding everyone. He thought you needed space. He approached us this morning because he's worried, Ron, and so are we." Ron scoffed and threw himself into one of the chairs, turning away from his brothers. Harry hadn't even tried to find Ron so they could talk. He had the map. It should have been easy enough, if Harry really wanted to. "What made you say such a thing, Ron? Why did you imply that no one could find anything interesting or desirable in Hermione? We know that you find her beautiful, like most of the rest since the Yule Ball during that tournament." Ron shrugged but stayed silent. Of course they were right. Ron had dreamed of her and wished she would go on a date with him. It could be funny, and she wasn't bad-looking, breathtaking when she wanted to be. Ron cursed his rotten luck that Crumb had realized it sooner than he had. "Ron." Fred started in a tone of voice Ron knew too well from their mother. She used it whenever one of them was being stubborn, but hearing it from one of his siblings let something break in Ron. "I listened when she prattled that nonsense about house elves, when she insists on repeating the whole bloody test after we finished it. I endure her nagging. I've known her so long already. Why? Why won't she date me?" If he had been any less frustrated and angry, he probably would have been mortified over the sound of desperation in his voice, over the fact that he exposed his innermost thoughts to his two brothers. The two brothers who had always pranked him, avoiding the older brothers and the little princess. George furrowed his brow, placing his hands next to his legs on the tabletop, leaning forward. "You know, just because you've spent some time with her, did something a few times you think she should be grateful for, you're not entitled to her time and attention." Fred took over with the same intensity before Ron could form any response. "She's her own person. You could spend handfuls of galleons, sing her self-written serenades, cook her favorite food, and she still has the right to send you packing." Ron narrowed his eyes. Why should efforts like that go without a reward? "You wouldn't feel happy if, I don't know, Bulstrode was interested in you, would you? Would you agree to a date just because she sent you love letters? Sent your butter beer over at the Three Broomsticks? Bulstrode, that girl from Slytherin he thought of as the ugliest of the bunch, would be a horror. I never would go on a date with her. What could that girl ever do to win his favor? It simply was impossible." "Then don't be a dick, Ron," Fred said, walking over to give Ron a pat on the shoulder. "Love isn't like classes and marks or garden work. Just because you put some effort in doesn't guarantee you the outcome you wish for." Gaping like a fish out of the water, Ron stared at his brothers. "We think you should take some time to think things over. And to distract you from what else is going on, we wanted to offer you a job this weekend." "Exactly," George said from his place on the desk, now a little more relaxed. "We have rented a spot for a booth again." and we want to sell our newest merchandise. We could use another set of hands, and you'll get paid. You in?" Still in shock over the image that he might be expected to go on a date with Millicent Bulstrode if she should ever make an effort, what he had been doing with Hermione was different, wasn't it? Ron just nodded, and soon was once again alone. Were the twins right? He wasn't really sure. Did he think that someone was obligated to go on a date with someone who just put in the effort? Was a date something you could buy? Ron made it back to the common room just before curfew and still wasn't nearer to an answer. Ooh, Saturday, 17th of February 1996. It was the Hogsmeade weekend after Valentine's Day, and the whole student body was in nervous titters over it. Well, all students third year and up. The weather had been dreadful the last few days, and today looked like it would become a reasonably nice day. Harry looked up from his place at the Slytherin table to the ceiling of the great hall, watching the big, fluffy white clouds floating over the bright blue sky. "What do you think about Miss Gamp? I'm not sure she's that good at explaining the theory," Theo asked Harry, while adding more egg to his plate. "I guess only time will tell," Harry answered, returning his gaze from the ceiling back to his classmates at the table. "The first years seem happy with Miss Switch. But can one of you explain to me why they get the teacher with a mastery, and we only get one that intends to start studying for a mastery?" That had been a problem he had puzzled over since the new temporary teachers had been introduced Thursday morning. "No idea," Draco said from Harry's left side. "Maybe she's better in the topics we'll need for our owls. I hope she is. One subpar teacher is enough." For a moment, Draco frowned. As Harry had learned since he was closer to the Slytherins, the blonde really was invested in good grades. "Next year we'll probably have a new professor, and Gryffindor will have a new head," Daphne added her own nut to the conversation. Harry nodded, cutting up a sausage, and wondering who might take over from Headmistress McGonagall. There weren't a lot of Gryffindors among the staff. "Why are you checking on the weather every few bites, Harry?" Theo suddenly asked, catching Harry glancing at the ceiling again, a small grin on his face. "Have you planned something special for your date?" Harry felt himself blush and cursed the fact that he did. Now all the girls would pester him for details. Assuming a better posture, Harry looked over to Theo and raised a brow. "Haven't you?" That brought about a few sniggers from those sitting near enough to follow their conversation. Theo laughed. "Touché, Harry. So the weather plays a big role in your plans." Harry finished his breakfast, grinned, and got up from his seat. "It does, and I better hurry and check that everything is organized as it should be. See you lot later." And with that, Harry was walking out of the great hall in the direction of the kitchens. He needed to check with Darby that everything was ready and which signals they would be using. What luck that it wasn't raining. Ooh, the group which walked down towards Hogsmeade was a mixed bunch. Gryffindors, Slytherins, and Ravenclaws, as well as an international Quidditch player. Harry was grinning from ear to ear, walking next to a happily humming Luna, looking up to the bright blue sky. It had been happy coincidence that they had arrived at the doors at the same time. They had decided to walk down together as the weather was cold, but nice and sunny. Ginny and Michael Corner from Ravenclaw walked hand in hand right behind Hermione and Victor, who were talking animatedly about some historical text they both had read in the last few weeks. Parvati and her sister were walking with their group, laughing and planning to enjoy the day together, ignoring all those with dates. Daphne, her sister Astoria, Pansy, and both Vincent and Gregory were trailing behind the couples, making jokes. Both Draco and Theo were walking further down. Draco on a date with Millicent, and Theo with Lisa Turpin from Ravenclaw. He had informed Harry that he had been surprised that she had asked him, but had accepted because she was nice enough, and he wanted to practice. When Harry had looked skeptical, Theo had shrugged. It wasn't as if Lisa expected more than a nice afternoon with tea and sweet cakes in Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Harry wasn't sure that he really understood, but it seemed that all those who had to expect an arranged marriage after they had finished Hogwarts tended to go on dates with different people as long as they still could, or at least the boys did. Looking over towards a skipping Luna, Harry grinned and discarded those heavy thoughts. He wanted to enjoy the day. The future would be here soon enough. "Victor and I'll go to the bookstore first," Hermione called back towards Harry the moment they reached the village. Harry waved, while their group quickly disbanded when everyone started to walk to their first destination for the day and turned to Luna. "Where do you want to go first?" I need a new quill, she said, swirling in place, stopping with her face towards Harry. He smiled a little helplessly. So, Scriven shafts. They had the biggest selection of quills and inks. Luna hummed and snatched Harry's hand, skipping towards the building which held the shop selling stationery. While Luna flitted from shelf to shelf, as a butterfly would flutter from blossom to blossom, Harry watched with a happy smile. Luna seemed so happy all the time. He knew that people tended to make mean comments about her and to her face, but despite all that, she found happiness. Harry selected a new inkwell as his last one was running low, and then went over to the register to pay. Luna, may I pay for your quills? She had selected a bunch of brightly colored quills, simple goose feathers patterned in fantastic colors. Green with swirls, blueberry and purple with spirals, ruby red scale patterns, and what looked like tiger stripes. Thank you, that's really nice of you. After that, they walked in silence along the road towards the spot near the Shrieking Shack where Harry had arranged with Darby to have his plans set in motion. Somehow Harry felt nervous over the silence that normally was so soothing. Maybe it was the fact that this wasn't matching with anything he thought a date should be like, but should even try to conform to some unclear expectations. I hope you like a picnic, Luna. I've asked a friend to organize something for us, right there on that patch of grass near the shack. Why? Oh, why did he have to be so nervous? That's a nice idea. Mum often had a picnic with me. The last time it was raining, so we brought the basket into the living room and spread out her favorite blanket. She told me about the moon frogs that day. Moon frogs? Where do they live? Harry asked, leading Luna towards the spot that had been prepared by Darby. There was a blanket on the ground, red and white gingham. The moment they stepped onto the blanket and felt the warmth of an area warming charm, Luna kicked off her shoes and sank down to sit in tailor fashion, beaming up at Harry. He stripped off his hat and the scarf, along with his cloak, as it would get too warm quickly if he kept them on. Darby, a house elf friend I made in second year, agreed to make us a basket. Just then that basket popped into existence between them, and an eager Luna opened it up. Do you want a tuna sandwich? Luna asked, handing him one, which he accepted gladly. Suddenly the silence wasn't strained anymore. It was glorious. Birds were singing, the crowd of students in the village and their laughter and cries. The smell of spring from a few early flowers near where they were sitting in the sun filled the air. After the sandwich was finished, Harry got out a pitcher of lemonade, charmed not to spill anything unintentionally, and 2 glasses, pouring them both a glass. It's nice out here, Harry observed, sipping at the cooled lemonade. Magic was a wonderful thing. Yes, much nicer than the tea shop, Luna agreed, rummaging in the basket for something until she came back up with a cauldron cake, smiling. You've been to Madame Puddifoot's? I haven't been yet, Harry asked, interested. Yes, last year. One of the boys asked me for a date on a dare. It's much too cluttered with stuff trying to make it look romantic, but it attracts rackspots and other things that might confuse people, and the tea wasn't nice. This is much better. She bit heartily into the cake. Harry laughed. There aren't many options for a date here, don't you think? I would ask you out to go to the cinema, see a film together, or to an amusement park, maybe eating something in a nice restaurant. He shrugged. Well, besides the cinema, everything I can think of we can do here in the village. There aren't that many acceptable activities for dates, are there? What defines an acceptable activity for a date? Luna idly asked, sipping her lemonade and taking another bite of her cake. No idea. Society. Harry hazarded a guess. Luna hummed, moving her head from side to side in contemplation. Wouldn't it be better if the people going on a date would define what is an acceptable activity? Don't you think? Made Harry pause, taking a small bowl of cut fruit out of the basket. I guess that would be better. But in my experience, society has a way of getting into everything, judging what's right or wrong, and letting everyone know its opinion. Like the gossiping women of Little Winging and the middle-aged witches who read Witch Weekly, reacting to sensationalist stories about the romantic lives of teenagers. I know, Luna simply said, clearly remembering the many taunting calls and people stealing her stuff. With a sigh, Harry leaned back on his arms, looking at Luna. And do you think that this is an acceptable activity for a date? I think it is. Society and what they call normal are overrated, Luna decided, and took out a fork, then scooted over so she could get some of the fruit salad. But it's not easy to really ignore society and all its rules and expectations, Harry stated, spearing half a grape with his own fork, holding it towards Luna in offer on a whim. Luna grinned and took the grape off the fork with her mouth, offering her own fork to Harry. I guess it would be, with how many expectations rest on you. They talked about moon frogs next, and from there they jumped from topic to topic, just as those frogs were wont to do. It was late afternoon when they started to go back to the school. It had been a really nice, if confusing, afternoon. Never had Harry discussed so much philosophy in one day. Opposite from Zonko's, the twins had set up their booth for the day. After the success from the cracker booth before the Christmas holidays, Ron kind of understood why they had decided to repeat the attempt to sell their stuff from a booth. But he was irritated about the way they had made him help. While Fred and Lee Jordan were handing out boxes with those ridiculous hats and collecting the money, George loudly called out the advantages of the headless hat. Surprise your friends and enemies. Scare them witless. Vanish your head and see others lose theirs. As he had been instructed, Ron once more put on the absolutely hideous hat, just glad that it vanished together with his head. The students walking by laughed, and Ron made a half-assed attempt at imitating a headless ghost. This was so humiliating. He would have liked this job much better if he could just stand at the booth, collecting the money. But both Fred and George had insisted he demonstrate the hats for their customers. While Ron repeatedly removed his hat, a silly thing with feathers, and put it back on, he watched as Hermione walked hand in hand with Crumb from the bookstore to the hideous pink tea shop. How normal and boring. All couples went to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Ron had thought Crumb would be above such average dates, or maybe Ron was just jealous that Hermione wasn't interested in him. Because if he was honest, he didn't have any other ideas for a date than going to the tea shop. Dean had told him that there were a lot of small booths where one could sit next to their date, which made snogging so much easier. That thought made Ron uneasy. How far had they gone? And did he really want to know? Ever since his brothers had spoken to him yesterday, he'd been plagued by the thought of Bulstrode expecting him to go on a date with her just because she had invested time or money in him. He hadn't really slept last night. The thought of how horrifying that idea was, and his concerns that really was what he had been doing, had kept him awake. Which was another reason he was so cross today, together with this horrible job, and the fact that Fred and George had dragged him from the Great Hall down to Hogsmeade much too early. He hadn't even had time to finish his second helping of scrambled eggs and mushrooms. The two had absolutely no respect for a good breakfast when they thought making money was more important than not being hungry. It didn't really take long until all the hats were sold. Even those they had used to demonstrate had been sold. While Ron helped with packing everything away, he watched Hermione walk back in direction of the school, Crumb at her side. They were laughing and obviously having a good time. Ron felt incredibly sad. It had taken him so long to see Hermione as a girl, and now he knew that he would love to be her boyfriend, but also that it was too late, at least for the moment. Because how long did relationships over long distances last? And Crumb certainly got enough attention that he had more temptation around to find someone other than Hermione. Not that she was someone unworthy of his attention, rather the other way around. Crumb wasn't around much. Hermione deserved someone who could spend more time with her, share her interests. Ron interrupted his thought process here and moved one of the last empty boxes over to the stack where the rest was gathered to be vanished. If they hurried up, they would be back in time for dinner. And Ron was hungry. Sunday, 18th of February 1996. Since Amos had visited him, Albus had returned several times to his pondering of what he should do with his suspicions. He wasn't really sure that he really had seen what he thought he had seen. Even thinking this, he wasn't sure it even made sense. As he did often, Albus walked through the gardens looking on while others played, or sat on a bench watching the different birds pecking at seeds and searching for insects. Getting the exercise the healers insisted he should get, and the sunlight he craved. Most of his life he had spent in Scotland or at other places on the British Islands. The amount of sun he could get here in Alexandria was something different. When he came across an elderly wizard from Canada, they had played a few games in the past few days, sitting at a board set for checkers, but missing a partner to play. Well, he couldn't very well let the man wait there for longer, could he? "May I sit here?" Albus asked, and after he got a nod in response, he sat down on the carved wooden chair, almost a stool, and made his move as the man he only knew as Will had started immediately once he had asked to sit there. They sat a while, moves being made back and forth. The sound of the pieces being moved over the stone of the board, the warm breeze in the grass all around, and the calls of a lot of different birds were all that was heard. Then Albus broke the silence. "There is an acquaintance I know who might be in trouble, and I'm unsure if he really is in trouble and what to do if he is." The only response he got was a grunt, but he really hadn't expected more than that. "If what I thought I saw is true, then he could do harm to others. Lots of harm if he should decide to go another route, if political maneuvering isn't enough for him anymore," Albus said, moving one of his pieces to claim one from Will. "But if I'm wrong? Will me telling someone do him harm?" And here he was again. A moral conundrum that demanded he make a decision whose interest was more important. Amos, right not to be slandered, or the need to protect a person from bodily harm, and maybe others, children. Three interests were involved here. Amos with his grief, Tom and his attempt at a second chance, and that of all the children who had a chance at a loving family if they could be adopted. He didn't feel confident that the adoptions always would turn out good, and still feared that magical children would be taken from loving Muggle families. But was that the most important concern here? His long pondering and the distraction cost him one of his own pieces, but in the end this was only a way to pass the time, not something he wanted to win desperately. If I tell someone that there might be a problem, that he might try to harm another, the other could be on his guard, couldn't he? And if I'm wrong, Albus sighed. All his instincts, his long-held beliefs, told him to trust in Amos. He was an upstanding member of society. In contrast, Albus hadn't trusted Tom and the boy's intentions since the moment he had met him in the orphanage, maybe even before that. But he himself had always thought that he was an upstanding member of society as well, and his actions hadn't been good in all instances. He knew this now, but he hadn't then. Could it be that Amos was so injured still by the death of his son that he wasn't thinking clearly? If that was the case, the man needed help. Could Albus do what his brother had done? Get help for Amos even though he didn't want it? But whom should he tell? In the end, Will won the game, as Albus was too distracted to make a real effort. "Thank you, Will," he said, standing and walking away, as Will set the board back to its starting configuration. Another partner for another game would walk by eventually. Oh no. Chapter 86. Slow but Steady. Chapter text Monday, 19th of February 1996. Just after classes finished for the day and before dinner started in the Great Hall, Harry made his way up to the owlery. Ever since he had got the two mirrors, enabling him to communicate with Sirius and Marvolo, much as he would have been able with a phone, there hadn't been much need to send Hedwig out to deliver any letters. She still came by most mornings, sometimes staying for a while, nicking stuff from his plate, and Harry was always happy to see her. Today, he had decided to go visit her for a change. The date with Luna had been great, but now he wasn't really sure what to do next. The two had agreed to meet up after dinner and then spend some time in the library together. Harry wanted to draw some more and had asked Luna if she would be his model. She had agreed under the condition that she was allowed to read, as she had found an interesting book on extinct, or as she insisted, allegedly extinct, magical creatures. Dating was so terribly confusing. By now he had seen and not ignored, at least not with imitating retching noises, as Ron had done since second year, enough snogging between couples to be curious to try it himself. But he felt so completely unsure how to even get to that point that he had decided to visit Hedwig. He hoped to have time to think away from his friends. As much as he loved having a big group of friends, they didn't help him get his thoughts sorted out. Maybe he should simply ask Luna if she wanted him to kiss her, or if she wanted to kiss him. Anything that went any further made Harry even more nervous, while at the same time he tended to get the book, which so many of the other boys had wanted to borrow, out from where he had placed it out of sight to read it at night. Being a teenager really was confusing. But the moment Harry stepped from the stairs onto the floor covered with small bones, feathers, owl droppings, and patches of half-digested fur, all thoughts of having time to himself flew away. Ron was standing in one of the open arched windows, his small owl pigwidgeon fluttering around him in obvious agitation. But as that owl always was that excited, Harry really wasn't paying the small bird much attention. Hedwig came down from one of the higher perches, and Harry walked over to where she found a place not out of Harry's reach, his steps making enough noise on the dirty floor to be heard over the sound of wind, birds, and the slow dripping of rain from the roof edge. "Hi, Hedwig," Harry greeted his owl, carefully stroking the incredibly soft, white feathers on her breast. He chuckled when Hedwig assumed a pose, making his stroking her breast easier, almost looking like she was posing for a picture. Harry tried to ignore Ron and the sounds his friend made at the other side of the owlery, but it really wasn't easy. Maybe he should go down to one of the courtyards. In this weather it was almost certain he would be alone there. Harry, and there went that idea. Keeping his face pleasant, Harry turned around to show Ron that he had heard him. "Yes." Ron shuffled his feet, looking everywhere but at Harry, a deep blush clashing horribly with his red hair. "Thanks for sending Fred and George after me." Harry shrugged, feeling decidedly awkward. "They certainly know much more about relationships than I, and well," Harry turned back to pet Hedwig some more, an excellent way to avoid looking at Ron. "I felt that you might possibly have an easier time accepting help from them." For several minutes, both Harry and Ron stayed silent, each focusing on his owl, ignoring each other and the comings and goings of the different owls. "I don't understand what Hermione sees in Crumb. I guess I can't make her like me that way. Can I?" Ron finally said, not reacting to Harry's admittance to his lack of experience. "So I'll try to catch her interest." It sounded more like a question than a statement. "And how do you plan to go about that?" Considering his two friends and their respective interests, Harry wasn't so sure that Ron would succeed. He was an avid fan of Quidditch, adventure, good food, and had a knack for coming up with tales Trelawney would like, but not much else. Hermione, on the other hand, had several interests that were tied to studying, like ancient runes and philosophy. The way Ron had only grudgingly supported Hermione on her quest for house elf freedom and rights, not that Harry had been any better, let Harry think that the two of them hadn't all that many interests in common. There was a frustrated sigh. "Not sure." Ron walked over the floor, crunching something under his feet, to lean against the wall near to where Harry was standing with Hedwig. "Maybe spending more time studying with her, of course, could help." Ron shrugged, and Harry had to grin. "The fact that it'll help you do good in your owls certainly won't hurt either. It's a plan, Ron not sure if it'll work, but it certainly sounds better than yelling at her." Ron nodded thoughtfully. "Girls are so bloody confusing. Not sure how the twins do it. Asking a girl out, I mean. And Dean always talks about the girls he has kissed during the summer. Even Percy managed to get a girlfriend." Ron suddenly exclaimed, startling a few owls into flight. "Can't be that hard if even Percy managed it." Harry wasn't so sure about the implied idea that it should have been hard for Percy to find a girl willing to go on dates with him, but he decided to nod slowly anyway. "Hermione isn't the only one around. I think everyone can find a partner somewhere, even if it's kind of hard and a lot of work." He stood in silence for a moment, Harry searching for something to talk about that was somewhat safer territory than girlfriends, Quidditch, or classes. But that wasn't too much of a stretch either. "Are they still together?" Harry finally asked, the only topic that came to mind and was even somewhat safe. While Ron thought about his answer, Harry felt the need to contemplate if Ron would even notice a sudden shift in topic for what it was, a diversion tactic. "I'm not sure. Percy didn't write so far. Not that I even want him to write, but Mum tends to complain about him working too much." Soon Ron was deep into a long rant about how not one of his whole family was even able to see him among all the older, talented, and accomplished brothers. Harry didn't interrupt him once, only making the expected noises at the appropriate times to keep him going. This rant wasn't something new, and Harry felt that it might do Ron some good to get all those feelings of envy off his chest. They left for the great hall together in time for dinner. When they split to go to their respective tables, Harry smiled. That had been the longest conversation they had had in some time. Maybe he would be able to keep Ron as a friend, even though he had been sure for a while that the closeness they had shared in their first years at Hogwarts would never return. Ooh, Tuesday, 20th of February 1996. Xerxes sat in a comfortable armchair, nicely padded, and with a cushioning charm, waiting for his lord to return and reading his latest letter from Hermione. She had written at length of her rendezvous with the international Quidditch star Victor Crumb. He simply had to smile at the way she concentrated on the description of their debates over various academic and political topics. Other girls, and boys for that matter, probably would have concentrated on the places they had gone to on the date, or how they had looked, what their partner had worn. The better he got to know his heiress, the more he was convinced that her focus was an academic one. The door opened, admitting Lucius and Benjamin, followed closely by Marvolo. So Xerxes folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket, a smile on his face. "Thank you all for coming." Marvolo started their meeting. Xerxes had been early to play a game of chess with Marvolo and had lost dramatically after they all had taken a seat. "Did you find information on those two from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures?" Lucius took over the conversation to answer with the findings the other three had made. "Neil is the wizard Neil Smith, a parchment shuffler mostly. He is the wizard responsible for the werewolf registry, and naturally is invested in the continued existence of said registry." Marvolo nodded in acknowledgement, and a tea tray popped into existence on the small table in the middle of the seating group that had been set up in Marvolo's study. Marvolo filled a cup for each of them by floating first the teapot, and then the cream jug before finally adding sugar, one floating cube at a time. Ignoring all that impressive wandless magic, Lucius continued to give his report. "Albert is most likely Albert Thomas. He's the one in charge of checking applications for licenses. You know, those that one needs to keep measles or crops." Accepting his floating cup with a nod in thanks to their lord, Lucius took a sip, and then continued, while the rest of them took their cups to sip at their tea. Xerxes quickly covered his reaction to the tea. Marvolo had a tendency to just add a tad too much sugar to almost everything. Both of them have been seen with Amos Diggory more than once, at office parties during lunch break. Lucius took a sip from his tea, giving a delicate shrug with only one shoulder. People seemed to believe their friends. For a moment, there was silence between them, until Marvolo finished one of the delicate biscuits that had been provided with the tea. "I guess the fact that those two are utterly unremarkable and without any true power is the reason none of us ever attempted to get to know them better." Xerxes smirked, but refrained from commenting, but Benjamin nodded. "The werewolves who allied with you, my lord, weren't interested in the registry beyond defying the order to go and register, and getting influence in the office handing out licenses to crop breeders. Well, the flu office certainly had priority. I want you all to search for the tiniest bit of dirt you can find about those two. If they have accepted bribes, have dalliances outside of their marriages, are visiting disreputable pubs." Marvolo made small circles with his hand next to his face, clearly indicating that the list of possible blackmail material wasn't complete. "I want to know it all. And while you're at it, see if you can find proof of any involvement of those two in the mess that was made of the adoption process." They all accepted the order willingly, and then turned to the preparation for the next Weisengamot session. Wednesday, 21st of February 1996, it had taken some time to work everything out. Bill had needed to arrange for a day off. Sirius had had to wait to get an international portkey to France. But today, everything was ready. The curse breaker and he would take the portkey, then Sirius would apparate them to the house. Once they were there, Sirius had planned to call on Creature so he would be able to help with the dust they were sure to find. "Have everything?" Sirius asked Bill where they stood in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. The redhead was checking his satchel for the 5th time in the last few minutes. "I think I do. Or let's say, I'm trying to convince myself that I have everything I'll need. Because how dark can a vacation home get, right?" Bill answered, grinning from ear to ear. Sirius laughed. "Do you really want me to answer that? I fear it'll turn out to be filled to the attic with dangerous, cursed books, statuettes, and poisoned silverware." It had been a while since he had set foot into that particular house. If he remembered correctly, it had been the summer before he had started at Hogwarts and had dared to be sorted into Gryffindor. Not sure when the last human was inside that house, but you know enough to apparate us there. Bill wanted to know, reaching once again to sort through the many different items neatly arranged inside the satchel, before visibly restraining himself and closing the simple leather knapsack. Sirius knew he probably had a wistful smile on his face, but he didn't care. "I have many a fond memory of that place. I'll get us there safely." The memories were all tinged in both sadness and fondness, maybe even in equal measures, but it had been the last summer that his parents had seemed to care about him. He hadn't been happy with everything they did, but he had been able to pretend that they were harsh sometimes because they cared. Shaking his head, Sirius pushed that ache aside. He would make new, good memories there soon. Dwelling on the past too long wasn't a good idea, as Remus regularly reminded him. Then let's go. Bill was almost sending sparks into the air around him with the enthusiasm for their planned endeavor. It made Sirius happy to see the youthful happiness Bill found in his chosen profession, even as it reminded him painfully of how James would get when they had started planning a new prank. Both of them took a good grip on the simple wood disc, carved with the location the portkey was set to, and the activation phrase, and one word had them both hurtling through space in a whirl of colors that made Sirius dizzy. Ooh-oh, the first impression Bill got from the summer cottage was one of wary watchfulness. The second one was that the garden was almost as bad as the one around the burrow, or maybe not. His mother usually had the more dangerous plants under good control. It looked like there might be some devil's snare hiding out under a thick bush of yew. They would have to check the small garden around the house as well. The pathway up to the house from the gate, thankfully, was bare of any plants, dangerous or otherwise. So serious, and he didn't have to be cautious on their way up to the door. Bill had his senses stretched out before him, almost tasting. At least this was the closest he could come to describing it, the wards around this place, which reluctantly accepted the visitor the owner had brought with him. He felt like skipping or bouncing on his toes, like the moment just before they were allowed to open their Christmas presents back when he had been barely 9 years old. This was so much closer to what he had done and loved back in Egypt. He mostly alone, and the wards on a place he wanted to make safe to walk through. The lake inside, that cave, and all the inferi inside it had been a challenge, and working in such a big team a new experience. But this was the reason he had decided to go into curse breaking in the first place. They reached the door, and Sirius pressed his hand against the door, murmuring something under his breath, much too quietly for Bill to make out any words. The door, dark wood, intricately carved and decorated with silver-colored nails, swung open into the hallway, and Bill got his wand out. If I remember correctly, there's a kitchen in the basement, next to a potions laboratory, a wine cellar, a pantry, and a laundry. You know, where clothes are washed, dried, and so on. Sirius waved at a small door set into the wall next to where they entered the house. Just one look was enough, and Bill was sure that this house had been expanded through liberal use of expanding enchantments. There's a dining room, a tea room, a drawing room, and a conservatory with attached patio on the ground floor. Sirius waved in the direction of the doors on both sides of the corridor, leading away from where they were standing. Upstairs there are several bedrooms, each with a small bathroom, another drawing room, a game room, and the small staircase leading to the attic. Bill whistled, impressed over the amount of space someone had been able to get out of the unimpressive cottage. It sounded as if it was at least 4 times the size on the inside. And what's up in the attic? Bill wanted to know, looking around in search of the usual signs of magical pests which tended to settle into abandoned magical houses. Elf quarters, a storage room, and an owlery, as far as I know. It's possible that there's more up there, but the kids never were allowed to go up there. For all I know, there's a zoo or museum up there. Sirius waggled his eyebrows in an attempt to lighten the mood. Not that Bill thought the tension in the air was in any way distressing. Quite the opposite, really. He loved it. So we start with a sweep of the ground floor, working from here towards the back, and go up from there? Bill asked, more in an attempt to include Sirius than to ask for the wizard's approval. I would like to dismantle or mark the most dangerous things we might find before going into the finer details. That had always been the protocol in any tomb. Get in, make sure nothing behind you could trigger, and sweep the whole place for hidden nasty traps that might trigger in the back because the door had been opened. You're the expert, Bill, Sirius said. Do you think it's safe to call creature? I would be happier if all the dust was gone before we start exploring. Bill shook his head. No, not before we've finished the first sweep. Take one of my dust masks. Bill opened his satchel and got out the 2 masks which were designed to cover nose and mouth and filter the air, so that even the most dense sandstorm wouldn't impede the wearer's breathing. So warded against dangerous dust and coughing fits, the 2 wizards carefully made their way into the house, wands drawn and repeatedly casting detection spells. When Bill had to place the first marker stone, a small rune-inscribed stone, to disable a charm designed to divert attention, which had deteriorated to a state it was trying to draw in all attention. Bill was glad he had brought a lot of those in 2 small bags inside his satchel. This was going to be fun. Ooh, and there were more Darksies than I had thought I would ever see again at one time. Not even in the curtains at Grimmauld were so many. Sirius was talking animatedly, and Harry listened with amusement he didn't bother keeping from his face. Did you find any boggarts? There had been one in a desk at Grimmauld Place, so Harry thought it was only too plausible that there would be one at the summer cottage as well. Indeed we did, Sirius said, waving his hands around so much that the image of him in the mirror moved out of focus, the bed hangings blurring in the background. But we only marked and sealed the drawers, cupboards, and even a sewing basket where we found them. Bill said he never had seen so many of them. Remus was astonished as well. He speculated they might have been breeding recently. Don't they just, I don't know, pop into existence? Harry was truly curious. While Remus had made sure they knew where they were likely to encounter dangerous creatures, and which they were, and how to fight them, their actual lives, procreation, behavior, etc., hadn't been covered for all of them. For a moment Sirius looked startled, then slowly shook his head. I have no idea, Harry, but we decided to get more help before we get rid of those. I can't say. Sirius' eyes got darker, and he suddenly stopped talking, changing the topic to talk about the nest of small, bright purple spiders they had found in the piano in the music room Sirius had totally forgotten about. But Harry didn't need Sirius to tell him that he wasn't sure if the boggart would turn into a Dementor for Harry's godfather. He agreed that in this instance, caution was the better part of valor. They certainly had the time to prepare properly before confronting the boggarts. Bill will return a few times to dismantle some off the stuff we found, and then Creature'll go in to get rid of the dust and spider webs. Clean the windows so that the sun can reach the inside again. Make the house habitable again. As if someone had flipped a switch, the eager anticipation on Sirius' face changed to nervousness. Do you think Noel and Enora will like me? Slumping a little in his seat in front of the big fireplace in the Slytherin common room, Harry tried to put what he felt into words that would be reassuring and something clear enough. He feared that he would start rambling if he wasn't careful. I don't know them personally, Harry finally started when Sirius started to look concerned. But I can see that you really want this to work, and I'm sure they'll see that as well. Everything else will have to come with time. Will you come as well? Sirius blurted out his question like he was unable to keep it in any longer. I'll have to ask Marvolo if I can come or if he has other plans. You know, by then the adoption might be finished. And Harry hesitated because he felt conflicted. I really want to spend my holidays with you, but if Marcus already is adopted, he'll be at Griffin House, and well, as his big brother, I would like to be there. Sirius smiled. It was a sad smile, but there was pride too. You'll be a great big brother. Better one than I was. Now Harry was sad too. I'll do my best. Thursday, 22nd of February 1996, they met in a small park near the village where Fleur's family had their home. The letter with the first invitation had mentioned Lord Slytherin's wish to ask for a second opinion on something he was working on. Bill was pretty sure the man had been talking about the ritual to remove a Horcrux safely from a living being, and had answered promptly to make an appointment. After a few letters back and forth, while also preparing for the examination of the small black summer house, they had agreed on meeting in France on this very day. Bill was the first to arrive at the bench, settling down after casting an area heeding charm to have his lunch break here. It probably wouldn't take Lord Slytherin long to make an appearance. The curse breaker had finished his first sandwich when he heard the sound of purposeful strides along the gravel path and looked up. He guessed he shouldn't really be surprised that Lord Slytherin was able to blend in well with the Muggle fashion. The story of his childhood in an orphanage in the middle of Muggle London made a regular appearance in the newspapers, practically every time the man was mentioned more than in passing, and consequently in the usual workplace gossip. But he allowed himself to feel a little surprised by how well the wizard born in the 20s was able to blend into modern fashion. Do I have something on my face? Slytherin asked once he was near enough to do so without resorting to yelling. Or did I manage to dribble honey down my shirt? No, Bill managed to answer after he had taken a moment to gather himself. I just wouldn't think. Seeing you in a jumper over a shirt and simple slacks, I have to confess to being surprised." At this, Lord Slytherin laughed, before sitting down on the bench next to the eldest Weasley son. "You wrote to dress appropriately for a Muggle setting, and considering the weather in the south of France, I didn't want to go with a more formal mode of dress." With a casual flip of the man's wrist, he held his pale wand in hand. It must still fit him well if the man had chosen to use a wand so infamous that many recognized it by sight, and started to draw runes into the air, creating privacy wards which would disperse the moment they both chose to leave. Without any preamble, Lord Slytherin reached into his trouser pocket, retrieving a shrunken scroll. "As the next good day for a major magical ritual nears, I wanted to ask for your opinion on my revised version of the ritual I had attempted this last Yule." The older wizard held out the small scroll to Bill, who took it with a hand that, thankfully, wasn't shaking. "The last attempt didn't harm the original container, but I had difficulties finishing it the way I had planned to do, and when I attempt to remove the Horcrux from my son's body, such isn't tolerable. I have included my attempt at a recording of that ritual and what I think I got wrong." Bill started to turn the scroll over in his hands, uncertain if he should put it away or get out his wand to unshrink and read it. A smirk curled the corners of Lord Slytherin's mouth. "Go ahead. I have plenty of time. In fact, I would like to speak with you about your task to clean up an old black property, if you need more time before we can discuss my ritual design." Too curious to withstand temptation, Bill got out his wand and started casting the charm to reverse the shrinking on the spot. The scroll consisted of several pieces of parchment, all bound together by a tie of green silk. I always had the impression that a lord hasn't much time so close to a Wisengamot session. It wasn't really a subtle attempt to fish for more information, but Bill didn't delude himself into thinking that he was able to match Lord Slytherin at something so essentially Slytherin as fishing for information. He got a snort and a look clearly communicating that his attempt had been much too transparent in response, but Lord Slytherin chose to explain himself anyway. "Today the test required in the adoption process of Marcus will take place. Maybe it has already started." "I'm trying to distract myself," Bill hummed. "In that case, I'm sure we'll manage to fill more than my lunch break with something to distract you, Lord Slytherin." With careful hands, Bill unfurled the roll, sorting through the different pieces of parchment filled with the flowing cursive of a person well versed with a quill. "Do you feel up to removing some failing charm work and pests from an old house which has stood empty for far too long?" Now it was Lord Slytherin humming in thought. "No curses. How unusual for a house owned by the Black family. Mostly there are charms and wards too long unmaintained, which once were meant to keep too nosy children out of dangerous areas, now going to become lethal soon. There's even runework distorted by magical pests nibbling at the wood it was carved into. I have no idea what that has become now, but it feels much too sentient to approach without proper backup." "That sounds interesting, and as if it could be able to keep my interest for a while," Lord Slytherin conceded, relaxing into the bench, stretching his legs out before him. "We'll see how long this takes," Bill said, before diving into the description of the ritual attempted last Yule. It really was written down with each detail there, even with references to the parts acting somewhat in parallel, but at the same time in opposition to the parts of the ritual needed to perform in the creation of a Horcrux. It truly was an eerie text to read. Bill furrowed his brow. Why not try to prevent the pain this will inflict on the one doing the moving? Isn't that the part more likely to disrupt the working? A hum of agreement was to be heard from the side, and Bill turned his head in confusion. "I think there actually is a way to prevent the pain, but I'm not willing to pay that price." A pale, slender hand moved to point to a few rune clusters around the incredibly complex circle of the older version of the ritual. "See here. Pain can only be prevented if the soul doesn't return to its original place. All those runes making certain the soul piece can be removed from the living container without harm to that container. Also make certain returns post-haste to where it belongs." Without prompting, Bill moved the newer version of the rune circle to the top. "I added in a delay, among other things, in the hope that it'll make certain I can finish the parts keeping Harry safe before the pain will consume me." Bill was pretty sure he knew what the price Lord Slytherin no longer was willing to pay was. and he was glad that murder to prevent his own pain wasn't on the list of options any longer for the man. So he bent down over the drawing of a circle, studying the intricate markings, constructing something similar to a time-delayed cage between the place where the container was to be placed and the mark where the one conducting the ritual would sit. Have you contemplated including another person in the ritual? Kind of a guide. Someone who would do the working and not endure the pain. It would remove the risk of interrupting the ritual because the one conducting it would be reunited with a part of their soul. And whom would I ask to do so? There aren't many who know of this that are capable and have my trust. There was a challenge in the man's blue eyes, but Bill wasn't a young, foolish Gryffindor anymore. That wasn't a challenge he would accept. So he only nodded in agreement. This really wasn't a task to be given to just anyone. Have you heard of the Mongolian custom of using a charged stone in place of a participant in a ritual? It might make it easier to create the delay you're going for. After that, it wasn't hard at all to fill the afternoon with interesting discussion. And once they had exhausted that topic, Lord Slytherin actually decided to come help Bill with cleaning up some failing charms in an old house. Hearing a lot of interesting gossip about people no longer living while cleaning out an old house made the whole experience much more interesting. Ooh, Martin smiled once he had finished setting everything up in the room the school was providing for this testing session. A few people from the ministry were still not there to witness the test, and the teacher who had gone to retrieve the boy who was about to be tested wasn't back yet either. But he was happy with the design he had come up with for the test. The biggest problem hadn't been finding a task for the boy to do, but to find something that others would accept as proof that the child had relayed information to the snake. Some of his first ideas could have been interpreted as a snake acting, as any snake would do over the snake, acting on the whim of a child. And he wasn't willing to risk that. The boy would be better off growing up with people who wouldn't look at him oddly because he hissed at snakes. Checking one last time that the scent and heat-shielding charms on the basket, filled with rodents, and the maze with only one rat bound to one end, were working fine, Martin settled down on his chair to wait. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. And here we are. Lord Lestrange came in, leading a group of other Wisengamot members, closely followed by the teacher and a small boy. The child, who by all accounts had to be Marcus, seemed excited and a little nervous, something that seemed pretty reasonable to be in this situation. Mrs. Wispy was the last to enter and close the door, gesturing for him to start. "Good day, Marcus, lords." Martin nodded in their direction, but only smiled for the small child, giving him a wink. "I'll explain how this will work to Marcus in a moment, and want you all to listen closely, and to ask any questions after I'm finished, and Marcus is sure he has a good understanding what his part in this is going to be." Everyone in agreement. Before one of the surly-looking lords was able to answer, Lord Lestrange nodded decisively. "Sounds straightforward, Mr. Singer. Please proceed." Martin took a few steps forward, resting his hands on the boy's shoulders and turning him so that he was facing to the labyrinth Martin had spent some time setting up. "This is the task I have set for a snake to master, Marcus. I want you to help my snake go to the chamber at the end where no rat or mouse is sitting. When it reaches that, I will give it a bunny to feed on. But you need to explain that it will get bigger prey if it goes to where there is no prey at the moment." Hopefully the fact that going to where no prey was to be found would be against a snake's instincts would be enough to convince the people who were hoping the test would fail. "Is your snake a boy or a girl?" Marcus asked, tilting his head to the side like an inquisitive dog. "A girl," Martin answered, smiling. That boy truly was an interesting child. "And if she goes to where no prey waits, she will get something truly good." Martin nodded, encouraging the boy to keep asking questions. "So she can ask for something she wishes. Like I ask Marvolo for chocolate frogs because I like them so much." Martin thought that might work even better. "Exactly like that, Marcus. Now let me ask if the others over there have understood as well, and then we can start." He turned to the Wisengamot members and could see some resentment in a few faces, but no one insisted on asking questions, so he directed Marcus to stand on a small step stool near the start of the maze. After checking that the entrance to the actual maze was still closed, Martin walked over to the basket, holding one of his own prized pet snakes. Before he dared to open the basket, he slipped on the thin leather gloves he always wore when handling his snakes. This one wasn't venomous, but a bite would still hurt. A lot. This is Sansa. Can you explain the task to her, Marcus? With practiced ease, Martin opened the basket and took out the snake, turning so the boy would be able to see the young boa constrictor. With a happy smile, the boy nodded and promptly started to hiss. It was a peculiar sound, and that the snake was moving but didn't make a sound herself was most peculiar as well. Of course, Martin knew that most snakes weren't able to make much noise, with exceptions like the rattlesnakes, but seeing it so clearly demonstrated was something else. Sansa was lowered into the area marking the start of the maze, onto the wood chips and dirt he had covered the ground with, but moved the whole time so her head was pointing at the boy, angled so that one of her eyes was focused on the child. Or that was what Martin assumed was happening. He moved his wand into his hand, ignoring the murmurs originating with the old men near the doors, his attention solely focused on the small child hissing animatedly to the snake, pausing again and again as if he was waiting to get an answer. It certainly was a strange thing to watch. "She's ready," Marcus suddenly announced, the excitement almost tangible in the air around him. And it looked like Sansa was ready. The snake now posed with her head right next to where a sheet of glass separated her from the actual maze. "Good. Then I'll open the maze now," Martin agreed with a smile, casting a silent levitating spell at the barrier, opening up the door. With awe and a few mutterings behind Martin that sounded suspiciously like swearing, they all watched how fast a snake could move if properly motivated. And just as he had hoped when he had designed this maze, Sansa was moving through the parts of the maze not drenched in the smells of prey, but along those leading to the place where no prey was waiting. It didn't take more than a minute for the snake to reach the end of the maze, where she turned to look over to Marcus, who smiled so broad a smile that he looked a little lunatic. Martin was almost sure that there was a conversation happening again, with really short bursts of hissing from the boy. She'd like to have a baby rabbit. She solved the maze right, didn't she? The way confidence so quickly switched to worry saddened Martin a bit, but he was happy to nod and smile in hopes that this would reassure the child. "She did very well, and she can have a baby rabbit. Give me just one moment." Marcus paid a lot more attention to how Martin caught a small rabbit for the snake, and how Sansa then proceeded to capture the rabbit and swallow it whole than he did to the conversation between all the adults who had been waiting at the door. By the look of it, the test had been enough for Mrs. Wispy to be sure that Marcus was indeed a Parselmouth, and that meant that the adoption was now able to move forward. Martin was happy for the kid, keeping watch as Marcus carefully stroked the bump in the snake's belly where her meal was now slowly being digested. That had been fun and rather easy. With a little luck, he and his shop would be mentioned in the Prophet in connection with this. It would be good publicity to have. Ooh, once again, Harry made himself comfortable on his bed down in the Slytherin dungeons, holding the small, charmed mirror in his hand and speaking with his adopted father. How much could change in a year? Stuffing another pillow behind his back, Harry listened as Marvolo explained his plans for another test with a revised ritual. Harry felt better the moment Marvolo told him that Bill had contributed to the new setup, that he was planning to use during the next appropriate day, which would be Astara, or the spring equinox, to test if it was safe to use on Harry. "I'm really not comfortable with the idea that you might get hurt during those experimental rituals, Father," Harry said once more, making a face just to be absolutely sure that Marvolo knew how happy Harry would be if this all wasn't necessary. "Sadly enough, there isn't any hint at a ritual someone else might have created for this very purpose. So there's no alternative to creating one myself, Harry. You know me well enough to realize that my work usually comes out the way I want it to." Marvolo seemed certain enough, but due to the fact of what trouble Marvolo had managed to get into in the past, this declaration really wasn't all that reassuring. To Harry's skeptical raised eyebrow, Marvolo just chuckled. "I'm no longer a terrified teenager, Harry. Please, I promise to get my Horcrux out of your scar. And I fear that I'm still not capable of the true remorse needed to absorb it the only other way that ever was described somewhere." Harry shrugged, aware of the fact that there probably wasn't any way to get around that problem. "Do you know how the test went?" He might as well change the topic of their conversation if Marvolo insisted on being unreasonable about experimental rituals. In a way, Harry understood why many of them were banned. If one conducted one without guidance or a solid understanding, There was so much that could go wrong. Xerxes was here an hour ago. He said it went well. But we'll have to wait for the official result from the ministry before we can go on with the process, Marvolo answered, smiling. So by the spring holidays, Marcus will be part of our family, or do you reckon it'll take longer? Marvolo tilted his head to the side, waves of hair falling into the red eyes. I guess it's possible that the adoption could be finished by then. If I'm to test the revised ritual, I probably should arrange for you two to have a smirk appeared on Marvolo's face, making Harry apprehensive about what the wizard might be planning. Babysitter arranged. Don't you think? A babysitter. He was almost 16. He didn't need a babysitter. The glare Harry sent at the mirror should have been able to melt it, but it only made Marvolo laugh so hard he had to lower his hand, giving Harry a good view of the ceiling in the room Marvolo was using. I'm old enough. I don't need a babysitter. Really, father. Harry was glad he sounded more indignant than whining, because whining as Draco was prone to do wouldn't have worked well to support his case. After a while, Marvolo sat back up, his face moving back into focus, tears of mirth having left their traces on his face. I don't know when I last laughed like that, Marvolo mused before giving Harry a warm smile. You certainly are old enough to stay alone for a while, but if Marcus is living with us by then, I think it'll be better to have someone there who is legally an adult and has permission to use magic if needed. Don't you think? Feeling his glare only slightly dimming, Harry nodded slowly. That was a good reason. Remembering a discussion he did not so long ago, Harry contemplated if that was something that might work. I can see you plotting from here, Harry, Marvolo cheerfully declared, clearly in a much better mood than usual. Harry simply nodded. He wasn't exactly plotting, per se, but he was contemplating a plan that would give him two things he wanted at the same time. Sirius invited me to spend time with him and his daughters, and maybe their mother, he doesn't know yet, at his house in France during the spring holidays. Maybe Marcus can come with me, and we do that while you test that ritual. A thoughtful look on his face, Marvolo appeared to be giving this idea serious thought when there was the sound of something, or someone, tapping on the glass of a window. What's that? Harry just had to ask, falling silent when Marvolo waved at him and turned his attention away from the mirror. There's a kind of stork at the window. Marvolo sounded puzzled. Who would send me mail with a stork? No idea, Harry answered truthfully, turning the conversation back to the topic he was more interested in at that moment. Will you consider my request? I'll certainly think on it, and maybe ask Madame Goyle. I'm not sure what kind of reassurance Marcus might need once the adoption is finalized, but I'll let you know in time. The tapping sounds got more insistent with each passing moment. Sorry to cut our call short, son, but I have to see what that bird wants. Have a good night and pleasant dreams. Sweet dreams to you too, father, Harry answered with a smile and a hint of curiosity in his voice. But he knew better than to ask. There always was the possibility of letters sent in the middle of the night he would be better off not knowing about. Harry retreated to his bed with a book Luna had recommended to read a while before going to sleep, his thoughts returning again and again to that curious messenger bird and the prospect of soon being a big brother.